Chapter 1909. 1909. Violet, sword, and blood. Sword, blood. Sword narrowed his eyes. There was a bloodthirsty light in the depths of his eyes. He snorted coldly and slashed out with blood sword in his right hand. Immediately, a wisp of blood flames shot out from the blade of blood sword. The blood flames were very terrifying. The instant they shot out, they seemed to stretch across the horizon as if they had split the entire horizon in half. The heaven-devouring eye between Zhuowen's brows split open again. At this moment, he used the power of the 8th level Tao insight to execute the heaven-devouring eye. Crackle! Suddenly, purplish-black lightning shot out from the heaven-devouring eye again. At this moment, the purplish-black lightning was much more terrifying than before. The purplish-black lightning bolts, supported by the 8th level Tao insight, looked down upon everything. They were extremely terrifying. They were like the mouth of a giant beast that swallowed the blood flames that stretched across the horizon in one gulp. However, the blood flames were not simple either. The instant the purplish-black lightning swallowed the blood flames suddenly exploded. For a moment, the purplish-black lightning and blood flames in the sky began a terrifying entanglement. The energy ripples produced every time they entangled were enough to make the spectating cultivators tremble in fear. Zhuowen did not slow down at all as he charged towards Blood Scholar. The power of time and space within his heaven-devouring eye surged out again, completely freezing the space within the range of the purple rain within this point in time. Blood Scholar's gaze was gloomy. The power of time and space supported by the 8th level Tao insight still affected him quite a bit. At the very least, his speed and movements had been greatly reduced. Blood Sword sneered coldly. He could sever the power of time and space before, so he could naturally sever it now. In his opinion, Zhuowen's actions were completely futile. However, when Blood Sword slashed out, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful sense of stagnation. His next attack was actually unable to tear apart the surrounding power of time and space. The power of time and space has strengthened. Blood Sword was in the purple rain, but he quickly discovered that the power of time and space had not strengthened. It was the surrounding purple rain that had strengthened. In other words, Zhuowen's own Tao insight had strengthened. Not too far away, Sky Tao revealed an expression of admiration as he watched this scene. He knew that Zhuowen's Tao insight had already attained the peak of the 8th level, and Zhuowen was only a step away from touching the 9th level. The moment Shui Jian hesitated, Zhuowen immediately swept past him. The purple sword was extremely fast and slashed across Shui Jian's body. Soon after, Shui Jian's head flew into the air and exploded into a bloody mist. Plop! The headless corpse of the Blood Scholar fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the surrounding space-time power was torn apart by the Blood Sword. The Blood Sword's expression was gloomy. He had not expected that the power of Tao insight on Zhuowen's body was still increasing. In a moment of carelessness, he had actually allowed Zhuowen to chop off the Blood Scholar's head. After chopping off the Blood Scholar's head, Zhuowen frowned slightly. In order to completely kill the Blood Scholar, Zhuowen had chopped off his head and destroyed it so that he could annihilate the Blood Scholar's spirit. However, the moment the Blood Scholar's head was destroyed, Zhuowen discovered that the Blood Scholar's vitality had not been cut off. He was just much weaker than before. In other words, the Blood Scholar whose spirit had been destroyed was not dead. What's going on? Zhuowen lowered his head and suddenly saw the headless corpse of the Blood Scholar squirming continuously. Then the Blood Scholar slowly stood up, and a new head grew from his neck. The Blood Scholar's face was pale. He glared at Zhuowen with extreme resentment, but immediately retreated to the Blood God's side. The weakness of virtual sky world cultivators is no longer the spirit, but the virtual sky bridge in their bodies. If the spirit is destroyed, the virtual sky bridge will naturally condense a new spirit. However, if the virtual sky bridge is destroyed, the virtual sky world cultivator will definitely die. Blood Sword's face was filled with a cold smile. He continued, "You're only in the early stage of the heavenly god realm, but you have the power of the virtual sky world. This power is not yours, right? Otherwise, how could you not know the weakness of virtual sky world cultivators?" Speaking up to there, a hint of disdain appeared on Blood Sword's face. He stopped talking and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Zhuowen. Blood Dragon slashes the sky. Blood Sword slashed out again. This time, the sword chi was like blood, condensing into the shadow of a huge dragon. The huge dragon's body wrapped around Zhuowen like a hunting python. Then the dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Zhuowen from above his head. Blood Sword stepped on the dragon's body and rapidly approached Zhuowen. The tip of the blood sword in his hand pierced towards Zhuowen's vital points. At this moment, Zhuowen was practically surrounded by enemies from both front and back. However, Zhuowen was very calm. He used profound steps and continuously moved around the dragon's body. Clang! Blood Sword was extremely fast. Everyone could only see a bloody shadow as it pierced towards Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen was naturally not to be outdone. He also stabbed out with his purple sword. The purple rain falling from the sky suddenly changed from a continuous drizzle to a violent storm. The purple storm accompanied the purple storm. In an instant, the power of Tao intent reached the limit. Bang, bang, bang. The purple storm, the blood-red dragon, and the purple and blood swords constantly clashed. Every clear sound that rang out was like a great bell, reverberating in everyone's ears. Moreover, the sound became louder and louder, as if it was echoing in the valley, constantly repeating itself. The weaker cultivators covered their ears with a ferocious expression. 2 streaks of blood flowed from their ears, and their eyes were bloodshot. They could not help but retreat. Lian Meng, Jing Hai, and Bai Shuang also involuntarily retreated. However, not long after they retreated, a gust of wind blew over and brought them to where Tai Ching and Yu Qing were. "Master, Martial Uncle Yu Qing," Lian Meng said joyfully. "Sovereign Tai Ching, Venerable Yu Qing." Jing Hai and Bai Shuang cupped their fists respectfully and said, "Master, will junior brother Zhu be fine?" Lian Meng suddenly asked. Tai Ching did not answer Lian Meng's question. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Let's continue watching. Zhuowen has his own choice." Lian Meng seemed to understand, but she did not say anything else. Instead, she seriously looked at Zhuowen, who was constantly fighting with a blood sword. For some reason, Lian Meng thought back to half a year ago when Zhuowen had just entered the sect. His expression was like that of a country bumpkin entering a city. Even the steps Lian Meng displayed in front of Zhuowen shocked him. But now, Zhuowen had suddenly comprehended 8 levels of Tao intent, obtained void sky power, and engaged in a world-shaking battle with the void sky, first blood guardian, Shuejian, the powerful figure of her junior brother from back then, and the little junior brother from today constantly intersected in Lian Meng's mind. In the end, Lian Meng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. "Master, am I too useless? Although I've advanced to true God, my strength is actually inferior to some peak heavenly god cultivators." Lian Meng suddenly said dejectedly. Tai Ching patted Lian Meng's head and said with a smile, "You're still young and lack experience. You'll become more and more powerful in the future." Lian Meng shook her head and said, "I'm not serious enough. I'm not focused enough. I'm not hardworking enough. When we return, I'll cultivate properly. Master, help me increase my combat experience." Tai Ching smiled and said, "All right." At this moment, the battle between Zhuowen and Shuejian had almost reached a white-hot stage. The violent purple rain and the burning dragon almost dyed the entire sky purple and blood-red. Zhuowen and Shuejian were too fast. Everyone could only see purple shadow and Shuejian in the sky. Moreover, they could only barely see them when the two figures clashed. Shu Xing stood beside Xue Xin and stared at Purple Shadow and Xue Jian in the sky with extreme fear. Xue Jian was the Blood God Palace's first blood guardian, and his strength was far above Xue Shuxing's. Xue Shuxing had just condensed the Void Sky Bridge, so it could only be said that he had yet to enter the virtual sky world. However, Xue Jian was different. Xue Jian had condensed the Void Sky Bridge a long time ago. It was said that he had already ascended the first step of the Void Sky Bridge and reached the terrifying level of longevity. Moreover, so much time had passed, so Xue Shuxing knew that it was impossible for Xue Jian to not improve at all. It was very likely that Xue Jian had ascended the second step of the Void Sky Bridge and obtained an undying body. Of course, all of this was just a guess. From the fact that Zhuowen could fight Xue Jian to such an extent, it was enough to see how terrifying and powerful Zhuowen was. If Xue Shuxing could choose again, he definitely would not stand out and face Zhuowen head-on. However, Xue Jian's brows furrowed even tighter as the battle went on. He realized that Zhuowen was getting stronger and stronger as the battle went on. It was as if the potential in Zhuowen's body was constantly being stimulated as the battle went on. Moreover, Zhuowen's every move seemed to be at his fingertips. It was clearly an extremely simple sword move, but its might was terrifyingly powerful with the support of a peak 8th level Daowu. Even if Xue Jian used all his skills and got close to Zhuowen would always use the power of time and space within the Eye of Heaven's Devourer to freeze Xue Jian's body. Although the time he was frozen was very short, it was enough for Zhuowen to retreat calmly. The purple sword and Xue Jian collided once more. Purple and blood-red sword lights poured out like rainbows that were dazzling and colorful. After that, Zhuowen and Xue Jian both grunted and retreated several kilometers. Every step they took left extremely tragic footprints in the air. Zhuowen steadied himself and stared at the violent purple rain around him. His eyes were filled with confusion. However, his confusion was quickly replaced by clarity. The purple rain made him think of the Yellow Springs water droplets. Back then, he had relied on collecting the Yellow Springs water droplets to condense the Yellow Springs Ocean. It surged violently and stretched as far as the eye could see. Accumulated water into a stream into a lake. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the purple sword in his right hand shook. Instantly, the falling purple rain stopped in midair. Next, Zhuowen twisted the purple sword. Instantly, the stagnant purple rain began to condense and combine with Zhuowen as the center. When a boundless purple lake formed beneath Zhuowen's feet, a profound concept suddenly erupted from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen stood at the center of the purple lake. His gaze passed through the lake and landed on Xue Jian, whose expression had changed drastically. Master, this is the last time I'll call you Master. Although it's only a sliver, I'm sure it's the concept of the 9th level Dao insight that you want. Zhuowen's calm voice slowly resounded in the center of the purple lake. Then Zhuowen raised the purple sword and pointed it at Xue Jian. He then placed the purple sword under the surface of the lake and slashed upwards. Whoosh! The waves were so high that they could drown the entire sky. The waves were so high that they were terrifying. The cultivators who were looking up at the waves all felt their hearts beat wildly. It was as if their hearts were in their throats because of the waves. Chapter 1910. Legend after the purple wave drowned the blood sword. It poured down from the sky and landed in an area of tens of thousands of miles around the Blood God Temple. The countless assassins scattered around the Blood God Temple were caught off guard and were all drowned by the wave. Their bodies were crushed, and not even their bones were left. The purple wave was like an angry dragon as it poured down, instantly submerging the area around the Divine Blood Temple. The blood mountains that stood around the Divine Blood Temple all collapsed. The ground caved in, forming a huge crater. The river of blood was replaced by a purple lake. Seeing this, Shueishan's eyes were filled with rage and shock. This was the first time he had seen a purple lake formed by Tao intent. Without a doubt, the Tao intent in this purple lake was even more terrifying than an 8th level Tao intent. 9th level Tao intent? Did he really comprehend the 9th level Tao intent? Blood God quickly recalled what Zhuowen had said before, but now that the purple wave had fallen, Blood God had no time to think. Blood God reached out his hand and grabbed the 5 blood guardians. At the same time, he reached out his other hand and reached into the purple wave to find the blood sword that was washed away by the wave. However, Blood God's face suddenly turned gloomy. He found that when his bloody hand reached deep into the waves, a powerful force acted on his hand and forced his hand to stop. Moreover, the purple wave contained an extremely mysterious power. The moment it hit the blood hand, it caused the blood energy on the surface of the blood hand to dissipate. It was as if the purple liquid contained countless sharp saber lights. They were densely packed and cut the surface of the bloody hand, weakening the energy of the bloody hand. Break! Blood God snorted and the blood hand grew again. It expanded from tens of thousands of feet to hundreds of thousands of feet and even millions of feet. A bloody hand, like a dark cloud, covered the sky of this area. However, when the blood hand grew to this size, Zhuowen, who was standing in the center of the purple lake, looked at it coldly. He waved the purple sword in his right hand, and the entire purple lake began to boil. Countless drops of purple liquid from the purple lake merged into the purple sword. The purple sword shot out. As it flew, countless drops of purple liquid gathered and began to expand. When the purple lake completely merged with the purple sword became 1,000,000 feet long. The purple sword covered the sky and the sun. When it was unleashed, the world darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. Zhuowen had completely fused the strand of 9th level Tao insight that he'd released into the violet sword with this strike. This sword strike was definitely the strongest sword strike Zhuowen had ever executed in his entire life. The purple sword was extremely fast. It suddenly swept past the huge blood hand and blood god. Then the hand was blood god. The purple sword cut the hand. Whoosh! After the violet sword slashed through the bloody hand. It continued on its way to the blood god hall that was protected by the blood god. The blood god was indeed powerful. The purple waves formed by the purple lake were extremely powerful. They almost completely destroyed the surroundings of the blood god temple. However, the blood god temple, where the blood god resided, was enveloped by a blood-red energy. The purple wave was unable to break through this blood-red energy, and this was the power of the blood god. However, when the terrifying purple sword descended, Blood God's expression finally changed. He didn't take Zhuowen seriously at all. Even if Zhuowen possessed an 8th level Tao insight and possessed void energy, he knew that it wasn't Zhuowen's own strength, and everything was just external things. If he attacked, he could kill Zhuowen in one move. But now, the purple sword contained a trace of 9th level Tao intent. It was something that Zhuowen had comprehended from the peak of the 8th level Tao intent. Although it was only a trace of 9th level Tao intent, it gave Blood God a strong sense of danger. He had to be careful. At the same time, Blood God looked at Zhuowen in shock and anger. He could not imagine how Zhuowen had comprehended 9th level Tao intent. It was beyond his expectations. The purple sword was too huge. When it fell, it was like a huge purple waterfall from the 9 heavens. It connected the sky and the earth. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were no fools. They could all feel the terrifying destructive power contained within the purple sword. On the other hand, Tai Ching and Yu Qing exchanged a glance. They could see the sharpness and brilliance in each other's eyes. Junior brother, Lian Meng, stood beside Tai Ching. Her heart was beating wildly, especially when she saw the terrifying purple sword. She even felt like worshipping it. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the purple sword fell and heavily smashed into the sky above the Blood God Palace. Blood God did not hold back. He did not care about the energy in the purple sword, but he had to care about the trace of 9th level Tao intent. Blood style! Blood God roared. A cloud of blood mist exploded from his body. The blood mist condensed into a blood eye. The blood eye was filled with bloodlust. Then the blood eye expanded. Its size was not smaller than the purple sword. In the blood eye, an inextinguishable blood flame burned. The blood eye was suddenly surrounded by blood flame. Then the blood flame spread in all directions. It had the power to burn the sky. Bang! The purple sword fell and slashed at the terrifying blood flame. The purple sword chi dissipated like splashing waves, overflowing in all directions. Wherever it passed, the blood flame automatically opened a bloody path. The violet sword followed the bloody path and slashed into the blood-red eye in the end. Afterwards, an extremely ear-piercing explosion rang out, and the explosions continued to ring out. Then the area of millions of miles around the Blood God Palace was turned into ruins and nothingness when the blood eye and the purple sword collided. An invisible shockwave spread out from the direction of the Blood God Temple. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The cultivators nearby all let out muffled groans and were knocked back. Some of the stronger cultivators used their own powerful defenses to block the terrifying shockwave. Even so, they were still in a sorry state from the shockwave. Tai Ching and Yu Qing stood closest to the battlefield. However, purple mist revolved around them, easily blocking the terrifying shockwaves and shockwaves from the collision. Tai Ching's gaze grew brighter and brighter. He stared fixedly at the descending terrifying purple sword, and a wisp of understanding appeared in his eyes. Even though this strand of 9th level Tao insight that Zhuowen pushed forward with his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level Tao insight wasn't much, yet to the Sky Tao insight it was like being enlightened, and it was easy to understand. In countless years, this was the first time Tai Ching had revealed such an expression of understanding. He'd been stuck at the peak of the 8th level Tao insight for too long. He'd accumulated enough since a long time ago, but he still seemed to be lacking something. He was very clearly aware that he lacked an opportunity to comprehend. This instant was the opportunity and comprehension that he'd always needed. Zhuowen stood on the hilt of the violet sword. His gaze descended onto the sword beneath his feet, and he noticed it had started to disperse. There was only a strand of 9th level Tao insight, and it was like a flash in the pan. He was clearly aware that this strand of energy wouldn't be able to persist for too long. However, after this sort of collapse spread from the tip of the violet sword to the hilt, it started to disperse beneath Zhuowen's feet, and then it started to disperse along with his body. At this moment, Zhuowen's entire body was covered in countless cracks, and he was like a shattered porcelain bottle that would shatter and collapse at any moment. Zhuowen knew that his time was up when he thought up to here. Zhuowen's gaze descended onto Tai Ching through the countless bloody flames. Tai Ching looked silently at Zhuowen as well. Their gazes met, and then Tai Ching nodded lightly while Zhuowen nodded lightly as well. Bang! In the end, Zhuowen's entire body completely dispersed into countless specks of light, and he vanished within the blazing bloody flames. At the instant he vanished, the violet sword that had originally dispersed suddenly condensed once more. The violet sword seemed to have been reborn, and it contained an extremely terrifying aura since the ancient times. After that, the violet sword suddenly exploded, and the terrifying bloody flames in the surroundings were completely obliterated. On the other hand, the bloody eye that emitted the bloody flames let out a sharp howl before directly exploding. Crack! The bloody eye exploded, and the bloody hand that had been protecting the rest of the blood protectors also exploded. The blood scholar and the remaining blood protectors under the bloody hand all screamed as they exploded into clouds of bloody mist. As for the majestic blood god temple, it completely collapsed under this terrifying power. As for the blood-red face that the blood god had transformed into, it was destroyed without any warning. After the bloody face dissipated, a muffled groan came from the depths of the blood divine temple. Then a stalwart man in blood-red armor suddenly rushed out of the ground and quickly left the vicinity of the blood divine temple. Bang! The violet sword was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it pierced into the center of the collapsed blood divine temple. It was like a purple heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. How terrifying! The blood divine temple was destroyed just like that. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Countless spectating cultivators widened their eyes as they stared fixedly at the huge violet sword that was pierced into the blood divine temple. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. It would probably be deeply imprinted in their minds for many years to come. It would be unforgettable, and this violet sword would become a great sight in the future. It stood at the old site of the blood divine temple and had not dissipated for countless years. In the future, whenever someone came to the old site of the blood divine temple, they would talk about the battle that had taken place in the blood divine temple. The second disciple of the Grand Pure One, Zhuowen, had charged into the blood divine temple alone and killed countless assassins. He had annihilated the 10 blood protectors and even forced the blood god to leave his seclusion in the depths of the blood divine temple. This battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Grand Pure One immortal realm. The blood god landed outside the vicinity of the blood divine temple. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. The blood divine temple had been destroyed, and all the assassins trained inside had been killed. That was not all. The 10 core blood protectors of the blood divine temple had almost all died. He was the only one left. Suddenly, the blood god's gaze fell on a piece of soil not far from the blood divine temple. There, he stretched out a hand with difficulty. Chapter 1911. Rebirth. The person who emerged from the ground was none other than Xue Jian, who had been drowned by the terrifying purple wave. Xue Jian's breathing was ragged, and his face was pale. Only the hilt remained of the blood-red sword in his right hand. That was close. If I hadn't reached the second step of the illusory bridge and gained the undying body, I probably would have died. Xue Jian's eyes were filled with fear. After being drowned by the purple wave, his body had collapsed. Even his soul and illusory bridge had been destroyed. Fortunately, the moment his entire body collapsed, he hid a drop of blood in his body into the soil below. Even though his soul and illusory heavenly bridge had been destroyed, after cultivating to the undying realm, as long as one drop of blood remained, he could use this drop of blood to reconstruct his life. However, the price of reconstructing his life was extremely high. The strength of the reconstructed life would be greatly reduced. It would take a large amount of time and resources to recover. Xue Jian was extremely weak right now. His face was as pale as snow, and his presence was much weaker than before. At this moment, Xue Jian also noticed that a terrifying purple sword had been stabbed into the ground where the Blood Divine Hall had been. The Blood Divine Hall had been reduced to ruins in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. There was no one there. Xue Jian seemed to think of something. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself. The Blood Divine Hall disappeared? It was destroyed? Although Xue Jian's words were doubtful, he understood that his guess was correct. It had been destroyed by the purple sword behind him. What kind of monster is that Zhuowen? How can he have such terrifying power? Xue Jian immediately thought of Zhuowen when he saw the terrifying purple sword. After all, the purple sword contained Zhuowen's presence. Hall Master! A surge of blood-red energy wrapped around Xue Jian. Then Xue Jian felt his body lighten, and he shot toward the blood god. Xue Jian hurriedly bowed when he arrived before the blood god. He knew that the blood god had always been in seclusion in the Blood Divine Hall. There was only one possibility for him to come out now, and that was that the purple sword had forced him out. "Let's go." The blood god looked at purple sword on the old site of the blood god temple with a complicated expression. He sighed and left with blood sword. Seeing Xue Xin and Xue Jian leave, everyone knew that only the two of them were left in the blood god hall. It could be said that the blood god hall existed in name only. However, the blood god was the core of the blood god temple. As long as the blood god was not dead, the blood god temple could rise again. However, after this lesson, the divine blood hall would not be as arrogant and despotic as before. Master, junior brother, he really... Lian Meng suddenly pulled on Tai Ching's sleeve, her eyes slightly red and tears swirling in her eyes. But she resisted the urge to cry, an indescribable grievance on her face. Grand Pure One's gaze was complicated as he sighed. Lian Meng, your junior brother might not have gone. Perhaps we will have a chance to meet again? Lian Meng did not understand what Grand Pure One meant. She was very clear that Zhuowen's vitality had been completely cut off. In other words, he had completely fallen. How could she meet with Zhuowen in the future? However, Lian Meng knew that Grand Pure One's words had a deeper meaning, and she trusted Grand Pure One greatly. She knew that Grand Pure One's words were not baseless. Lian Meng suddenly said, Master, if what you said is true, I will cultivate properly from now on. Once I succeed, I want to go out for a walk. Looking at Lian Meng, Grand Pure One's lips were full of smiles as he said, Since you have such intentions, Master can rest assured. However, going out for training is not just a matter of words. Master will only be at ease if you go out for training after 2 or more lightning disasters. Lian Meng did not say anything and only nodded seriously. Ever since she and Zhuowen had experienced the pursuit of the Blood Divine Temple's assassins, Lian Meng finally understood how lacking she was in terms of actual combat. At the same time, she became even more determined to become stronger. At the same time, Grand Pure One took a step forward slowly. He flashed before the violet sword and pointed out with his right hand. After that, he ceaselessly drew and inscribed on the surface of the violet sword, writing the words, Tomb of my beloved disciple, Zhuowen. After doing all that, Grand Pure One and Jade Pure One brought Lian Meng away, leaving behind the crowd, silently looking at the enormous purple sword. Bai Shuang stood beside Jing Hai and softly said, Senior Sister Jing Hai, that Zhuowen's time is up. His vitality has been cut off just like that? Jing Hai did not reply. She only looked at the purple sword with a complicated gaze before turning around and leaving. The aura of death on Zhuowen's body was too obvious. As long as one was a heavenly god, one could tell that Zhuowen did not have much time left to live. Even though it was like this, when they saw Zhuowen perish just like this, it still caused many cultivators in the surroundings to sigh endlessly. After all, the strength that Zhuowen had displayed was simply too terrifying. He was so young, and he had even eliminated the Blood Divine Temple with an extremely bad reputation. It was very satisfying. Afterwards, Zhuowen's name gradually spread through the Grand Pure Immortal Realm. In an instant, Zhuowen had become a hero that everyone in the Grand Pure Immortal Realm knew about. The cold and lonely outer space had lost all life and was filled with emptiness. It was like a puddle of stagnant water. Deep within the outer space, at the bottom of an abandoned planet, a colossal beast lay silently. At this moment, the beast's eyes were closed as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Deep within the beast's body, in the flesh wall near its stomach, the blood immortal slowly opened his eyes. His body was filled with powerful blood-red energy. The blood-red energy was like a cycle, swallowing and exhaling from his body, causing his aura to constantly strengthen during the process. The blood immortal let out a sigh of relief. His eyes shot out a blazing blood-red light as he laughed. The blood power in Devour's body is too powerful. It has only been half a year, and I have already reached the early true immortal realm. Now, my cultivation base is much stronger than Zhuowen's. After this guy is reborn into the spirit ring, his cultivation base will definitely be the same as before. He will only be at the late stage of the heaven immortal realm. At that time, he will be an ant compared to me. I only need to wave my hand to get rid of him. However, I am not an ungrateful person. Although this Zhuowen tortured me for a long time, he also helped me break through a lot of realms. When he is reborn, I will let him recognize me as his master. I will let him live a good life and let him know that he did not follow the wrong master. The blood immortal couldn't help but imagine the scene of Zhuowen recognizing him as his master. He revealed a wicked smile, but soon he noticed a fluctuation coming from the spirit ring on his hand. He was very familiar with this fluctuation. It was the fluctuation caused by the blood substitution pill. Zhuowen has been reborn. Haha, this time I will let him know who is the real master. The blood immortal rubbed his hands and stared at the spirit ring, waiting for Zhuowen to appear from the spirit ring. He was very clear that when Zhuowen was reborn, the first thing he would do would be to come out of the spirit ring. From now on, I will wear this spirit ring. Zhuowen will stay in the spirit ring. Hee. The blood immortal continued to tease him. At this moment, the fluctuation coming from the spirit ring slowly dissipated, and a white light lit up inside the spirit ring. Then a figure slowly appeared from the white light. It was a young man around 27 or 28 years old. Although his face was not handsome, it was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the young man's eyes had a touch of strange purple, and at the same time, there was a hint of confusion. Zhuowen, I, the blood immortal, am here today. I will give you a chance. Now you, the blood immortal, cleared his throat, and the true immortal aura in his body suddenly burst out. He wanted to use his powerful aura to intimidate Zhuowen. However, the moment the blood immortal's eyes met the purple light in Zhuowen's eyes, his face froze, and his whole body became sluggish. He could sense a destructive power within the purple intent, especially when his gaze met Zhuowen's purple eyes. He noticed that he was like an insignificant ant in Zhuowen's purple eyes, and Zhuowen could destroy him with a wave of his hand. Ah! The blood immortal screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated to the edge of the meat wall, and he was scared out of his wits. He pointed at Zhuowen while trembling and couldn't say a word. Zhuowen calmly looked at the blood immortal in front of him, and the purple light in his eyes gradually receded. This wisp of violet light was the concept that had attached itself to his eyes when he'd captured a strand of 9th level Tao insight. Because he'd just been reborn, even though he'd left the 9th level Tao insight within the sky immortal realm, this wisp of violet light that remained within his eyes hadn't had the time to disperse. Now that Zhuowen came back to his senses, the purple light in his eyes also disappeared. Give you what? Zhuowen didn't care about the blood immortal's arrogant attitude, and his voice was a bit cold as he asked. The blood immortal's body trembled. He would never forget the moment when Zhuowen was reborn and the purple light that was emitted from his eyes. That purple light was too mysterious and too powerful. The moment the blood immortal saw the purple light, he subconsciously wanted to escape and didn't think of resisting. Thinking of the terror of the purple light, the blood immortal didn't dare to have any ideas about Zhuowen. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, you're finally back. You don't know how lonely I've been here for almost a year. Because of this, I've always hoped that Master could come back quickly. I know that with Master's wisdom, martial prowess, and unparalleled talent and strength, you'll definitely be able to bring me out of this sea of suffering. Now that Master is back, I'm so happy," Zhuowen immediately interrupted the blood immortal. From the change in the blood immortal's attitude, how could he not see that the blood immortal was frightened by the purple light that hadn't faded from his eyes? And he was also surprised to find that the blood immortal's cultivation had increased to the early stage of the true immortal realm after not seeing her for more than a year. The cultivation speed was so fast that it was beyond Zhuowen's expectation. However, after Zhuowen sensed the powerful blood power that spread from the meat wall around him, the surprise in his heart calmed down a lot. Chapter 1912. cultivating the godly Solwyn, looked around and found that he was surrounded by blood-red flesh walls. Below the flesh walls was a huge oval-shaped hole. The hole was filled with dark green acid. Without guessing, Zhuowen knew that below the flesh walls was the stomach of the infant devourer. Zhuowen frowned. He found that the blood power inside the infant devourer was very dense. The blood power had a strong corrosive power. He had just been reborn, so he was not used to it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot. Immediately, the underworld water droplets burst out from his body and gathered into a terrifying yellow river that surrounded Zhuowen. The slaughtering finger of the underworld had been upgraded to a superpower. Its power was much stronger than before. Although Zhuowen's reborn body was only at the later stage of the sky immortal realm, the slaughtering finger of the underworld was his natal skill. Naturally, he could use it. With the underworld river surrounding him, Zhuowen was able to resist the strong corrosive power of the blood power around him. "Give me the spiritual ring." Zhuowen turned around and looked at the blood immortal at the edge of the flesh walls. She was scared. The blood immortal was scared out of her wits. Now that she heard Zhuowen's order, her body trembled. She quickly passed the spiritual ring to Zhuowen and said with a flattering smile, "Master, I knew that Master would be reborn, so I have been taking good care of the spiritual ring. I have never left it." The blood immortal's words were automatically ignored by Zhuowen. After he took the spiritual ring, he immediately checked Mu Qinxiue in the spiritual ring. He found that Mu Qinxiue was still quietly lying in the ice coffin. Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. The price of this rebirth is quite high. After putting away the spiritual ring, Zhuowen found that he was only reborn as his original body. As for the demigod body and the mind avatar, they were all gone. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Zhuowen still remembered the 5 void, heaven-grade, divine abilities from the scripture pavilion in the grand pure immortal realm, and the heaven-devouring eye was still growing on his forehead. It wasn't just that. Zhuowen noticed that the energy of Tao insight still existed within his body, and it was even a 4th level Tao insight. Looks like this Tao insight has been tacitly acknowledged as a part of him. As for the 8th level Tao insight and the trace of 9th level Tao insight in the grand clarity immortal realm, it was naturally impossible for Zhuowen to possess it now. After all, the main reason his Tao insight had improved so quickly was because he'd absorbed the Tao insight crystal given by the Sky Tao insight. On the other hand, the Tao insight within the Tao insight crystal wasn't comprehended by Zhuowen, and it was given to Zhuowen by the Sky Tao insight crystal. It was an external object, and it was impossible for it to be brought back along with Zhuowen's rebirth. However, it was not like Zhuowen did not gain anything. Successively comprehending to the peak of the 8th level Tao insight and releasing a trace of 9th level Tao insight, because of this allowed Zhuowen's understanding of Tao insights to obtain a systematic conclusion instead. Zhuowen knew extremely clearly that if he continued to comprehend and obtain gains in the energy of Tao insights in the future, then it would surely be much smoother than before. At least he knew the general direction of Tao insights, and he would surely not go astray in the aspect of comprehension. This was equivalent to Zhuowen having a shortcut to take on the path of Tao insights. This was like the path after the 4th level Tao insight was originally blurry and unclear, and Zhuowen had to ceaselessly fumble about step by step. But Zhuowen had now seen the end of the path and knew the general direction. Even though the process was still a ball of fog, at least Zhuowen's following steps wouldn't deviate. He only needed to continuously advance in the correct direction, and he would eventually comprehend the 5th level, 6th level, and even 8th level Tao insights. As for the 9th level, Zhuowen wasn't too sure. The 9th level Tao insight was truly too profound. Back then, when the trace of Purple Lake was condensed from all the Tao insights, Zhuowen wasn't sure if it was the power of the 9th level Tao insight. But he was able to sense that there was an essential difference between that Tao insight and the peak of the 8th level Tao insight. Even if it wasn't, it should be extremely close to the 9th level Tao insight. Blood immortal, why isn't there any movement from the infant devourer? Zhuowen suddenly thought of something and asked the Blood Immortal, who wasn't far away. The Blood Immortal hurriedly said, "Master, actually I'm not sure either. Back then, this meat wall was extremely wriggling, but it suddenly stopped wriggling a year ago. Regarding this, I'm not very sure either." Zhuowen nodded. He guessed in his heart that the infant devourer should have fallen into a deep slumber or was resting somewhere. If the infant devourer was really in a deep slumber, it would be a good thing for Zhuowen. After all, when he wanted to possess the infant devourer, it would reduce a lot of obstacles. To possess the infant devourer, I must first condense my divine soul. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Back then, the divine soul wasn't cultivated by him, Zhuowen. It was the Songlong Taoist who forcibly merged his divine soul into Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. In fact, that divine soul was extremely flawed for Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen was reborn, he naturally returned to the state before he became a divine realm expert, which was the cultivation of the later stage of the divine realm. Thinking of this, an extremely powerful purple intent appeared on Zhuowen's body. Then, the yellow spring river that was originally surrounding him suddenly became turbulent. At this moment, Zhuowen used the fourth level Dao insight. The Blood Immortal also felt the purple intent that suddenly swept out from Zhuowen's body. She immediately retreated to the edge of the flesh wall in fear. She still remembered the purple intent that flashed out from Zhuowen's eyes when he was reborn. She didn't want to experience that feeling of destruction a second time. However, what surprised the Blood Immortal was that the purple intent that Zhuowen released this time was much weaker than before. However, it still had the aura of Dao insight. The reason why Zhuowen did this was naturally to guard against the Blood Immortal. He had seen all of the Blood Immortal's actions after his rebirth. He knew that she was born to be rebellious. Once he didn't guard against her, there would be trouble in the future. After doing this, Zhuowen took out a talisman that emitted a 7-colored light from the spiritual ring. This was the primordial talisman. When Zhuowen became a divine realm expert, he knew that the primordial talisman wouldn't be of much use to him. Therefore, he put it in the spiritual ring. The primordial talisman has already collected 8 types of saint talisman. I only need the divination saint talisman to become a divine talisman. Perhaps I can rely on the divine talisman and the star's meditation diagram to transform my sea of consciousness into a divine soul. Thinking of this, Zhuowen flicked his finger. Then a figure was taken out from the spiritual ring. It was a petite Lolita. However, this Lolita's eyes were closed. She should be blind. She was the holder of the divination saint talisman, Yin Tianwei. Back then, the situation was urgent. Although he caught Yin Tianwei, Zhuowen didn't search her. "Yin Tianwei, this time I will give you another chance. Hand over the divination saint talisman. After this, I, Zhuowen, promise you that I will change your physique." Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Yin Tianwei's body trembled. Then she sneered and said, "I don't believe that you can do what Yang Yi couldn't do. The cost of changing your physique is too great. I don't believe that you can do it." Zhuowen sneered and said, "Since you don't believe me, I just need to search your soul. Whether you lose your mind or not is none of my business." Hearing this, Yin Tianwei's face changed greatly. She had been in the spiritual ring for nearly a year and had already calmed down. Although the divination saint talisman was important, her life was more important. What was even more strange was that she couldn't divine anything about Zhuowen. In addition, Zhuowen appeared in front of her. She also guessed that Yang Yi and the divine realm expert had failed. "Wait, I will hand over the divination saint talisman. However, you must keep your promise." Yin Tianwei said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I, Zhuowen, will definitely do what I say." Hearing this, Yin Tianwei didn't waste any time. She tapped between her eyebrows. Then, Zhuowen discovered that there was an extremely obscure pattern between her eyebrows. Yin Tianwei tapped with her right hand and the pattern collapsed with a bang. Then, Zhuowen clearly felt the aura of the divination saint talisman coming from Yan Tianwei's Sea of Consciousness. It seems that the divination saint talisman has always existed in Yan Tianwei's Sea of Consciousness. However, she used some method to seal its aura. That's why I didn't detect the divination saint talisman in her Sea of Consciousness. Zhuowen pondered. After a while, Yan Tianwei tapped between her eyebrows with her right hand and took out a gray talisman. Here. Yan Tianwei handed the divination saint talisman to Zhuowen. After receiving the divination saint talisman, Zhuowen cupped his fists at Yan Tianwei and said, "Don't worry, Miss Yan. I will do what I say. However, this will have to wait until I absorb this divine talisman." Yan Tianwei heaved a sigh of relief. She was most afraid that Zhuowen would kill her after she took out the divine talisman. However, it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Since you want to absorb the divine talisman, I will not disturb your cultivation. I will enter the spirit ring first. Yan Tianwei was also very smart. She knew that Zhuowen wanted to cultivate, so she took the initiative to enter the spirit ring. After Yan Tianwei entered the spirit ring, Zhuowen integrated the divination saint talisman into the primordial talisman. Suddenly, the origin energy in the primordial talisman surged. Then the primordial talisman collapsed. The origin energy in it began to entangle and eventually formed a white ball. What a pure origin energy! If I absorb this origin energy, it will completely transform my sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, Zhuowen pointed at the white ball with his right hand. Then, strands of thin white silk began to flow from the white ball into the depths of Zhuowen's brow and into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, Zhuowen began to operate the star's meditation diagram. He began to use this abhijna with the origin energy to transform his sea of consciousness into a godly soul. Time passed slowly. Zhuowen had been cultivating here for 3 whole years. Outside the Yellow Spring River, the blood immortal sat cross-legged in the flesh wall. She occasionally looked at the Yellow Spring River and wondered why Zhuowen hadn't come out yet. At the same time, she was very wary of the purple aura that lingered in the Yellow Spring River. The blood immortal had a once-bitten, twice-shy mentality. Even though the purple aura was far less terrifying than the purple aura that came out of Zhuowen's eyes, she still didn't dare to get close to Zhuowen. Suddenly, the yellow spring water droplets collapsed and revealed the figure of Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes slowly opened. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light. Chapter 1913. Possession. In the past 3 years, the blood immortal had the support of the power of blood, so her cultivation speed was not slow. She had already reached the late stage of the true immortal realm. Because she was in the body of the infant devourer, the heavenly Tao could not find her when she leveled up, so there was no tribulation lightning. As the blood immortal's cultivation continued to improve, she naturally had some understanding of the soul formation stage. When Zhuowen's eyes shone with divine light, the blood immortal immediately sensed the tremendous changes in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. It could be said that Zhuowen's sea of consciousness could no longer be called sea of consciousness, but divine soul. So fast? Zhuowen's progress is too fast, isn't it? His sea of consciousness transformed into divine soul. The blood immortal was dumbfounded as she muttered to herself. After all, 3 years ago, Zhuowen's sea of consciousness was only at the late stage of the sky immortal realm. She could not understand how Zhuowen managed to transform his sea of consciousness into divine soul in just 3 years. If the blood immortal knew that Zhuowen had the divine talisman, which was used in conjunction with the void sky level meditation star diagram, she would not be so surprised. The divine talisman contained the power of origin, which had a great chance of transforming the sea of consciousness into divine soul. The meditation star diagram was a void sky level meditation star diagram that could temper the divine soul. With the combination of the two, it would be strange if Zhuowen still could not transform his sea of consciousness into divine soul in 3 years. Of course, Zhuowen only transformed his sea of consciousness into divine soul. As for his own cultivation, he had reached the peak of the sky immortal realm. Moreover, Zhuowen found that after cultivating the meditation star diagram, his divine soul was much stronger than the divine soul that the Tsang dragon, Taoist, merged into his body. Looking into Zhuowen's divine soul, one could find that Zhuowen's divine soul space was very similar to the starry sky. However, there were no stars in his spiritual space. Instead, there was only darkness. In this darkness, there was only one star that silently bloomed and flickered by itself. Zhuowen knew very well that as he continued to cultivate the myriad star meditation diagram, numerous flourishing stars would surely be born within his soul space, and in the end it would transform into a galaxy and form a starry sky. At this moment, Zhuowen finally understood how precious the celestial star meditation diagram was. Just condensing a single star in the spiritual space would make one's soul much more powerful than an early god. Zhuowen found it hard to imagine how powerful his spirit would be if his spiritual space became a boundless starry sky. As expected of Master, you've actually achieved the divine soul realm so quickly. It seems that Master is not far from becoming an enlightened master. I, Little Blood, congratulate Master on achieving great success in the divine skill. The Blood Immortal was good at observing people's expressions. He also noticed that Zhuowen's spirit was more powerful than the Tsonglong Taoists, so he could not help but flatter him. Zhuowen glanced at the Blood Immortal indifferently and said in a low voice, "Blood Immortal, how much do you know about the structure of the infant Devour's body?" The Blood Immortal was stunned. Although he did not know why Zhuowen asked this question, he answered honestly, "Master, I only walked around the infant Devour's stomach area. I never dared to go anywhere else." Zhuowen frowned slightly. Soon after, he said in a cold voice, "Follow me for a walk up there." Zhuowen pointed to the top of the meat wall. Above was the infant Devour's esophagus. Zhuowen planned to follow the esophagus and get close to its head. Then he would use his powerful spirit to slowly penetrate into the infant Devour's sea of consciousness and possess it. Of course, possession was an extremely dangerous method. Before doing so, Zhuowen naturally had to carefully observe the infant Devour's sea of consciousness. However, this place was the infant Devour's stomach, which was too far away from the infant Devour's sea of consciousness. Even though Zhuowen's spirit was powerful, it was obviously unrealistic to observe the infant Devour's sea of consciousness from here. The Blood Immortal's face turned bitter. He stuttered, "Master, the infant Devour's body is full of dangers. Aren't we walking into a trap?" Zhuowen coldly glanced at the Blood Immortal and said, "So, you're going to stay in the infant Devour's body until your lifespan ends. I can tell you now that the reason we're safe and sound is because the infant Devour has fallen into a deep slumber. Once the infant Devour wakes up, it means that there's a possibility that will be discovered by it. At that time, we'll truly be unable to escape." The Blood Immortal was startled and immediately understood Zhuowen's meaning. He also knew that it was not appropriate to stay in the infant Devour's body, but he could not make up his mind. "Master, I'll listen to you." The Blood Immortal gritted his teeth. He would definitely follow Zhuowen. He had followed Zhuowen for a long time, so he knew that Zhuowen would not do things that he was not sure of. Zhuowen nodded, then looked at the esophagus above the meat wall and said, "The blood power above is extremely dense. It's too much for me. You take me to the infant Devour's mouth." The reason why Zhuowen wanted the Blood Immortal to go with him was not because he was kind. It was because the blood power in the esophagus was too strong. Although Zhuowen's spirit was powerful, his cultivation base was not high enough. The blood power had little effect on the Blood Immortal. Thus, Zhuowen could only rely on the Blood Immortal. The Blood Immortal did not hesitate. She bent down and said, "Master, come up. If the infant Devour is really sleeping, I can take you into its mouth. It's not a problem." Zhuowen rode on top of the Blood Immortal. Then the Blood Immortal took a step back and a bloody light burst out from her body, wrapping around Zhuowen. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, Zhuowen shot upwards, in the esophagus, as the blood immortal kept ascending. Zhuowen found that the blood power around him was getting more and more terrifying. It was almost beyond the range that Zhuowen could bear. Zhuowen knew clearly that if he did not rely on the blood immortal, he would not be able to go far in the esophagus. But the blood immortal did not reject the blood power around her. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. Apparently, the blood power was helpful to her. About half a day later, the blood immortal took Zhuowen to the infant devourer's mouth. Getting off the blood immortal, Zhuowen slightly frowned. He could only feel a foul stench coming from the mouth. However, Zhuowen immediately cut off the feeling in his nose. Then he went to a tooth and sat down cross-legged. Once again, he activated the slaughter finger of Acheron and the fourth level Tao will, forming a defense around his body. At the same time, Zhuowen's god soul slowly came out. It went into the infant devourer's mouth and into the depths of its brain. The blood immortal was bored. Finally, she sat on the other side and started to absorb the blood power here to continue her cultivation. Zhuowen sat like that for 2 months. During these 2 months, he had been observing the infant devourer's sea of consciousness. He found that although the infant devourer's sea of consciousness had not transformed into a god soul, its sea of consciousness was much larger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Zhuowen suspected that the infant devourer's sea of consciousness was not weaker than the god soul of an early heavenly god. It's still not the right time to seize its body. I'm afraid that I need to learn the illusory technique of the shapeless all-life. It will be much more helpful for me to seize its body. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he did not act rashly. After retrieving his god soul, Zhuowen started to look for the cultivation method of the shapeless all-life in his memory. The shapeless all-life did not have a specific division. If it had to be divided, it could be divided into 4 levels, which were the beginner level, the experience level, the expert level, and the profound level. Now, Zhuowen only needed to cultivate to the beginner level and perform the illusory technique of the shapeless all-life. Together with his powerful god soul, Zhuowen was 80% sure that he could seize the infant devourer's body completely. Zhuowen was clear that once he succeeded in seizing the infant devourer's body, he would be able to possess the body of the strongest race in the starry sky. Not to mention the innate abilities of Devourer's body, Zhuowen knew that all his efforts would be worth it. It should be noted that when Devourer was controlled by its master, it had attacked the infant Devourer. Although the infant Devourer was blown away, its powerful body did not cause any damage to it. Moreover, Zhuowen's heaven-devouring eye had the complete energy of its master, which was absorbed by Devourer from the adult Devourer. It was stored in the heaven-devouring eye. Once he succeeded in seizing the infant Devourer's body and absorbing the adult Devourer's energy in the heaven-devouring eye, he knew that it wouldn't be a problem for the infant Devourer to advance to the heavenly god realm. After calming himself down, Zhuowen regained his composure. He began to cultivate the formless of all life. He planned to cultivate it to the entry level first. After another 3 months, Zhuowen finally cultivated the all-life formless to the entry level. He could use a rather powerful illusion technique, and with his current powerful divine soul, it was not a big problem for him to use an illusion technique in the middle stage or even the late stage of the psychedelic god. After everything was ready, Zhuowen's god soul left his body, slowly entering the infant Devourer's sea of consciousness. The infant Devourer's sea of consciousness was a golden sea with rolling waves. On the surface of the sea of consciousness, a giant beast with 12 horns on its head was coiled up. Its eyes were closed, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Zhuowen looked at the giant beast in silence. He knew that it was the infant Devourer soul. As long as he destroyed the infant Devourer soul, he would be able to occupy the infant Devourer's sea of consciousness. Refining it was just a matter of time. Zhuowen slowly approached. When he was dozens of meters away from the infant Devourer, the infant devourer suddenly opened its eyes. The infant devourer's eyes were filled with ferocious flames, as if it could swallow Zhuowen at any moment. However, Zhuowen didn't panic. At the moment Devourer opened his eyes, spirals shot out from his eyes like a kaleidoscope with no end and no end. The infant Devourer's body stiffened. It seemed to see the adult Devourer, as well as the enormous energy in its body, waiting for it to absorb. The infant Devourer couldn't help but cry out excitedly. Then it pounced on the adult Devourer. However, when the infant Devourer reached the adult Devourer, a palm suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. Then the palm turned into a finger sword with a strange purple aura hovering around its tip. Chapter 1914. Refining, the infant Devourer sensed the threat of death. Its eyes became clear, but at the same time they were filled with fear. Roar! All of a sudden, Devourer roared, soaring to the sky. Powerful sound waves spread out like ripples. Zhuowen, who had his right finger on Devourer's forehead, bore the brunt of the sound waves. Under the influence of the sound waves, Zhuowen's god soul trembled violently. This beast isn't simple. It can still make such a terrifying roar even when it's about to die. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The purple light on his right finger thickened. At the same time, he released the star in his god soul. Boom! The massive star smashed heavily on Devourer's body, pounding it to the ground. Devourer had been bewitched by Zhuowen's illusory technique. Moreover, Zhuowen had hit its forehead with his finger, causing it to be severely injured. Now, with such a massive star pressing down on its body, Devourer's soul became extremely dim, as if it would vanish at any moment. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes brightened. He continued to use the illusory technique of the shapeless world to influence Devourer's soul. At the same time, he used his powerful god soul to control the star to bombard Devourer's soul. However, Devourer wasn't an ordinary being. Although Zhuowen had attacked it and severely injured its soul, it was still standing strong. Roar! Devourer roared angrily. Its dim soul suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the golden sea of consciousness boiled up, raising a terrifying tsunami that instantly swept Devourer and Zhuowen to the bottom of the golden sea. Within the golden seawater, Zhuowen's body swayed. The violent water pressure squeezed his soul, causing him to feel extreme pain. It was as if his soul was about to explode. Zhuowen cursed inwardly. Devourer's counterattack before its death was so terrifying. At the beginning, Shi Yan had used many tricks to kill Devourer in one strike. However, he hadn't expected that not only would he fail to destroy Devourer's soul, but he would also be caught red-handed. Crash! The water pressure of the golden seawater was very terrifying. It squeezed Zhuowen's divine soul, causing Zhuowen's divine soul to feel a piercing pain. Damn it! Zhuowen knew that this was a moment of life and death. If he didn't kill the young Devourer's soul and let it drag him into the depths of the golden sea, he would die without a doubt. Explode! As a last resort, Zhuowen had no choice but to detonate the stars that he had painstakingly cultivated from the stars meditation diagram. After the stars that were pressing down on Soul Devourer's infant body exploded, the tremendous energy shrouded Soul Devourer. The young Devourer didn't even have time to react before his soul exploded into pieces. On the other hand, Zhuowen's spirit became extremely dim, like an illusory shadow that could disappear at any moment. That star was Zhuowen's foundation. Now that Zhuowen had detonated it, Zhuowen's divine soul was severely damaged. However, Zhuowen knew that if he could successfully destroy Devourer's soul, everything he had done would be worth it. At this moment, Zhuowen's spirit had already broken free from the young Devourer's shackles. Zhuowen retreated dozens of meters, looking at the young Devourer's soul that was shrouded by the exploding stars. His eyes were as calm as water. The infant Devourer's soul was becoming more and more illusory. Then, it shattered into numerous fragments. However, when Devourer's soul shattered into countless fragments and was about to be annihilated, a golden chain suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The golden chain was extremely fast. In an instant, it wrapped around Zhuowen's spirit and tightened. After releasing the golden chain, the young devourer's soul completely dissipated. All that was left was an extremely unwilling roar that continuously reverberated within the golden seawater. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, he was bound by the golden chain and couldn't move at all. He kept sinking into the depths of the golden sea. The golden sea was Devour's spirit sea. Zhuowen didn't know how deep the golden sea was, but he bitterly discovered that the pressure around the golden sea was becoming more and more terrifying. He was very clear that when he sank to a certain depth, the powerful pressure was enough to make his soul vanish into thin air. I was too careless. I didn't expect that Devour would use such a trick at the last moment. It wants to perish together with me. Zhuowen furrowed his brows and said unwillingly, I can't just sit and wait for death. Since the golden sea's pressure is stronger the deeper I go, as long as my spirit becomes stronger, it won't be a big problem. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination. He then released his fourth-level Tao intent and the space-time force from the Heaven Devourer Eye. With the support of the fourth-level Tao intent, the space-time force's power increased greatly, and it slowed down Zhuowen's sinking speed. Although Zhuowen wanted to break free from the golden chain, it was formed from the essence of Devour's spirit sea. With the current strength of Zhuowen's spirit sea, it was still difficult for him to break free. Let's cultivate my spirit sea first. After struggling a few times and discovering that he couldn't break free from the golden chain, Zhuowen sighed softly and began to cultivate the celestial star meditation diagram in silence. The moment he circulated the celestial star meditation diagram, Zhuowen discovered that the celestial star meditation diagram circulated at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen quickly figured out the reason. The surrounding golden sea was Devour's spirit sea. The water pressure inside wasn't acting on Zhuowen's body, but on his spirit sea. As the water pressure continued to press on his spirit, Zhuowen's spirit sea circulated at an extremely fast speed to resist the water pressure. This was also the reason why he felt it was much faster than usual when he cultivated the celestial star meditation diagram. It could be said that the pressure of the spirit sea had stimulated the potential of Zhuowen's spirit sea. Thinking of this benefit, Zhuowen was delighted and hurriedly focused on tempering his spirit sea. He knew very well that as long as his spirit sea recovered, he should be able to break free from the golden chain. Time flew by. Zhuowen had already been in the golden sea for 10 years. During these 10 years, Zhuowen had almost sunk to the bottom of the golden sea, and his spirit sea had actually recovered 9 years ago. However, when Zhuowen's spirit sea recovered, he bitterly smiled as he discovered that he was still unable to break free from the golden chain on his body. As a result, Zhuowen could only continue to sink. Fortunately, the power of space and time slowed him down, giving Zhuowen ample time to constantly strengthen his spirit sea and resist the impact of the water pressure in the deep sea. Over the past 10 years, Zhuowen had been constantly guarding against the impact of the deep sea's water pressure. Under such pressure, his spirit sea progressed very quickly. Not only did it recover to its original state, but it even rose to mid-heavenly God. At this moment, in the pitch-black space of Zhuowen's spirit sea, there was no longer just one shining star, but more than a dozen scattered stars. These stars constantly flickered, somewhat resembling a starry sky. However, there was still a huge gap between them and a true starry sky. Even so, Zhuowen could feel that although his spirit sea had advanced to mid-heavenly God, the power of his spirit sea was probably much stronger than other mid-heavenly gods of the same level. Break. Looking at the golden chain on his body, Zhuowen's gaze gradually turned cold. The dozen stars in his spirit sea suddenly revolved, and a terrifying spirit sea immediately surged out. At this moment, the impregnable golden chain began to loosen, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Bang! With a soft sound, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the golden chain, and it finally broke into pieces. It's finally broken! Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief, and then slowly stood up. However, what Zhuowen did not notice was that the broken golden chain suddenly turned into a ray of golden light and surged into his spirit sea. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to control his spirit sea to resist the golden light, he discovered that the golden light had actually condensed into a golden star after entering his spirit sea. This golden star's aura was much stronger than the other stars around it. Zhuowen's spirit sea also underwent a sudden transformation due to the addition of this golden star. It actually rose from mid-heavenly god to late heavenly god. Not only that, Zhuowen also discovered that with the addition of this golden star, his spirit sea seemed to have an inexplicable sense of intimacy with the surrounding golden sea. This golden chain is the essence of the infant devourer soul. Originally, the infant devourer had planned to use this golden chain to kill me. Little did he expect that I would be the one to break it and obtain the golden chain to fuse with my spirit. I have the essence of the infant devourer's soul, so it won't be too difficult for me to refine his spirit sea. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and with a stomp of his right foot he rushed out of the bottom of the sea and swept into the sky above the golden sea. This spirit sea will be under my control from now on. Zhuowen looked around the vast golden sea and then sat cross-legged in midair. The dozen stars in his spirit sea flew out one by one and floated above the golden sea. Crash! The appearance of the stars was immediately rejected by the golden sea, but the moment the golden stars appeared, the surging golden sea immediately ceased. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that the golden sea below had turned into a golden stream and flowed into the golden stars. In a short while, the golden sea was completely absorbed, leaving behind a huge bare pit. Zhuowen looked around the entire spirit sea and was slightly shocked. The size of the infant devourer's spirit sea was still beyond Zhuowen's imagination. This spirit sea was at least hundreds or thousands of times larger than a cultivator's, and it was almost boundless. Zhuowen patted his head and whispered with a wry smile, "I don't know how long it will take to transform such a large spirit sea into a spirit sea, but I'll still give it a try." Thinking of this, Zhuowen swept over to the golden stars and began to transform the entire spirit sea with the surrounding stars' power. Of course, in the process of transformation, Zhuowen's spirit sea was constantly integrated into the spirit sea, hoping to completely merge his spirit sea with the spirit sea. Zhuowen had been sitting in the infant devourer's spirit sea for a total of 50 years. Including the previous 10 years, Zhuowen had been here for 60 years. At this moment, the blood immortal in the infant devourer's mouth could no longer sit still. It's been 60 years, and my cultivation has reached the demigod realm. Why hasn't Zhuowen done anything? The blood immortal stood up and walked straight to the slot where Zhuowen was. Chapter 19:15. Done. At this moment, Zhuowen's tooth was still covered by the yellow spring river and the fourth level Dao meaning. The blood immortal could only vaguely see Zhuowen's figure sitting cross-legged inside. Looking at the purple intent from the fourth level Dao meaning, the blood immortal was still a bit scared. After hesitating for a while, the blood immortal snorted and said, "I'm already a demigod, but Zhuowen's aura is still at the peak of the sky immortal realm. It seems that the purple intent in his eyes was just a trick." As she spoke, the blood immortal's right hand formed into a claw and suddenly tore. Then, a crackling sound came from her claw. The river of the underworld that had been strengthened by the fourth layer of Dao intent suddenly shook. Countless yellow water splashed out, but it didn't break. The blood immortal was surprised, but soon he didn't care. Originally, he was scared of the purple intent in the yellow spring river. The previous attack was just a test. After probing, he discovered that the power of the purple was not as strong as he had imagined. His eyes immediately revealed a sharp glint. As expected, the purple will from before was just a trick. Watch me break through your defense. The blood immortal snorted and reached out his right claw again. A terrifying bloody light condensed in the center of his claw. The bloody light was spinning like a spiral. It was extremely fast and had the power to destroy everything, and it blasted on the Yellow Spring River. With a muffled boom, the Yellow Spring River shook, and then it was crushed by the bloody spiral, revealing Zhuowen, who was sitting in the tooth. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were closed, and his aura was faintly discernible. He was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The blood immortal looked at this scene in surprise. He thought that after he broke the Yellow Spring River, Zhuowen would definitely attack in anger, and he was ready to defend at any time. However, after the Yellow Spring River was destroyed, Zhuowen didn't move at all, and his aura was faintly discernible as if he was about to die. What's wrong with Zhuowen? The blood immortal was even more surprised. Just as she was about to reach out with her right hand to touch Zhuowen, a gust of fishy wind suddenly came from the inside of the devouring body. Then, the blood immortal was involuntarily swept away by this fishy wind. What's going on? This fishy wind was too strong, and the blood immortal was swept away without any power to resist. Soon after, he discovered that Devour's mouth was wide open, and he was swept away by the fishy wind from Devour's mouth. Plop! The blood immortal sat on the ground. Then he looked up and was frightened to find that the sleeping infant Devour had opened its eyes and was staring at him coldly. Looking at the young Devour's deep eyes, the blood immortal trembled. Although the blood immortal had reached the demigod level, there was still a huge gap between her and the young Devour. "Oh, Lord Devour, you're awake. I'm the blood immortal, the little one you accidentally swallowed. I know that you swallowed me for my own good. Since I stayed in your body for a while, my cultivation has improved rapidly." Having said that, the blood immortal immediately got down on both knees with a servile expression. Her face was full of flattery as she kept on praising Devour's brilliance and brilliance. She said all the praises she could think of in one breath. The young Devour's eyes were still cold, or it was not the young Devour's eyes, but Zhuowen's. In 50 years, Zhuowen had completely refined the young Devour's sea of consciousness, and he was only half a step away from transforming it into a god soul. If it were not for the blood immortal's little trick, Zhuowen would not have cared, and would have continued to transform the young Devour's sea of consciousness. Zhuowen knew clearly that once the young Devour's sea of consciousness transformed into a god soul, he would be able to absorb the young Devour's power in the eye of Heaven Devour and smoothly advance to the heavenly god level. "You can shut up now. If you dare to touch Zhuowen again, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." A thunderous voice came out from Devour's mouth, bringing with it a horrible smell of blood. The blood immortal shivered and hurriedly crouched on the ground, not daring to look at the young Devour. She was surprised that the young Devour would protect Zhuowen. "Get in," the young Devour continued. "Ah, I'll get in immediately. Don't be angry, my lord." The blood immortal carefully nodded and bowed to the young Devour, and then entered his mouth. After entering his mouth, the blood immortal did not dare to touch Zhuowen again, and immediately returned to her previous position. Zhuowen's god soul silently glanced at the blood immortal, who had calmed down and then ignored her. He began to use all of his strength to transform the young Devour's sea of consciousness into a god soul. One could say that the infant Devour's sea of consciousness was terrifyingly huge. It was many times more difficult to transform his sea of consciousness into a divine soul compared to a cultivator. However, Zhuowen also knew that once the young Devour's sea of consciousness transformed into a god soul, its god soul would be so vast that it would not be at the level of a peak heavenly god's god soul. It should be noted that the young Devour's god soul had just formed. According to the classification of cultivators, its god soul was only at the early heavenly god realm. Although it was only at the early heavenly god realm, its god soul was already comparable to a peak heavenly god realm cultivator. If the young devour's god soul reached the middle heavenly god realm, its god soul would be so powerful that it could crush any heavenly god in the heavenly god realm. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with excitement. Now that he had successfully seized the body of the infant devourer, the infant devourer's body would be Zhuo Wen's main body. With the body of such a powerful race, Zhuo Wen believed that he could crush anyone in the same realm in the 8 heavens. The young devourer had not yet matured, but it was already so terrifying. If it was allowed to develop and grow, Zhuo Wen could not imagine how terrifying it would be when it matured. Moreover, after possessing the young devourer, Zhuo Wen also received a part of the young devourer's memories. He knew that the young devourer had an extremely powerful innate divine ability. It was said that the innate divine ability was very powerful. However, in order to awaken the innate divine ability, one had to at least advance to the heavenly god realm. Back then, the young devourer was actually very unlucky. It did not inherit the energy of the adult devourer, nor did it awaken the innate divine ability. It could only rely on its powerful body and had very few means of attack. This also caused the young devourer's strength to not be particularly strong on the surface. In Devourer's inherited memories, Zhuo Wen discovered that the so-called innate divine ability seemed to be extremely powerful. Therefore, he was extremely anxious to transform the young devourer's sea of consciousness into a god soul so that it could advance to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible and obtain the innate divine ability. At least for now, the first step was to transform the god soul. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen hastened to refine the young devourer's sea of consciousness. Spring came and flowers bloomed. Another 5 years passed. On this day, the young devourer's sea of consciousness had completely changed. At this moment, the young devourer's sea of consciousness no longer looked like a golden sea. Instead, it had turned into an illusory starry sky. At this moment, there were many stars scattered in the starry sky. These stars revolved around a dazzling golden star. Moreover, the number of stars in the starry sky was much more than at the beginning. Now, there were nearly 100 stars. There was no doubt that Zhuo Wen's god soul had transformed again after absorbing the young devourer's sea of consciousness. Whether in terms of strength or breadth, it was much stronger than before. According to Zhuo Wen's current estimation, his god soul was now comparable to the god soul of a peak heavenly god realm cultivator. Although my god soul is much stronger than other heavenly gods of the same realm, I know that with the capacity of my god soul, it will be difficult to advance. The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled into a wry smile. Looking at the expanded god soul space around him, he knew very well that if he didn't have any divine items to enhance his god soul, the time he would need to cultivate his god soul could be described as an ocean. I've finally solved the problem of my god soul. Now the only thing left is star power. Thinking of star power, Zhuo Wen felt a headache coming on. The energy Devourer needed was too enormous. The star power of an ordinary, life-bearing planet was insignificant to Devourer. Moreover, in Devourer's inherited memories, it mentioned that when Devourer became a heavenly god, he wouldn't choose a life-bearing planet. Instead, he would choose a star that contained terrifying energy. Moreover, there wasn't only one star. He would need 9 stars arranged in a line. Only then would the star power of 9 stars be enough for Devourer to reach the heavenly god realm. Sai, I need a star. It seems that I have to enter the heaven domain to find a star. But before that, I have to change the appearance and aura of this infant Devourer. Zhuo Wen muttered. His god soul had completely merged with the infant Devourer's body. It could be said that the current Zhuo Wen was Devourer and the infant Devourer was Zhuo Wen. Moreover, Zhuo Wen had the void heaven grade, concealment divine ability, shapeless, all life. This divine ability could change his appearance and aura at will. In the past 60 years, Zhuo Wen had cultivated shapeless all life to the 4th stage, the great success stage. It could be said that as long as he used shapeless all life, Even an ordinary void heaven-grade expert wouldn't be able to see through Zhuowen's true nature. Thinking of this, Zhuowen began to circulate, shapeless all life. Then the infant devourer's enormous body began to shrink until it was only the size of a human. At this moment, Zhuowen's entire body was wrapped in white light. Aya, the blood immortal who was still in the infant devourer's mouth, had been kicked out when the infant devourer shrank. At this moment, the blood immortal sat down on the ground again, with anger on her face. However, when the blood immortal realized that the infant devourer had disappeared, her body trembled and her eyes were filled with confusion. But soon, her eyes landed on the figure wrapped in white light. She sensed a remnant aura of the infant devour from the white light. However, this aura soon disappeared as if it didn't exist. When Zhuowen's appearance finally appeared in front of the blood immortal was even more confused. She could clearly feel that the current Zhuowen was different from before. Or perhaps at this moment, Zhuowen actually gave him an extremely terrifying feeling of oppression. Chapter 1916. Guqin, Mountain the Zhuowen, that appeared in front of the blood immortal was actually Zhuowen using the power of shapeless life to forcibly change the appearance of the infant devourer into Zhuowen's face. Although the infant devourer's body was huge, Zhuowen's god soul had already controlled the body, so he could change its size at will. Moreover, shapeless life could change the appearance, so it wasn't difficult to change the infant devourer into Zhuowen's face. Moreover, Zhuowen knew that shapeless life wasn't absolute, and Devour was too famous in the 8 heavens. Therefore, if he had the chance in the future, he had to find a secret method or divine item that could fool void sky experts. As for Zhuowen's original body, Zhuowen had placed it in Devour's internal space. Now that Zhuowen's god soul had merged with the infant Devour's body, it was difficult to separate. However, he could use a part of his god soul to control the body, but it wasn't much different from controlling a puppet. Therefore, Zhuowen would rather not do that. The difference between the original body and the infant Devour's body was too big. For Zhuowen, it was useless. Therefore, Zhuowen only planned to seal it in his body. He didn't expect to use it in the future. Master, what about the infant Devourer? The blood immortal looked around and asked. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to the blood immortal, but his eyes fell on the direction of the Huaxia heavenly region. When he went to the Tai Ching Wonderland with Tai Ching, he told the Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and other Ryuka higher-ups that Zhuowen would come back. He also promised Moyan Wushan and Xiao He that he would come back. Therefore, before going to the great Brahma heavenly region, Zhuowen planned to go to the Long River Galaxy in the Huaxia heavenly region and take the new heavenly armor star away. Seeing that Zhuowen didn't pay attention to her, the blood immortal couldn't help but be angry. She said coldly, Zhuowen, I'm giving you face by calling you master. Now that I've become a demigod, I'm not far from becoming a god. Don't think you can act arrogant in front of me. Say that again. Zhuowen collected his thoughts and coldly stared at the blood immortal. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. The blood immortal's face froze. Her eyes were filled with fear. She could feel the horrifying power from Zhuowen. She had felt this power from the infant Devourer. However, the blood immortal quickly came back to her senses. She sneered and said, trying to scare me? It's not that easy. As she spoke, the blood immortal took a step forward with her right foot and turned into a horrifying blood shadow that rushed towards Zhuowen. The moment she got close to Zhuowen, the blood immortal split into countless blood shadows. It was a dazzling sight. Zhuowen sneered. He already knew that the blood immortal was dishonest. However, Zhuowen didn't put the blood immortal in his eyes. Zhuowen pointed with his right sword finger and used the sword-piercing thorns. Countless sword shadows condensed into ferocious thorns and instantly broke the countless blood shadows formed by the blood immortal. Bang! Under the effect of the sword-piercing thorns, the blood immortal was heavily smashed into the ground and fell flat on her face. The blood immortal was still in the position of falling flat on her face. Her mouth was wide open as she looked at the scene in shock. She never thought that Zhuowen's strength would suddenly become so horrifying. He defeated her in one move. But soon the blood immortal reacted. He quickly gave a thumbs up and flattered. As expected of my master, I knew that my master was unparalleled. You defeated me in one move. You really are my role model. You are the person I admire my whole life, the blood immortal kept on blabbering. She said almost all the praises she could think of in one breath. She praised Zhuowen to the skies. Zhuowen didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, he took out the spiritual ring from his mouth and calmly put it on his right hand. He then looked at the blood immortal indifferently and said, "Go back to the spiritual ring." Aye, master is right. Little blood disciple will scram back into the spirit ring. After the blood immortal went back to the spiritual ring, Zhuowen placed a restriction on the spiritual ring to prevent the blood immortal from seeing the secret of him possessing the baby. This blood immortal is a disaster. It is not appropriate for her to follow me. After returning to the heavenly region of Huaxia, I will immediately give her back her freedom and ask her to leave. The blood immortal's personality was capricious. She was born to be rebellious. Zhuowen didn't want her to follow him. Otherwise, she might become a hidden danger in the future. Let's go back to the Long River system first. This time, I still have to help Yan Tianwei improve his body constitution. It would be best if I could find 9 stars in the Long River system to obtain enough star power to become a sky god. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Since he had promised Yan Tianwei before, Zhuowen naturally had to do it. Luckily, the indestructible heaven and earth that he cultivated had the miraculous effect of cleansing the marrow and meridians. However, if he wanted to cleanse the marrow and meridians of others, he had to cultivate the second level of the indestructible heaven and earth. The indestructible heaven and earth was a top-tier defensive body refining superpower. It was divided into 5 levels. They were postnatal, connate, qianjun, wanxiang, and indestructible heaven and earth. As long as Zhuowen cultivated to the second level of connate, he would have the ability to cleanse the marrow and meridians of others. Of course, this cleansing target's cultivation must be below the sky god realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to succeed. Yan Tianwei was not a sky god realm cultivator. If Zhuowen cultivated to the connate realm, he would naturally be able to cleanse her marrow and meridians. However, cultivating the indestructible heaven and earth required the qi of heaven and earth. This was what he saw when he was reading the indestructible heaven and earth book. Zhuowen had also heard about the qi of heaven and earth when he was in the Tai-Ching immortal realm. It was said that this was something that all sky god realm cultivators needed. This was because the qi of heaven and earth could reduce the pain during the cultivation process. However, the indestructible heaven and earth was different. Other cultivators needed the qi of heaven and earth to reduce the pain. However, the indestructible heaven and earth required a large amount of the qi of heaven and earth to quickly cultivate. The qi of heaven and earth was not particularly rare in the Huaxia heaven domain. Almost every galaxy had the qi of heaven and earth. However, the price was not low. Zhuowen had also read about the qi of heaven and earth in the scripture pavilion. In addition, this thing was related to the indestructible heaven and earth. Therefore, Zhuowen secretly remembered it in his heart. Therefore, when he returned to the Long River Galaxy this time, Zhuowen planned to look for the qi of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and immediately rushed out from the depths of the abandoned star. He broke out of the ground and instantly rushed into the starry sky. Zhuowen's current body was the body of the infant devourer. Even if he did not use an astrolabe, he could still fly in the starry sky. Of course, this kind of flight consumed a lot of Zhuowen's energy. Therefore, when he returned to the Long River Galaxy this time, he planned to get an astrolabe. As Zhuowen had been to the Huaxia heaven domain before, Zhuowen was familiar with traveling through the starry sky. He followed his memory and flew in the direction of the Huaxia heaven domain. The Long River Galaxy was located at the edge of the Huaxia heaven domain. Even among the first-grade galaxies, it was considered to be at the bottom. However, ever since the Great Purity and Jade Purity had stayed in the Long River Galaxy, the Long River Galaxy became popular. Many true gods in the surrounding galaxies fought to send gifts to visit the ruler of the Long River Galaxy, Chi-Chi, in order to get close to him. The Great Purity and Jade Purity's position in the Huaxia heaven domain was known to everyone. Even some powerful third-grade galaxies had not received the two existences, the Great Purity and Jade Purity. However, a small first-grade galaxy like the Long River Galaxy had received characters like the Great Purity and Jade Purity. This attracted the attention of other galaxies. Many true gods secretly guessed that Chi-Chi might have some relationship with the three pure ones. However, this guess was not reliable. However, the fact that the Great Purity and Jade Purity had stayed in the Long River Galaxy was undeniable. On the main planet of the Long River Galaxy, in a luxurious palace, Chi-Chi sat cross-legged in the hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with many gifts. These gifts were sent by the true gods in the nearby galaxies. There were some true gods that he could only look up to, such as the true gods of 2 calamities and 3 calamities. Thinking about those true gods who were more powerful than him, enthusiastically sending gifts and trying to get close to him, Chi-Chi felt very good. Although the arrival of Honorable Taiching and Honorable Yuqing was due to Zhuowen, it's best that I don't tell anyone about it. Otherwise, the nearby real gods won't be as polite to me as they are now. Chi-Chi squinted his eyes. After tasting the benefits of this vanity, Chi-Chi naturally did not want to tell the specific reason why the Great Purity and Jade Purity had stayed in the Long River Galaxy. He just wanted to let the true gods guess. Although this is a little unfair to Zhuowen, I think he won't mind such an explanation. As long as I settle the people that Zhuowen brought here safely and without any mistakes, it'll be fine. In the beginning, Chi-Chi took good care of the people in the Heavenly Armor Star, and he often went to check on the situation of the Heavenly Armor Star. However, after hearing the news that Zhuowen of the Great Purity Celestial Land had passed away, he was no longer so proactive. Even then, 60 years had passed, and he had not visited the Heavenly Armor Star even once. He had completely let the Heavenly Armor Star develop. The people in the Heavenly Armor Star had been entrusted to him by Zhuowen. If Zhuowen had not died, Chi-Chi might have still fulfilled his duty and visited the Heavenly Armor Star frequently. However, since Zhuowen was already dead, it meant that no one from the Taiching celestial realm would visit the people from the Heavenly Armor Star in the future. As a real god, Chi-Chi naturally wouldn't care about a bunch of weaklings who hadn't even become heaven gods, let alone take care of them. There was a planet at the edge of the Long River Galaxy far away. This planet was the new Heavenly Armor Star that Zhuowen had chosen back then. In the center of the new Heavenly Armor continent, there was a towering mountain. The shape of the mountain was like a guqin, and it was also an extremely famous site in the Heavenly Armor continent. The mountain was called Guqin Mountain. It was a mountain that had suddenly risen from the center of the continent to the sky 20 years ago. The reason for the Guqin Mountain's existence was mainly because of a woman. This woman was called Moyin Wushang. 20 years ago, Moyin Wushang, who was originally a demigod, had an epiphany and her sea of consciousness transformed into a godly soul. She also refined the Heavenly Armor Star and became the owner of the Heavenly Armor Star. The moment Moyin Wushang transformed into a god, she used her supreme divine power to create the Guqin Mountain deep underground in the center of the continent as her place of seclusion. Chapter 1917. Panda Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 streams of light came from the starry sky and finally arrived above the Heavenly Armor continent. The streams of light converged, revealing 3 people. The leader was a handsome man in a sky-blue robe. There was a smile on his lips like a spring breeze. Of the two people behind the handsome man, one was a tall middle-aged man with an extremely high-nose bridge, and the other was an old man with white hair and beard. The middle-aged man cupped his hands respectfully to the handsome man and said in a deep voice, "Master, the woman was on this planet last time." The handsome man nodded. His eyes fell on the ancient Zither mountain, standing in the middle of the continent. He chuckled and said, "It seems that the lady really likes the ancient Zither. Not only is she beautiful, but she also plays the ancient Zither so well." As soon as the handsome man finished speaking, the sound of a zither came from the ancient Zither mountain. The sound of the zither was crisp and clear. However, there was a trace of indescribable sadness in the sound of the zither. The handsome man stood quietly in the same place. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he listened to the sorrowful zither sound with rapt attention. After the music, the handsome man opened his eyes. He kicked his right foot and rushed to the top of the ancient Zither mountain. He cupped his hands gracefully and said, "The lady is really extraordinary. The sound of the zither is like a spiritual being. I am Panda. I wonder if the lady can let me in for a chat?" As soon as the handsome man spoke, the smoke lingering around the ancient Zither mountain suddenly rolled wantonly. Then a giant beast rushed out of the smoke, opened its mouth, and swallowed the handsome man. "Beast! How dare you!" The middle-aged man behind the handsome man shouted angrily. He stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying star god power formed a huge palm and slapped Luo Yenjing fiercely. Bang! Luo Yenjing was slapped away and smashed to the ground. However, he was not seriously injured. Obviously, the middle-aged man knew how to control his strength. Luo Yenjing bared his teeth and was about to pounce again when a voice stopped him. "Luo Yenjing, stop!" Luo Yenjing roared. In the end, he had to give up and landed back on the ancient Zither mountain. At this moment, the smoke on the Guqin mountain gradually dissipated, revealing a graceful figure. This beautiful figure was carrying a zither on her back. Due to the veil covering her face, it was impossible to clearly see her appearance. However, the eyebrows that were revealed a hint of sorrow, which imperceptibly added a different kind of charm to her. "How did you find this place?" Moyan Wushang asked with a frown. The handsome man was extremely polite. "A few days ago, this Pan happened to hear Miss Mo Yan's zither music in the Grace Pavilion of the main star. For a moment, this Pan was shocked, so he secretly remembered Miss Mo Yan's whereabouts." Moyan Wushang interrupted Panda and coldly said, "Are you following me?" The handsome man didn't mind and said, "Miss Mo Yan, you're wrong. I just like your zither music. I came here as a guest because I want Miss Mo Yan to play a solo for me. Panda, I hope Miss Mo Yan won't refuse." Moyan Wushang's pretty face changed slightly. She naturally knew how to play the song, but the meaning of this song was extraordinary. Not only did it represent beautiful love, but it also contained a passionate courtship. If it wasn't someone they liked, the player wouldn't play it casually to an outsider. However, this panda actually wanted Moyan Wushang to play a solo for him. His meaning was extremely obvious. "Miss Mo Yan, my young master, is a member of the Pan family in the Gold Sun Galaxy. He asked you to play the song because he thinks highly of you. Why don't you play a solo for my young master?" The old man, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly sneered. Moyan Wushang's pretty face was a little ugly. She naturally knew about the Pan family. It was said that the Pan family was the family of the Gold Sun Galaxy's ruler, Pantheon, and had great power in the Gold Sun Galaxy. Although the Gold Sun Galaxy was also a first-grade galaxy, its power was much deeper than the Long River Galaxy. The reason Panda had appeared in the Long River system was because he had followed Pantheon and the others to deliver a gift to Chi-Chi. However, Panda happened to be a cultured person and liked music. Therefore, he had gone to the main planet to enjoy music. He didn't expect that after hearing Moyan Wushang's zither music, he would praise it endlessly. He even developed a strong interest in Moyan Wushang. With Panda's power, it was easy for him to inquire about the remote, heavenly armor planet where Moyen Wushang lived. Could it be that you have some hidden troubles? Panda saw Moyen Wushang's silence and frowned. Although Panda wasn't Pantheon's son, his background in the Pan family wasn't small. Most female cultivators who knew about his background would throw themselves at him, wishing they could become his woman. Originally, Panda thought that after he told her about his background, this woman from Moyen Wushang would be like the other female cultivators he had met before. She couldn't wait to play the phoenix, seeking phoenix for him, and then have a night of pleasure with him. He didn't expect that Moyen Wushang would be so displeased. Moyen Wushang glanced at Panda and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Pan, please go back. I will only play this song for one person. A long time ago Wushang played it once, so I will not play it a second time." Panda raised his eyebrows. He knew that Moyen Wushang had rejected him. However, he was more curious about the man who could make this woman wait for him so infatuatedly. "I gave you face, but you didn't want it. If you don't play today, don't blame me for being impolite." The old man's eyes narrowed into slits, and his voice was extremely cold. Moyen Wushang glanced at the old man indifferently. Immediately after, he looked at Panda and said, "If young Master Pan is here to cause trouble, Wushang will accompany you. Even though Wushang may not be a match for you three, at least I won't let you destroy this place so easily." Panda waved his hand and smiled like a spring breeze. He said, "Since Miss Wushang has a sweetheart, then forgive me for disturbing you." As he spoke, Panda waved at the middle-aged man and the old man. Immediately, the three of them left the heavenly armor planet. After Panda and the other two left, Moyen Wushang stood at the top of the Guqin mountain and frowned. "Wushang, it's been hard on you. In order to provide enough resources for the heavenly armor planet, you have to go to the main planet to perform." Two figures appeared behind Moyen Wushang. They were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and valiant, and the woman was gentle and beautiful. These two were Zhuowen's parents, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Moyen Wushang looked at the two behind her and quickly shook her head. She smiled and said, "Since I am now the god of the heavenly armor planet, I naturally have the responsibility to protect the heavenly armor planet." Feng Xiao sighed and said, "Since 60 years ago, when real god Qi stopped visiting the heavenly armor planet, a god appeared among the natives of the planet and took away all the spiritual stones and other resources from our continent. They even claimed that these resources were originally theirs. How abominable! This planet was given to us by real god Qi, and they agreed to it. How could they do such a thing?" Feng Xiao gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Long Xiaotian said helplessly, "If the resources of the heavenly armor planet were not so scarce, Wushang would not have to work so hard to earn divine stones and use the energy of the divine stones to replenish the lost spiritual stones and resources of the continent." Moyen Wushang waved his hand and said, "Uncle, Auntie, you don't have to say that. This is what I should do. If Zhuowen were here, I'm afraid he would do the same." Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao looked at each other and sighed. They became silent. More than 60 years had passed, and Zhuowen still had not returned. They were worried about Zhuowen. They did not know what had happened to Zhuowen in the Taiqing celestial realm. For more than 60 years, he had not come back to visit them. Zhuowen did not tell them about the idea of reincarnation. He had only told Xiao He, who had become the weapon spirit of the blood-splattered 5 steps. Hence, everyone in the heavenly armor continent thought that Zhuowen was still in the Taiqing celestial realm. Although Zhuowen's story had spread far and wide in the Taiqing celestial realm, the Long River Galaxy was too far away from the Taiqing celestial realm. In the Long River Galaxy, only Qi and a few higher-ups knew about the Taiqing celestial realm. Moreover, Qi had deliberately concealed Zhuowen's matter, so Moyen Wushang and the others did not know that Zhuowen had fallen in the Taiqing celestial realm. Even if they knew that Zhuowen had the blood substitution pill, they also knew that Zhuowen's blood substitution pill had been swallowed by Devour. If Zhuowen had fallen and been reborn, it would have pointed to disaster. Moreover, I can feel that after the continent was filled with god stones, the immortal qi permeating the air is not weaker than the previous continent. Moreover, spirit stone resources have begun to appear in every corner of the continent, which has unimaginable benefits for the cultivation of the continent's warriors. 3 days later, I will go to the main star again. After earning some god stones this time, it should be enough to make up for the lost resources of the continent. Moyen Wushang said softly. Feng Xiao frowned and said, Wushang, Panda lives on the main star. If you go to the main star again, will he pester you again? Moyen Wushang gently lifted his scattered hair and said with a smile, Aunt, don't worry. Wushang has a sense of propriety. Hearing Moyen Wushang's words, Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian could not persuade him anymore. They just sighed in their hearts. 3 days later, Moyen Wushang rode the smoke whale and left the heavenly armor star. However, the moment Moyen Wushang left the heavenly armor star, in the starry sky far away from the heavenly armor star, 2 figures wriggled. These 2 figures were pitch black and almost merged with the surrounding starry sky. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to detect their existence. Moyen Wushang has left. There is no god in the heavenly armor star now. Let's go back and report to the Lord. One of the black figures said. Then, starlight flickered under their feet and they disappeared. Chapter 1918. Snatch. There was another planet far away from Celestial Armor Planet. More than 80% of the planet was a wasteland of yellow sand. Less than 20% of the planet was green. It could be said that the planet's environment was extremely harsh. One had to know that there was a huge difference between planets with life. They were not exactly the same. The true evaluation of a life-bearing planet was mainly based on the prosperity of the living beings on the planet. Generally, the more prosperous life on a planet with life, the more immortal qi the planet could provide to the continent floating on the planet. It could also increase the overall strength of the continent's cultivators. On the other hand, the more desolate the planet was, the more immortal qi could degenerate into vitality of extremely poor quality. Celestial Armor Planet in outer space was a living example. The vast celestial armor continent only had 3 demigods. There was not a single heavenly god. It could be said that it was one of the worst planets in the universe. In the universe, Celestial Armor Planet's situation would be unimaginable. Even the worst planets in the universe would not only have 3 demigods. They would have at least 2 demigods. As for powerful planets, they would have more than 1 heavenly god. Although heavenly gods had to refine planets, powerful planets could find an ordinary planet for their geniuses to refine and become heavenly gods. This would increase the strength of their own planet. The planet in front of them was more than 80% desert. It was called Yellow Dan Planet. Some of the cultivators who knew about the Yellow Pill Star knew that this Yellow Pill Star was formed by immigrants. More than 60 years ago, Chi-Chi, the ruler of the Long River Galaxy, suddenly came to the border and chose Celestial Armor Planet's predecessor, Celestial Armor Planet. After discussing with the heavenly gods of Celestial Armor Planet, the cultivators of Celestial Armor Planet migrated to Yellow Dan Planet. Although Celestial Armor Planet's foundation was not very good, it was much better than Yellow Dan Planet. When Celestial Armor Planet's immigrants first came to Yellow Dan Planet, they were full of complaints. However, Chi-Chi had attached great importance to the Celestial Armor Continent's cultivators who migrated to Celestial Armor Planet. No matter how dissatisfied the cultivators of Yellow Dan Planet were, they did not dare to make a move. They could only watch helplessly. What made them even angrier was that the cultivators who migrated to Zhou Dusk Planet had actually changed the name of Zhou Dusk Planet to Heavenly Armor Planet. As time went by, Sun Yen, the god of Sun Dan Planet, realized that Chi-Chi had been coming to the heavenly armor planet less and less. In the last 60 years, he had not come even once. Sun Yen boldly guessed that the heavenly armor star had already been given the cold shoulder by Chi-Chi, and he also knew that their Huang Danqing's chance had come. However, the heavenly armor planet was given to them by Chi-Chi, so Sun Yen naturally wouldn't snatch the heavenly armor planet and migrate again. Therefore, not long after Moyen Wushang became a heavenly god, Sun Yen brought 9 demigods to the heavenly armor continent and forcibly dug out all the resources and spiritual stones that they had left behind on the continent. Although Moyen Wushang was also a heavenly god, he hadn't been a heavenly god for long. At present, he was still no match for Sun Yen. Moreover, the demigods of Yellow Dan Planet were much more numerous than the heavenly armor planet, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only allow the people of Yellow Dan Planet to dig out the resources of the heavenly armor planet. It was reasonable that the resources of the heavenly armor planet were created by the people of Yellow Dan Planet. Moreover, the reason that Sun Yen found was not wrong, so Moyen Wushang couldn't refute it. Originally, the cultivators of the heavenly armor continent thought that Sun Yen would stop after making a ruckus. They didn't expect the people of Yellow Dan Planet to be restless again, secretly planning something. In the center of the Yellow Dan continent on Yellow Dan Planet, there was a floating palace. The 2 demigods stepped on the astrolabe and entered the palace. They entered the depths of the palace, where a man in a yellow robe sat upright. "My lord, Moyen Wushang has left the heavenly armor planet again. He should be planning to go to the main planet." The 2 demigods knelt on one knee and said respectfully. The man in the yellow robe was the heavenly god of Yellow Dan Planet, Sun Yen. At this moment, Sun Yan's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "This Moyen Wushang is smart. He actually thought of going to the main planet to earn divine stones and use them to transform the heavenly armor continent to restore the resources and spirit veins. My lord, we heard that Moyen Wushang is quite famous on the main planet's Duyu Pavilion. Many heavenly gods on the main planet like to go to the Duyu Pavilion to listen to Moyen Wushang play songs." One of the demigods didn't understand. Songs could cultivate one's temperament, but to the heavenly gods it was better than nothing. Even if Moyen Wushang could play songs, he wouldn't be pursued by so many heavenly gods on the main planet. They all knew that the heavenly gods on the main planet were extremely powerful. Even if they were of the same level, they were far more powerful than the heavenly gods on the remote planets. This kind of heavenly god powerhouse should be very self-disciplined. They couldn't understand why these heavenly gods were chasing after Moyen Wushang. Sun Yan's eyes were solemn as he said faintly, "You don't understand. Moyen Wushang's songs are not simple. I don't know why, but when this woman plays the guqin, it always has a strange effect of calming one's heart. In this tranquility, there is a thought-provoking feeling." Back then, Sun Yen had also been to the main planet's Duyu Pavilion. He had been fortunate enough to hear Moyen Wushang play the guqin. At that time, he had been immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by the music. This kind of feeling was difficult to achieve, even if he meditated. It could be said that after experiencing this feeling, his originally tired mind was relaxed. On the road to the top, cultivators would always be confused and anxious. After cultivating for countless years, their hearts would already be tired. This kind of tiredness was a natural psychological effect formed by countless years of pursuing power. It was difficult to get rid of it with medicine or precious treasures. But Moyen Wushang's music could. That was why Moyen Wushang was so popular in the Duyu Pavilion. Every time she played the guqin, there would be no empty seats. Panda of the Gold Sun Galaxy liked Moyen Wushang's music. At the same time, he also liked Moyen Wushang's temperament. That was why he went to Celestial Armor Planet to express his feelings. The 2 demigods did not seem to understand, and Sun Yen could not be bothered to continue explaining. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, "It's because of them that we've been forced to migrate to Yellow Dan Planet with such a harsh environment. Back then, the resources that we took away were originally ours. No matter what, these outsiders have to compensate us for being forced to leave our homes." "What do you mean?" The two demigods looked at each other. "Moyen Wushang has earned a lot of godstones on the main planet over the years. Now that he has left the heavenly armor planet, let's go take a look. It's only right that we take some godstones as compensation." Sun Yen smiled coldly and then said, "Call the other 7 out. After we go to Celestial Armor Planet and get the godstones, we will come back. Then, even if Moyen Wushang comes back, he can't do anything to Yellow Dan Planet." After a while, Sun Yen gathered the 9 demigods of Yellow Dan Planet. Then he took out his astrolabe and the 10 of them went to Celestial Armor Planet. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao weren't the only ones on Celestial Armor Planet's Guqin Mountain. There were also Ryuka's higher-ups, Yuan Hongwen and Ji Qinyan, who represented the Central Continent's geniuses. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao had reached the level of true immortal. Yuan Hongwen's cultivation was very fast. He had reached the level of demigod. Ji Qinyan was also at the peak of true immortal. She was only half a step away from becoming a demigod. In Celestial Armor Planet, Yuan Hongwen's cultivation was the highest besides Moyen Wushang's. When Sun Yen brought the 9 demigods to Celestial Armor Planet, they attracted the attention of the people on Celestial Armor Planet. The people on Celestial Zither Mountain were also shocked. D**Amenet, it's Sun Yen and the others again. They took almost all the resources on Celestial Armor Planet. What are they doing here? Yuan Hongwen, who was cultivating on Celestial Zither Mountain, was shocked. He noticed Sun Yen and the others immediately. Then Ji Qinyan, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the others all noticed that something was wrong. They immediately came out of seclusion and gathered on a huge square on Celestial Zither Mountain. At this moment, Sun Yen and the others had landed on Celestial Zither Mountain. They stared coldly at Yuan Hongwen and the others. "Sun Yen, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing Sun Yen bring the 9 demigods over, Yuan Hongwen's heart sank. His face was a little pale. Sun Yen smiled faintly and said, "Hee, I came here today because I want you to give me some compensation. After all, you are occupying my planet. If you don't give me any compensation, wouldn't that be unreasonable?" Feng Xiao could not stand it. Sun Yen was shameless. She said coldly, "Last time you sent people to take away all the resources on Celestial Armor Planet. Isn't that enough? Now you're here again. Sun Yen, do you have any shame?" Sun Yen's face fell. He said, "Those resources originally belonged to Celestial Armor Planet. How did they become yours? We took away something that belonged to us. Since it's compensation, how can you give us something that belongs to us as compensation? The so-called compensation should only count if you give us something that belongs to you." Yuan Hongwen's face was gloomy. He already knew what Sun Yen wanted. Sun Yen probably wanted the godstones that Moyen Wushang had earned over the years. Although Moyen Wushang had used most of the godstones to improve Celestial Armor Planet, he had accumulated a lot over the years. In order to speed up their cultivation, Moyen Wushang had even set up a spirit gathering formation with the godstones to speed up their cultivation. It could be said that the godstones were very useful to the planet. Moyen Wushang had worked hard to earn them. There was no reason for him to take them out. Sun Yen saw the expressions of Yuan Hongwen and the others. He knew that they would not obediently hand them over. However, this time he did not intend to make them hand them over voluntarily. He had come this time to rob them. "Ha ha! Since it is inconvenient for you, I will take back the compensation that belongs to me." Chapter 1919. Reunion in an instant, the Guqin Mountain was enveloped by Sun Yan's power. Yuan Hongwen's pupils shrank and his body stiffened. He could not move at all. Not only him, but the rest of the people in the Guqin Mountain were in a similar situation. They were all confined by this terrifying power and could not move. At this moment, the strongest person in the Guqin mountain was Yuan Hongwen, but he was only a demigod. Sun Yan, are you going to rob us? Yuan Hongwen instantly understood Sun Yan's purpose. This guy had waited for Moyan Wushang to step out of the heavenly armor star and then descended on the heavenly armor star. What do you mean by rob? Didn't I say before that I was just asking for compensation? Since it's compensation, then it's what I, Sun Yan, deserve. Sun Yan sneered and then slowly descended on the Guqin mountain. Sun Yan's shameless explanation immediately made Yuan Hongwen and the others gnash their teeth in hatred. Sun Yan actually used such a dignified reason to rob them. It was really shameless. After descending on the Guqin mountain, Sun Yan's powerful consciousness enveloped the entire Guqin mountain. Immediately, his eyes became serious and even a little hot. Whoosh! Sun Yan instantly disappeared and entered the depths of the Guqin mountain. When Sun Yan came out again, he was full of joy. Let's go. I'm very satisfied with the compensation they gave this time. In the future, Huang Danqing and the heavenly armor star don't owe each other anything. After saying that, Sun Yan left the heavenly armor star with 9 demigods. At the same time, the suppression on Yuan Hongwen and the others disappeared. Then Yuan Hongwen turned into a shadow and entered the depths of the Guqin mountain. When Yuan Hongwen came out again, his face was gloomy, and he said, "That bastard Sun Yan, he opened the array formation that Wu Shang used to store divine stone, and all the 1,000 low-grade divine stone inside were taken away by Sun Yan." What? Those are the divine stones that Wu Shang accumulated over the years. Sun Yan, that bastard. Feng Xiao's beautiful eyes were full of fire. Fortunately, Wu Shang carried the middle-grade divine stone with him. If even the middle-grade divine stone was taken by Sun Yan, we would have suffered a great loss, Yuan Hongwen said bitterly. Ji Chenyan, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "What should we do now?" Yuan Hongwen smiled bitterly and said, "Let's wait for Wu Shang to come back first. However, Huang Danqing's foundation is stronger than ours. If we meet force with force, we won't be Huang Danqing's opponent. I'm afraid we'll have to swallow this loss ourselves." The others all fell silent, especially Ji Chenyan. Her beautiful eyes were full of indignation. She was very clear that if their heavenly armor star was very powerful, Huang Danqing would not have bullied them like this. Huang Danqing. In the starry sky outside the heavenly armor planet, a black figure stood on a floating rock. An enormous consciousness enveloped the entire heavenly armor planet. The conversation between Yuan Hongwen and the others was clearly visible to this person's consciousness. Taking a closer look, it was a young man standing on the broken rock. His gaze towards the heavenly armor star was filled with nostalgia. Needless to say, this person was Zhuowen. Not long after Sun Yan left the heavenly armor planet, Zhuowen happened to arrive at the heavenly armor planet. With Zhuowen's enormous consciousness, it was easy for him to capture the conversation between Yuan Hongwen and the others on the Guqin mountain. He also knew what had happened just now. Thinking of this, he also knew that Huang Danqing and the others should have just left the heavenly armor planet. Therefore, his consciousness instantly radiated out and traversed through the starry sky. Now that Zhuowen's spirit had reached the middle stage of the divine realm, its power was comparable to that of a peak divine realm expert. The range of his consciousness was many times greater than that of Sun Yan, who was in the early stage of the divine realm. Not far from the heavenly armor planet, Sun Yan and the 9 demigods were riding on the astrolabe, leisurely heading towards Huang Danqing. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying divine sense enveloped them and firmly locked onto the group of 9. Sun Yan's body stiffened, and he quickly stopped the astrolabe. The 9 demigods who were still on the astrolabe looked at Sun Yan in confusion. They did not understand why Sun Yan stopped. Sun Yan immediately bowed and said respectfully, "May I know which senior is nearby?" The 9 demigods reacted one after another. Only now did they realize that a soul consciousness as powerful as heaven's might had firmly locked onto their astrolabes. Their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly followed Sun Yan's lead. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. At this moment, Sun Yan did not dare to move. This consciousness was too terrifying and firmly locked onto him like shackles. He knew very well that if he acted rashly, he would immediately anger the owner of this consciousness. "Hand over everything and get out of my sight." A majestic voice came from afar and kept ringing in the ears of Sun Yan and the others like countless muffled thunders. Sun Yan's face changed. He did not expect the owner of this consciousness to rob him on the way. Moreover, he was robbing a junior. Judging from the strength of this consciousness, Sun Yan guessed that the owner of this consciousness was either a late-stage or peak divine realm expert. Such an existence was considered a powerhouse even on the main star and was not someone he, who was only in the early stage of the divine realm, could contend with. "Senior, let's talk nicely. Do you want something from me? If that's the case, Senior, please don't hesitate to ask." "Junior will definitely hand over what Senior wants," Sun Yan asked tentatively. However, as soon as Sun Yan finished speaking, the consciousness suddenly became violent. Sun Yan only felt a buzzing sound in his head and a sweet taste in his throat. He was caught off guard and was hit by this consciousness attack. Sun Yan secretly cursed the despicable owner of this consciousness for launching a consciousness attack under such circumstances. However, he also knew that this consciousness had already shown mercy. If this consciousness had really attacked with full force, Sun Yan would have been seriously injured. "Are you still going to talk nonsense? I mean, leave everything you have and get out of my sight," the voice repeated again. Sun Yan did not dare to be negligent this time, and quickly took out his spiritual rings and handed them over. The 9 demigods beside him also took out their spiritual rings very consciously. "Also, hand over the astrolabe under your feet," the voice spoke again and immediately caused Sun Yan and the others to be dissatisfied. Without the astrolabe, it was impossible for them to travel in the starry sky for too long. Sun Yan was fine as he was a divine realm expert, and the yellow dance star was not far away. He could use his star god power to return. However, the 9 demigods beside him could not fly in the starry sky for too long. "Sir!" Just as Sun Yan was about to speak, the consciousness suddenly became terrifying. Sun Yan immediately swallowed the words that he wanted to say. He then rolled up his sleeves and escaped with the 9 demigods. After Sun Yan escaped, the consciousness did not pursue him. Instead, it looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, a figure quickly flew over. Zhuowen put away the 9 spiritual rings that were floating in the starry sky and then left the place. After a while, Zhuowen returned to the heavenly armor star and landed on the ancient Zither mountain. Originally, Yuan Hongwen and the others were still gathered in the square and sighing. Now that they suddenly saw someone land on the ancient Zither mountain, they all became nervous. They all thought that Sun Yan had returned. However, when they saw who it was, they were all stunned and immediately revealed a look of surprise. "Zhuowen, my child, are you really back?" Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao were the first to react and immediately went up to greet him. Yuan Hongwen and Ji Qinyan also came back to their senses and followed closely behind. Then the Ryuka Long Xiangding and other Ryuka higher-ups, who were also related to Zhuowen, gathered around Zhuowen. "Father, mother, grandfather." Zhuowen greeted Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiangding, who came up to greet him. There was a look of excitement in his eyes. He had stayed in the Devourer larva for a full 60 years. After staying in such a dark place for so long, even Zhuowen felt lonely and lonely. Now that he saw his family and friends, Zhuowen naturally couldn't hide his excitement and joy. Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiangding quickly helped Zhuowen up. Among them, Feng Xiao held Zhuowen's hand and looked him up and down. She was so excited that she cried and hugged Zhuowen. Feeling Feng Xiao's warm embrace, Zhuowen's heart warmed, and he gently patted Feng Xiao's shoulder. Yuan Hongwen originally wanted to speak, but seeing the scene of mother and son reunion in front of him, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. However, Yuan Hongwen soon found something strange. He found that Zhuowen's aura was no longer that of a heavenly god, but a demigod, which shocked Yuan Hongwen. He remembered that when Zhuowen left the Long River Galaxy, he was already an early-stage heavenly god. And now, 60 years have passed, and Zhuowen was the disciple of the powerful Taiching sect. He felt that Zhuowen's cultivation should be at the middle stage or late stage heavenly god. How could he have regressed? Although he was puzzled, Yuan Hongwen didn't say anything. He knew that there must be something hidden here. Not only Yuan Hongwen, but Ji Qinyan, Long Xiaotian, and the others also found that something was wrong. Although they couldn't see through Zhuowen's aura, they had seen heavenly gods before. Zhuowen's aura was definitely below that of a heavenly god. They estimated that he was only a demigod. Feng Xiao looked at Zhuowen and found that something was wrong. She looked at Zhuowen and her face changed slightly. She said, "Child, your cultivation has regressed." Zhuowen's eyes flashed. From everyone's attitude, Zhuowen could see that they didn't know what had happened in the Taiching immortal realm. Logically speaking, what he had done in the Taiching immortal realm was enough to shock the entire Huaxia heavenly realm. Even if the Long River Galaxy was far away from the core of the heavenly realm, there should be some rumors. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt that something was wrong. It seemed that someone had purposely blocked the news about the Taiching immortal realm, and this person was most likely the true god sovereign of the Long River Galaxy, Chi-Chi. As for why Chi-Chi would do this, Zhuowen didn't need to think to guess. It was probably because Taiching and Yuqing had stayed here for a while, which made the Long River Galaxy suddenly popular. Chi-Chi didn't want to attribute the reason to Zhuowen, so he blocked the news. At least, he didn't want the people of the Heavenly Armor Continent to know about Zhuowen. Once they knew, they would definitely reveal the real reason. Chapter 1920. Insignia Zhuowen smiled and said, "Mother and everyone else, I will explain everything to you when the time comes. However, now is not the time." Hearing Zhuowen's words, the others did not say anything. The Ryuka were Zhuowen's most ardent admirers, so they naturally obeyed Zhuowen's words. As for Yuan Hongwen and Ji Qinyan, after witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength, they were already in awe of Zhuowen. Naturally, they did not say anything. "Father, what about the blood splatter?" Zhuowen looked at Long Xiaotian. Before he left, he had given the blood splatter to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "Zhuowen, the blood splatter weapon spirit you gave me was too unique. It called itself Master Long, and did not stay on the heavenly armor planet for long before it left." "What? He broke through the void and left?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. He had told Xiaohei to wait for him on the heavenly armor planet. Why did it suddenly leave? Zhuowen knew Xiaohei's personality very well. He knew that Xiaohei would not leave without important matters. What happened? Zhuowen muttered to himself. He wanted to secretly sense Xiaohei's location, but he realized that his connection with Xiaohei was pitifully weak. Xiaohei no longer existed in his soul. Instead, it had become the weapon spirit of the blood splatter. Zhuowen had not even refined the blood splatter yet. He knew that this method of searching for Xiaohei would not work. Although his connection with Xiaohei was weak, he could still vaguely sense that Xiaohei was in the Long River Galaxy. However, he could not sense Xiaohei's exact location. "Looks like I'll have to stay in the Long River Galaxy for a while." Zhuowen had a headache. Initially, he wanted to swallow the heavenly armor star into Devour's body. He understood clearly that as long as Devour didn't take in the energy of the planet could survive in his body, and the creatures inside wouldn't be affected. Now, Xiaohei had suddenly left Celestial Armor Planet. This made things difficult for Zhuowen. He had to stay in the Long River system for a while to find Xiaohei. Oh, right, Wushang went to the Long River Galaxy's main planet? Why is she going there? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Feng Xiao nodded and said Wushang had already advanced to the divine realm 20 years ago. She went to the main star mainly to earn divine stones. Feng Xiao explained everything that had happened in the past 60 years to Zhuowen, especially when he heard that Sun Yen had shamelessly come to steal the resources of the heavenly armor continent. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of killing intent. He thought that he had let Sun Yen and the others off too easily by robbing them of their spiritual rings. At the same time, he also knew that Moyen Wushang was in a private room on the main star, earning divine stones by playing music. However, Feng Xiao deliberately didn't mention anything about Panda. Although she knew that Zhuowen was a disciple of the Tai Ching sect, judging from the decline of Zhuowen's cultivation base, something must have happened to Zhuowen. She didn't want Zhuowen to worry about this matter. Besides, Zhuowen was only a demigod, and there was still a big gap between him and the divine realm. Panda's guards were all middle-stage divine realm experts, and he had the Gold Sun Galaxy as his backing. If she told him, with Zhuowen's character, he would probably take the initiative to look for Panda. However, Zhuowen was definitely not Panda's opponent, and it would make things worse. Hearing this, Zhuowen more or less knew the ins and outs of the matter. He also knew that Moyen Wushang usually only stayed on the main star for 10 days, so Zhuowen was relieved. He would wait for Moyen Wushang to come back on the heavenly armor planet and then look for Xiao He, ancient Zither Mountain. In an elegant attic, Zhuowen sat cross-legged, and there were 10 spiritual rings in front of him. There was a difference between the spiritual rings. Sun Yan's spiritual ring was obviously of a higher grade, and the space inside was much larger. What made Zhuowen satisfied was that there were divine stones in all 10 spiritual rings. There were about 5,000 divine stones in total, and he also found a middle-grade divine stone in Sun Yan's spiritual ring. Divine stones were naturally divided into different grades, and the division was the same as the spirit stones of the heavenly armor continent. They were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Low-grade divine stones were the lowest grade, and they were the most common divine stones in the heavenly domain, while top-grade divine stones were extremely rare. After Zhuowen put away the 5,000 low-grade divine stones and the middle-grade divine stone, he looked at Sun Yan's spiritual ring again. He had already checked the other 9 spiritual rings, and the things inside were useless to him, so he planned to give them to Long Xiaotian to distribute. However, there were quite a lot of things in Sun Yan's spiritual ring. Although there were no heavenly divine artifacts, Zhuowen found a bottle of mysterious yellow qi, a spiritual grass with a threatening purple light, and some other miscellaneous things. Although Zhuowen had never ventured into the starry sky when he was in the Tai Ching immortal realm, he had always stayed in the golden depository. Other than comprehending void heaven-grade divine abilities, he would occasionally read some knowledge about the starry sky. Moreover, he had inherited the young Devourer's sea of knowledge, and the young Devourer's memories were inherited from the young Devourer. With the young Devourer's countless years of experience, what had he not seen in the starry sky? First-grade divine herb, purple lucky grass. Zhuowen looked at the purple lucky grass in silence. The things in the starry sky were no longer spiritual herbs, but divine herbs. Even if it was a first-grade divine herb, it was still something that could only be found by chance, but not by searching for it. The purple lucky grass had a great effect. Although it was only a first-grade divine herb, it had the miraculous effect of recovering divine power. In a battle of the same level, as long as one had the purple lucky grass and swallowed it, one would be able to fight a protracted battle. As for the mysterious yellow qi, needless to say, it was also very useful to Zhuowen. However, the bottle of mysterious yellow qi in Sun Yan's spiritual ring was too small. If it was given to Zhuowen to cultivate the mysterious yellow immortal, he wouldn't even be able to advance to the first stage of the Hotian realm. It seems like I have to go to the main star to take a look for the mysterious yellow qi. It just so happens that Wu Shang is on the main star. Why don't I go there and take a look? Zhuowen put away the spiritual ring and walked out of the pavilion. He found Long Xiaotian and gave the spiritual rings of the 9 demigods beside Sun Yen to him. Then he took out 4,000 low-grade divine stones and gave them to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian was a little surprised that Zhuowen took out so many spiritual rings and divine stones, but he wasn't surprised. After all, Zhuowen was a disciple of the Tai Ching sect. Such a small amount of divine stones shouldn't be a problem for Zhuowen. After exhorting a few more words, Zhuowen took out his astrolabe and left the heavenly armor star. The astrolabe he seized wasn't very fast. It was much slower than Zhuowen's own speed. It should be the lowest grade astrolabe. However, Zhuowen was only a demigod. If he traveled across the starry sky, wouldn't it be telling others that he was different from the rest? The main star of the Long River Galaxy was called the Long River Star. It was the core of the Long River Galaxy. The number of heavenly gods in the Long River Galaxy far exceeded the total number of heavenly gods in the other planets in the Long River Galaxy. Around the Long River Star, there were 4 secondary stars. These 4 secondary stars were dependent on the Long River Star. In the entire Long River Galaxy, their power was only below the Long River Star. This was because the 4 secondary stars each had a false true god. The false true god was a heavenly god whose cultivation had reached the limit of a heavenly god. They were only a hair's breadth away from becoming a true god. They were called false true gods. Although the false true gods on the 4 secondary stars weren't true gods, their strength was far beyond that of a peak heavenly god. It could be said that the 4 secondary stars had great prestige in the Long River Galaxy. All the heavenly gods were afraid of these 4 secondary stars. When Zhuowen first entered the Long River Star, he noticed the 4 secondary stars surrounding the Long River Star. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. The astrolabe's speed was quite fast. In about half a day, it was already close to the Long River Star. When Zhuowen was about to enter the Long River Star, he felt a stagnant feeling. Then his astrolabe couldn't help but retreat a few dozen feet before coming to a stop. What's going on? Zhuowen whispered in surprise. When he was with Tai Ching and Yu Qing, he didn't feel this hindrance. Haha, is this your first time in the Long River Star? It seems like you don't know the rules of the Long River Star at all. Suddenly, a hearty voice sounded. Behind Zhuowen, a ray of starlight flashed and appeared not far from him. In front of him was a man and a woman. The 2 of them were riding on the same astrolabe. Moreover, Zhuowen also noticed that the starlight on the surface of the astrolabe of the 2 people was much brighter than his astrolabe. It seemed like their astrolabes were of a higher grade than his. The man was tall and strong, and the woman was charming and pretty. However, what made Zhuowen uncomfortable was that the woman was like a sticky candy. She stuck to the man's side and made all kinds of intimate actions. She was like a cat in heat. "Brother, please enlighten me." Zhuowen cupped his fists and asked, "There is a powerful formation set up by an arcane divine master tens of thousands of feet away from the Long River Star. If you don't have a certificate to enter the Long River Star, you will be rejected by this formation." The man smiled. A formation set up by an arcane divine master. Zhuowen was shocked. He was a little glad that this formation wasn't an offensive formation. Otherwise, with the level of the arcane divine master's formation skills, Zhuowen would be in a difficult position. The reason why Tai Ching and Yu Qing could enter the Long River Star so easily was probably because their strength was too high. They didn't care about the formation here. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't feel anything at that time. "Brother, please enlighten me. How can I get a certificate to enter the Long River Star?" Zhuowen asked politely. The man laughed and immediately took out a badge from his spiritual ring and said, "Brother, it is fate that we met. This badge is the certificate to enter the Long River Star. Coincidentally, I have an extra one. I will give it to you." Zhuowen was surprised. This was the first time he had met this person. It was a little unbelievable that this person would give him the certificate to enter the Long River Star. However, Zhuowen was in a hurry to enter the Long River Star. He didn't think too much and took the badge. Soon, Zhuowen's eyes became sharp. However, this sharpness only lasted for a moment. The tall man also noticed Zhuowen's expression, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He smiled and asked, "Brother, is there a problem?" Chapter 19:21. Tang Ji, so that's how it is. I'm Tang Ji, and she's my cultivation partner, Tan Haiba. The tall man took a deep look at Zhuowen, and then pointed to the woman beside him and introduced her. Zhuowen looked at the woman who was sticking to the tall man like a cat in heat. He felt that there was something strange about this woman, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Moreover, the cultivation of these two people wasn't too high. The tall man was an early-stage divine god, and the woman was only a demigod. I'm Longwen. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said, "Let's go in first." Tang Ji pointed to the badge on his chest, and then stepped into the range of the Long River Star. He was not affected by the previous array at all. Zhuowen knew that Tang Ji was reminding him of the use of the badge. He sneered in his heart, but still wore the badge on his chest. Perhaps because he noticed that Zhuowen wore the badge, Tang Ji's smile grew wider, and his face became more enthusiastic. Brother Long, the Long River Star doesn't have any land companion creatures. All the people on this planet are cultivators, and there are no mortals. I wonder why Brother Long has come to the Long River Star this time? Tang Ji asked enthusiastically. He, I came to the Long River Star this time for Miss Moyen Wushang of the Great Accord Pavilion. I heard that Miss Wushang's song is very magical. I also want to hear how magical it is. Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Tang Ji's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "So Brother Long has come for Miss Wushang of the Great Accord Pavilion. I'm familiar with the Great Accord Pavilion. It's in the main city of the Long River Star. Coincidentally, I have a residence in the main city. Why don't Brother Long come to my place as a guest and let me play host?" Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He was sure that there was something wrong with Tang Ji. When he received the badge, he found that there was a divine sense imprint on the badge. As long as Zhuowen wore the badge, the owner of the divine sense imprint would be able to find the location of Zhuowen. This divine sense imprint was extremely obscure, let alone a demigod. Even an early-stage, heavenly god cultivator might not be able to detect it. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's spiritual sense was much stronger than the average divine realm expert. The moment he received the badge, he discovered the spiritual sense imprint within it. However, Zhuowen did not erase the spiritual consciousness imprint in the badge. He wanted to see what Tang Ji was planning. Moreover, he was indeed unfamiliar with the Long River Star. With Tang Ji leading the way, it would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, if this Tang Ji really had evil intentions towards him, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. Even though he hadn't advanced to the heavenly god realm yet, relying on his powerful divine sense and his young, fleshly body, he wasn't even afraid of a mid-stage heavenly god. Even a late heavenly god might not be able to do anything to him, let alone a mere Tang Ji. Under Tang Ji's lead, the three of them quickly entered Long River Star's main city. Although the main city of Long River Star was magnificent, it paled in comparison to Zhuowen, who had seen the Taiching Wonderland. However, Zhuowen discovered that not all the cultivators in Long River Star's main city were above the heavenly god realm. Most of them were demigods, and there were even true immortals and heavenly immortals. However, these were the bottom rung of the main city. Many cultivators below the heavenly god realm who didn't have any background were basically doing heavy and dirty work in the main city. There was even a restaurant not far away where the waiter who was enthusiastically shouting outside was a true immortal. It was the first time Zhuowen had seen such a scene, so his eyes revealed a strange look. Whether it was a true immortal or a demigod, in an ordinary continent, they were considered the pinnacle of existence. However, in Long River Star's main city, they were the bottom rung. This contrast caused quite a shock to Zhuowen. Although Tang Ji had been leading the way, he had been observing Zhuowen with his divine sense. After seeing the strange look on Zhuowen's face, he was even more certain that Zhuowen was just a rogue cultivator without any background. Not long after, Tang Ji led Zhuowen through a street and arrived at a residence that was neither too big nor too small. Moreover, the surroundings of the residence were covered in formations that fluctuated quite a bit. It wasn't just this house. All the buildings in the main city were protected by a formation. The only difference was the strength of the formation. Brother Long, the land price in the main city is extremely expensive. Back then, I spent a lot of money to buy this house. When they arrived in front of his house, Tang Ji said proudly. Obviously, he was quite proud of being able to buy a house in the main city. Brother Tang, is the land price in the main city very expensive? If I may be so bold, may I ask Brother Tang how many divine stones you spent to purchase this residence? Zhuowen looked at Tang Ji's expression and naturally went along with it. Tang Ji smiled and waved his hand. He said, "Actually, it's only 100,000 divine stones. This is just a relatively ordinary house. The real luxurious houses easily cost millions or even tens of millions of divine stones." Speaking of luxurious houses, Tang Ji's expression was full of yearning. Obviously, he had a great desire for those luxurious houses in the main city. Zhuowen was stunned. He was surprised by the price of this house. Such a small place actually cost 100,000 divine stones. In Zhuowen's opinion, if this wasn't robbery, then what was? In Zhuowen's opinion, these residences were just places to stay. How could they be worth such a high price? Perhaps seeing Zhuowen's confusion, Tang Ji smiled and explained, "Brother Long, there's something you don't know. The houses in the main city are different from those in other places. This is because all the buildings in the main city have powerful formations. These formations are all created by arcane masters. Every building will have 3 basic formations. They are the offensive formation, the defensive formation, and the most important one, the Great Convergence formation. The luxurious houses have more formations, and the Great Convergence formation is of a higher level." Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood. He had heard of the Great Convergence formation before. This kind of formation could assist the cultivation of heavenly gods and true gods. It was said that the higher the level of the Great Convergence formation, the faster the cultivation speed. It could save a cultivator a lot of cultivation time. He knew that the price of land in the main city was so high not because of the location, but because of the formations in the houses. In particular, the Great Convergence formation was a necessary formation for cultivators above the heavenly god realm. This kind of formation could only be set up by divine arcane masters. Brother Tang, you're amazing. You're able to buy your own house in the main city at such a young age. Tan Haiba, who had been sticking to Tang Ji, said with admiration. Zhuowen shook his head. Whether it was the world of cultivators or earth, there would always be people who worshipped money. Brother Long, come in and have a seat. Zhuowen didn't reject Tang Ji's invitation. He followed Tang Ji into the house after removing the defensive formation. Once he entered the house, Zhuowen immediately realized that the Great Convergence formation had started to operate. Then the star god power in his body seemed to be boiling. The speed of the circulation in his body was several times faster than usual. This Great Convergence formation is indeed magical. It can actually increase the speed of the circulation of star god power. Zhuowen thought in his heart. He knew that if he were to sit cross-legged and cultivate, the circulation speed of his star divine power would be even faster. If he had the assistance of divine stones in his cultivation, the growth speed of his star divine power would most likely be 10 times faster than usual. Tang Ji found a good room in the house. At the same time, he imprinted the map of the main city on a jade slip and gave the key to the house to Zhuowen. Then he brought Tan Haiba into the master bedroom of the house in a hurry. Tan Haiba also knew what was going to happen. The charm in her eyes became even stronger. After Tang Ji and Tan Haiba entered the master bedroom, they activated the divine sense concealment formation. Zhuowen didn't need to guess to know what the two were going to do. Even if the divine sense concealment formation was nothing to Zhuowen's powerful divine sense, Zhuowen was too lazy to peek at the two of them. Sitting in the room, Zhuowen looked at the map in the jade slip and had a general understanding of the main city. Let's go to the Grace Room first. Wushang has only been in the main city for 2 days. I wonder how she is doing there. Zhuowen put away the jade slip and left Tang Ji's house. However, not long after Zhuowen left, the door of the master bedroom of the house slowly opened. Tang Ji slowly walked out. At this moment, Tang Ji's clothes were still intact. His eyes were calm, and he didn't have the slightest bit of urgency like before. Brother Tang, when this guy took the badge, his expression changed. Did he discover the divine sense imprint in the badge? Tan Haiba followed behind Tang Ji. The charm on her face had long disappeared. Tang Ji shook his head and said, "A mere demigod wouldn't be able to discover the divine sense imprint in the badge. Moreover, I found that this person shouldn't be an ordinary demigod. I'm afraid that the upper house will be quite satisfied with this person. I don't know why the upper house wants to buy a demigod cultivator. We can only look for this kind of demigod cultivator with no background. We've been exhausted during this period of time, but we finally found this one." Tan Haiba frowned. Tang Ji smiled and said, "We don't need to guess the upper house's intentions. As long as we can earn divine stones, it's fine. Why bother with the upper house?" Tan Haiba nodded and said, "Brother Tang, should we contact the upper house now? It's better to get rid of this guy as soon as possible." "Let's contact them immediately. When this kid comes back today, we'll prepare to trap him in the house. When the time comes, we'll let the upper house take this kid away. We'll also be able to get satisfactory divine stones." As Tang Ji spoke, he took out a yellow talisman from his spirit ring. He burned the yellow talisman, and a wisp of black smoke quietly left the place. Even the formation of the house couldn't stop the black smoke from leaving. Zhuowen strolled through the streets and soon arrived at the Hall of Sovereigns. Zhuowen was no stranger to the Hall of Sovereigns. It was Qi-Qi's residence. Tai Qing and Yu Qing used to live in the Hall of Sovereigns. Looking at the heavily guarded Hall of Sovereigns, Zhuowen shook his head. He didn't plan to go in. Although Qi-Qi knew him, he knew that Qi-Qi should know about him in the Tai Qing immortal realm. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to meet Qi-Qi. Chapter 1922. Through Duya Pavilion was not small, and the entertainment facilities inside were very comprehensive. It could be said that there was everything inside, and it was an extremely famous building in the main city. Seeing the environment of Duya Pavilion, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although the name of Duya Pavilion sounded good, there were people coming and going inside, like a market to buy vegetables. This made Zhuowen very unhappy. This time, after finding Wushang, Zhuowen was ready to take her away from here. After entering Duya Pavilion, a woman in a green dress immediately came to greet them. She looked at Zhuowen and found that he was only a demigod. The enthusiasm in her beautiful eyes faded a lot, but she was still very polite. "What do you want to play in Duya Pavilion this time?" the woman in green dress asked with a smile. Zhuowen did not know much about the entertainment facilities in Duya Pavilion, but he was not interested. "I came here because of your reputation. I want to hear Miss Moyin Wushang play a song," Zhuowen said. The woman in green dress nodded slightly and said, "Miss Wushang's performance time is at night. It's not time for the performance yet. You can play with other facilities inside until night time." Zhuowen was startled, then waved his hand and said, "Then forget it. I'll come again at night." After saying that, Zhuowen left Duya Pavilion. Besides looking for Moyin Wushang, Zhuowen also wanted to buy black and yellow qi in Long River Star. He planned to cultivate Black and Yellow Immortal to the second level of the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Then he would fulfill his promise to Yen Tianwei. Moreover, Zhuowen was now occupying the body of the infant devourer. If he cultivated Black and Yellow Immortal, his body strength would probably rise to another level. The map in the jade slip, given by Tang Ji, was very detailed. He quickly followed the map and came to the biggest shop in the main city. This shop was called Long River Shop. It was said that the Hall of Gods opened in the main city. Zhuowen knew that there must be something like black and yellow qi inside. What made Zhuowen speechless was that he had to pay a god stone to enter the shop. This shop had 2 floors, and each floor was extremely large. Furthermore, there was a dazzling array of goods displayed inside. There were godly medicines, godly pills, godly weapons, and all kinds of refining materials. Zhuowen even saw a grade 1 divine herb, purple lucky grass. Moreover, this purple lucky grass was not cheap, as one stalk would cost 200 divine stones. Not long after, Zhuowen saw the heaven and earth qi that he needed. This was a rather large cabinet. The cabinet was surrounded by a powerful array formation. The cabinet was transparent, and one could see that there were bottles of different sizes inside. Among them, the larger bottles were dozens of feet in size, while the smaller ones were only the size of a palm. The black and yellow qi that Zhuowen had obtained from Sun Yan's spirit ring was only the size of a palm. For this reason, Zhuowen had specially checked the price of this palm-sized black and yellow qi. When he saw that this small bottle of black and yellow qi actually cost 1,000 divine stones, Zhuowen's face immediately turned ugly. Then he looked at the largest bottle and discovered that the price had actually increased by 20 times. It actually cost 200,000 divine stones. Zhuowen was very clear that if he wanted to cultivate the black and yellow immortal to the Xiantian realm, he would at least need the largest bottle of black and yellow qi. However, 200,000 divine stones was simply a sky-high price for Zhuowen. He had only obtained 5,000 divine stones from Sun Yan and the other 9 demigod spirit rings, of which he had given 1,000 divine stones to Long Shaotian. Now he only had a pitiful 4,000 divine stones on him. Shaking his head, Zhuowen could only give up on buying the black and yellow qi. The price was simply too expensive. Moreover, he was embarrassingly short of money. He simply couldn't afford it. After strolling around the Long River shop, Zhuowen discovered that most of the items here were extremely expensive. With only 4,000 divine stones on him, there were only a few items that he could afford. Zhuowen was somewhat dispirited and left the shop. At the same time, he looked at the sky and discovered that there was still a long time before the Xiantian hour. Therefore, he decided to return to Tang Ji's house first. When Zhuowen returned to Tang Ji's house, he immediately felt that something was wrong. At this moment, there was no one in the house. It was eerily quiet. Zhuowen released his divine sense and discovered that Tang Ji and Tan Haiba were not in the master bedroom. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen didn't take it to heart. Instead, he returned to his room and sat cross-legged. After about half an hour, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that the great concentration array in the house had stopped operating. Walking out of the room, Zhuowen came to the door. He took out the key that Tang Ji had given him and was about to open the door. However, the moment he placed the key on the door, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Then a white light suddenly swept out from the door and turned into a net to bind Zhuowen. Zhuowen was caught off guard and was immediately trapped by the net of white light. Creak! At the same time, the door in front of him slowly opened and a man and a woman walked out. The man and the woman were Tang Ji and Tan Haiba, who were not in the house. "Brother Tang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked in confusion. At this moment, Tang Ji was no longer as polite as before. Instead, his eyes were filled with condescension. Tan Haiba revealed a sarcastic smile and said, "What a stupid guy. He doesn't even know that he has been betrayed. However, it's good that he is stupid. We don't have to go through so much trouble. Zhuowen's consciousness quietly observed the net of white light around him. He realized that the white light was not weak. It was impossible for an ordinary demigod to escape from the net of white light. However, to Zhuowen, it was not difficult to escape from the net of white light. However, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to ask the two of them what their intentions were. "What do you mean?" Zhuowen's voice was trembling. At the same time, his eyes revealed a hint of fear. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Tan Haiba's beautiful eyes were filled with pride. She sneered and said, "Didn't I say just now? Of course, we are going to betray you." Boom! However, before Tan Haiba could finish speaking, the net of white light in front of them suddenly broke. Zhuowen swept toward Tan Haiba like a hot knife through butter. Tan Haiba obviously did not expect Zhuowen to break out of the net. She screamed and was stunned on the spot. "How dare you?" Tang Ji's pupils shrank. However, he reacted quickly. He grabbed with his right hand. Star God energy spread out and turned into a giant hand that grabbed at Zhuowen. Tan Haiba took a few steps back. Seeing Tang Ji make a move, her heart relaxed. Tang Ji was in the early heavenly god realm. Long Wen was just a demigod. Tang Ji would definitely be helpless against him. Tang Ji had just made a move when he realized that something was wrong. Zhuowen's attack suddenly changed. He was actually rushing toward him. "You want to fight me head-on? You are simply courting death." Tang Ji quickly guessed Zhuowen's intention. The corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. His right hand gathered even more terrifying star god energy, hoping to injure Zhuowen severely. Bang! The two of them collided in an instant. Then a crackling sound rang out. Tang Ji vomited blood and flew backward, smashing heavily on the ground. At the same time, Zhuowen was like a ghost. He appeared in front of Tang Ji in an instant. His right hand formed a sword finger and shot out a milky white sword light. It pierced into Tang Ji's dantian and crushed it. Tang Ji's eyes widened. With his dantian broken, he immediately felt a sense of weakness fill his body. In the end, he fell to the ground. Tan Haiba's beautiful eyes were lifeless. She pointed at Zhuowen and screamed. She really could not understand. This Long Wen was clearly a demigod. How could he subdue Tang Ji so easily? "Scream again, and I will kill you." Zhuowen coldly stared at Tan Haiba. The latter immediately shut her mouth and did not dare to scream again. However, from her trembling body, it was obvious that she was very afraid. Zhuowen pointed at the sword Qi in his right hand. The sword shadow turned into thorns and tied Tan Haiba up. He threw her to Tang Ji's side. Then he looked down at the two of them and said, "I have no enmity with you. We have never met before. Why did you two have such bad intentions?" Tang Ji secretly complained in his heart. The strength that Zhuowen displayed was too strong. He defeated him in an instant and shattered his dantian. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Tang Ji was also a smart person. He knew that Zhuowen did not destroy his divine soul. He only destroyed his dantian. He probably did not intend to kill him. Instead, he wanted to find out the purpose of their actions. Therefore, without waiting for Zhuowen to continue, Tang Ji immediately said, "Senior, please spare my life. We were forced to do all of this. The ones who really wanted to capture you are not us. We have never wanted to harm you." Zhuowen sneered in his heart. Naturally, he would not listen to Tang Ji's words. He just stared at the latter coldly. Tang Ji felt goosebumps from the stare. He braced himself and explained everything clearly. Zhuowen listened in silence. Only then did he know that Tang Ji was a human trafficker. Tang Ji would often wander around the Long River planet. As long as he met a cultivator who was only a demigod and had just entered the Long River planet for the first time, he would be invited to the Long River planet. As long as the cultivators were deceived, Tang Ji would invite them into his house. Then Tang Ji would contact his family and let them take away the trapped cultivators, and profit from it. No wonder Tang Ji could buy such a good house in the main city when he was only in the early heavenly god stage. His main source of income was probably from selling demigod cultivators. However, what made Zhuowen curious was, who was the family and why did they want to buy demigod cultivators? Moreover, he heard from Tang Ji that the same family had been buying demigod cultivators for many years. He had already worked with them many times. Who is the family? Do you know? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Tang Ji's expression was a little unnatural. He hurriedly said, "Senior, I don't know the family's background. After all, how could I let you know the details of this kind of business?" Seeing Tang Ji's unnatural expression, Zhuowen knew that this guy was lying. After working with them so many times, Zhuowen did not believe that Tang Ji would not know the family's background at all. Zhuowen put his sword finger between Tang Ji's brows and said, "You're a smart person. You know what to do." Tang Ji's pupils shrank. In the end, he sighed and said, "I'll say it. I only hope that Senior can let me live." "Sure," Zhuowen nodded. He did not plan to kill Tang Ji. Chapter 1923. Tan Yuzhuan's eyes narrowed. He had never thought that Tang Ji's so-called upper family would be from the Dark Star. Zhuowen had heard of the 4 secondary stars around the Long River Star. These 4 secondary stars were the King Star, the Dark Star, the Fire Star, and the Extreme Star. These 4 secondary planets were the 4 most powerful life planets in the Long River Galaxy apart from the main planet, the Long River Star. As for the 4 secondary planets, their star lords were far stronger than peak heavenly god. It was said that they had reached the level of false true god. It could be said that it was difficult for anyone below true god to fight them. After seizing the body of the infant devourer, although Zhuowen's strength had increased tremendously, facing these false true gods, Zhuowen was still not their opponent. However, Zhuowen believed that if he advanced to the heavenly god realm, he would be invincible under the true god realm. At that time, he would be able to absorb the adult devourer's energy without restraint. Since he had yet to advance to the heavenly god realm, absorbing the adult devourer's energy would be a waste. After all, he couldn't increase his cultivation realm. Absorbing the energy would only increase his strength temporarily. Dark Star, according to you, your upper family's people will be here soon? Zhuowen said indifferently. Tang Ji's face froze, then he said, "Yes. Once the upper family's people know that I failed, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Senior, for the sake of this junior's honesty, let this junior go this time. Otherwise, when the upper family's people come, we will all die." "Die? Not necessarily. After I deal with the upper family's people, I'll think about how to deal with the 2 of you." Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he swept the 2 of them into his spirit ring. After that, Zhuowen used the shapeless all-beings, and the aura on his body began to change. His face even squirmed and turned into Tang Ji's appearance. As Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the demigod realm, Zhuowen released his divine sense, controlling it to the strength of an early heavenly god realm expert. Then he leisurely sat on a stone table under the shade of a tree in the courtyard. After waiting for about 2 hours, Zhuowen discovered that the door of the house had been quietly opened and 5 people walked in. The 5 of them were all men. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. His cultivation was the highest out of the 5 of them at mid-god. The other 4 were all early gods. As soon as he came in, the middle-aged man noticed Zhuowen. He led the 4 people in front of Zhuowen and said coldly, "Tang Ji, where is he?" Zhuowen pointed at the seat opposite him with his right hand and said, "Take a seat first. Long Wen still hasn't returned until now. We'll capture him together once he returns." The middle-aged man stared coldly at Zhuowen, but he did not sit down. Instead, he slapped the stone table with his right hand, smashing it into pieces. "Tang Ji, didn't you say that you could capture that person? Why are you saying that he hasn't returned yet? You're contradicting yourself. Are you messing with us?" The middle-aged man was not polite at all. However, As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his gaze suddenly met Zhuowen's eyes. He discovered that strange, ring-shaped rainbow-colored light had appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He saw his childhood, his family, and his friends in the rainbow-colored light. When he extended his right hand to touch the family he saw, he only felt pain in his dantian. Then his eyes cleared up, and he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's right hand had already pointed at the middle-aged man's dantian. Following that, the middle-aged man's face filled with pain. He could clearly feel that his dantian had shattered. "My lord!" When the middle-aged man's dantian was shattered, the 4 early heavenly god cultivators reacted and attacked immediately. Unfortunately, Zhuowen pointed with his right hand, and countless sword shadows transformed into terrifying thistles and thorns, instantly trapping the 4 of them and killing them. You're not Tang Ji. Who are you?" The middle-aged man clutched his stomach and stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. He knew Tang Ji's strength very well. It was impossible for Tang Ji to ambush him, let alone kill the 4 early gods. Zhuowen looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and released Tang Ji and Tan Haiba from the spirit ring. Tang Ji and Tan Haiba were still in a daze. However, when they saw the 4 early celestial gods on the ground, they were shocked. Then they turned around and saw the middle-aged man. "Lord Tanyu, the upper house actually sent you to help us this time." Tang Ji looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He had interacted with Tanyu a few times and knew how powerful the latter was. However, in such a short period of time, 4 early gods were killed and Tanyu's dantian was shattered. How could he not know who the culprit was? Looking at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze, Tang Ji was secretly regretting. He did not expect that not only did he kick an iron board, but he also got himself into big trouble. The young man in front of him was only a demigod. However, from the strength he displayed, Tang Ji already thought that Zhuowen was an expert above the late gods. "Who are you? Did the other vice stars send you?" Tanyu quickly calmed down and said coldly. Zhuowen looked at Tanyu and said, "I heard that you're from the Dark Star. Was it your master's idea to buy a demigod, rogue, cultivator from a human trafficker?" However, Tanyu's face was filled with a cold smile. He glanced at Zhuowen mockingly and did not say anything else. In his heart, he had already determined that Zhuowen should be the spy of another vice star. Seeing Tanyu's expression, Zhuowen did not want to waste his breath on him. He pressed his right hand on Tanyu's head, intending to forcefully search his soul. "Your divine soul!" Tanyu looked at Zhuowen in fear. The moment Zhuowen searched his soul, he saw the boundless starry sky in Zhuowen's divine soul. Under this starry sky, his divine soul was as weak as an ant. Zhuowen's divine soul was much stronger than Tanyu's. Tan, you did not even have the right to resist. The memories in his divine soul were completely checked by Zhuowen. From Tanyu's memories, Zhuowen found that Tanyu was really one of the Dark Star Lord's men. Moreover, it was the Dark Star Lord's order to buy a demigod rogue cultivator. As for why the Dark Star Lord did this, Tanyu did not have the right to know. Originally, Zhuowen was still casually checking Tanyu's memories. However, when he reached the end of the memories, his body trembled. In Tanyu's memories, a strange scabbard suddenly flew over from the starry sky 60 years ago. The speed of the scabbard was extremely fast. Although many gods in the Dark Star Lord noticed it, they did not catch where the scabbard landed on the Dark Star Lord. Coincidentally, the Dark Star Lord was in seclusion at that time. After a period of time, there was a craze to search for the scabbard in the Dark Star Lord. However, no one found any traces of the scabbard. Instead, many gods died in the process of searching for the scabbard. As more and more gods died, many gods gave up on searching for the scabbard. Although the Dark Star Lord was extremely concerned about this matter after coming out of seclusion, after sending out many gods, they still could not find any traces of the scabbard. Later, the matter was left unsettled. This memory was not particularly deep in Tan Yu's divine soul. Clearly, Tan Yu did not care too much about this memory. However, Zhuowen knew that the scabbard that suddenly flew over from the starry sky was very likely the blood-splashing 5 steps that he was looking for. However, what made Zhuowen strange was that the blood-splashing 5 steps was only a substandard god tool. Even if it had Xiao He as its artifact spirit, it should not have the ability to travel through the starry sky. Zhuowen then thought about how many gods died in the dark star Lord's search for the scabbard. This made Zhuowen somewhat uncertain. The blood-splashing 5 steps was only a substandard god tool. How could it have the ability to kill gods? This made Zhuowen suspect that the scabbard was the blood-splashing 5 steps. Looks like I have to take a look at the Dark Star Lord's divine soul. Zhuowen rubbed his forehead. Although the scabbard in the Dark Star Lord's divine soul might not be the blood-splashing 5 steps, Zhuowen still had to make a trip. After all, everything was too coincidental. Zhuowen glanced at Tan Yu, who had fainted because of the soul search. However, he did not kill Tan Yu. After the soul search, Zhuowen completely erased the memories of him from Tan Yu's divine soul. Whether he killed Tan Yu or not, it did not affect him much. After collecting the spirit rings of Tan Yu and the other 4 early heavenly god stage cultivators, Zhuowen burned the corpses of the 4 early heavenly god stage cultivators to ashes. Then he said to the silent Tang Ji and Tan Haiba, "I'll leave Tan Yu to the 2 of you." Tang Ji was a smart person. He knew that Zhuowen was planning to spare their lives. He quickly nodded. At the same time, he took off the spirit rings on his body and handed them to Zhuowen. He said, "Senior, this is Junior's collection of many years. Take it as Junior's filial piety to you." After speaking, Tang Ji took out a piece of golden paper from his bosom. There was a seal at the end of the golden paper. "Senior, this is Junior's house deed. Junior has no use for it, so I'll give it to Senior." Tang Ji said with a flattering smile. Since Tang Ji took the initiative, Zhuowen naturally did not refuse. It just so happened that he was lacking divine stones right now. After doing all this, Tang Ji put Tan Yu into the spirit ring. After bowing respectfully to Zhuowen, he left the house with Tan Haiba. Tang Ji's dantian was broken. Now he urgently needed to recover his dantian. As for Zhuowen, he did not dare to stay a moment longer. He was afraid that Zhuowen would go back on his words and kill him. After Tang Ji left, Zhuowen entered the master bedroom and began to check the 6 spirit rings he had just obtained. Among them, the spirit rings of Tan Yu's 4 subordinates had the least amount of wealth. Other than some divine stones, there were some miscellaneous items and materials. Although these 4 people's spirit rings had the least amount of wealth, there were more than 10,000 divine stones in total. It was more than Zhuowen's current wealth. After Zhuowen opened Tan Yu's spirit ring, his eyes immediately lit up. There were many things in Tan Yu's spirit ring. Just the divine stones alone were more than 100,000. There were even many level 1 divine medicines inside. Other than that, Zhuowen also found a heavenly divine artifact. Previously, Zhuowen's attack was too fast. Tan Yu did not even have time to take out his heavenly divine artifact before his dantian was broken by Zhuowen. This heavenly divine artifact was a long spear. This spear was completely black. Its appearance was like a carbon rod. There was nothing special about it. Zhuowen had also used spear-type weapons before. He held this long spear and casually waved it. He felt a surge of law energy from the spear light. Although this long spear is relatively ordinary among heavenly divine artifacts, it's still passable for temporary use. Zhuowen did not have any heavenly divine artifacts now. If he equipped this long spear, it would more or less increase Zhuowen's strength. N. Chapter 1924. Soul-absorbing divine needle. Zhuowen's divine sense was extremely powerful. When Zhuowen's divine sense scanned the spear, he discovered something unusual about the tip of the spear. When Zhuowen's right hand landed on the tip of the spear, he actually felt a sense of trepidation. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with light. Then, his right hand kept rubbing the tip of the spear. At the same time, his divine sense turned into a spiral and kept spinning around the tip of the spear. It was as if he wanted to polish the tip of the spear. Time passed slowly. Zhuowen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He discovered that as his divine sense polished the tip of the spear, it was as if a hidden sharpness was awakening. Bang! Suddenly, the tip of the spear broke off from the body of the spear and floated in the air. At this moment, the tip of the spear was no longer pitch black. Instead, it emitted a sword light. Moreover, due to the polishing of the divine sense, the tip of the spear had become a finger-sized needle. Whoosh! Zhuowen's divine sense moved. The long needle suddenly flew up into the sky and pierced through the roof. It broke through the defensive formation of the house and flew up into the sky. However, the long needle quickly returned to the house under Zhuowen's control. Zhuowen did not care about the broken defensive formation and roof. Instead, he stared at the long needle in front of him with bright eyes. Such an extraordinary long needle is actually hidden within an ordinary heavenly divine artifact. If my guess is correct, this long needle needs to be activated with one's divine sense in order to unleash a powerful attack. Furthermore, the stronger one's divine sense is, the more powerful the needle will be. Zhuowen kept the long needle. This thing was hidden in the tip of the spear. Moreover, it was in a dusty state. Tan, you did not know where he got this spear from. Tan Yu thought that this was just an ordinary spear. He did not expect that such a powerful divine object was actually hidden in it. The power of this long needle was much stronger than an ordinary heavenly divine artifact. Moreover, it was as hard as iron. If Zhuowen used his divine sense to launch a surprise attack with the long needle, a peak heavenly god would most likely die under this long needle if he was not paying attention. From now on, this will be called the soul-absorbing divine needle. Putting away the soul-absorbing god needle, Zhuowen was in a good mood. After throwing the broken spear to the side, he continued to look through Tan Yu's spirit ring. However, he did not find anything that made Zhuowen's eyes light up. Zhuowen was the last to open Tang Ji's spirit ring. When he opened it, he was shocked by the large number of divine stones inside. Tang Ji's spirit ring was filled with divine stones. Other than that, there was nothing else. Zhuowen did a quick count and found that the number of divine stones in Tang Ji's ring had reached a terrifying 500,000. Looks like Tang Ji has done quite a bit of human trafficking. Zhuowen muttered as he put away the spirit ring. He regretted letting Tang Ji go just like that. After all, with Tang Ji's personality, he would definitely return to his old profession after recovering his dantian. However, Zhuowen only had a fleeting thought. It would probably take a long time for Tang Ji to recover. Moreover, he did not care so much. The harvest this time could be said to be extremely rich. Now, Zhuowen had at least 610,000 divine stones on him. To the current him, this was definitely a huge sum of money. After counting the spoils of war, Zhuowen left the house. He was very clear that the failure of Tan Yu and the others would soon attract the attention of the people from Dark Star. Therefore, it was not good to stay here for too long. After leaving the house, Zhuowen casually found a pawn shop and pawned the land deed given by Tang. However, what made Zhuowen speechless was that the land deed was only pawned for 50,000 divine stones. Back then, Tang Ji had said that his house was worth 100,000 divine stones. Now that it was in the pawn shop, the value had shrunk by so much. However, this land deed was also a hot potato for Zhuowen. Even though he knew that he had been cheated, Zhuowen still sold it without hesitation. At this moment, there were still 2 hours until the evening. After leaving the pawn shop, Zhuowen first went to the Long River shop. He planned to buy the Heaven and Earth aura. The Long River shop was bustling with people coming and going. It was bustling with activity. Zhuowen was familiar with the process. He arrived at the counter where the heaven and earth aura was sold. However, what made Zhuowen surprised was that there were only 3 bottles of heaven and earth aura left on the counter. They were of the large, medium, and small sizes. He did not expect that the heaven and earth aura would be so expensive. It was actually so popular. In less than half a day, there was only so much heaven and earth aura left on the counter. Zhuowen pressed the bell on the counter. Previously, when he entered the shop, he had learned that customers who wanted to buy goods would have to press the corresponding bell on the counter. Only then would the shop assistant come out to greet them. After a while, a rather tall woman came over. The woman sized up Zhuowen and said calmly, "Are you looking for the smallest bottle of heaven and earth aura?" Zhuowen was stunned. He had not even opened his mouth, and the woman was already certain that he wanted to buy the smallest bottle of heaven and earth aura. She was too full of herself. However, Zhuowen also knew that his aura was only that of a demigod. Subconsciously, the woman thought that he could not afford the largest bottle of heaven and earth aura. "Miss, I need the largest bottle of heaven and earth aura. Can you give it to me?" Zhuowen was about to speak when a rather elegant voice came from behind. Then a handsome man walked over slowly with a middle-aged man and an old man. The man did not look sideways at all. He did not even look at Zhuowen. He came in front of the counter and stared at the woman in front of the counter with a smile on his face. "So it's young Master Pan." Looking at the handsome man, the originally expressionless tall woman suddenly had an extremely bright smile on her face. Then she quickly took out the largest bottle of heaven and earth aura from the counter. Although the largest bottle of mysterious yellow qi was dozens of feet in size, the tall woman was able to shrink the bottle to any size she wanted while taking it out. After taking out the largest bottle of heaven and earth aura, the tall woman took out the smallest bottle of heaven and earth aura and casually threw it in front of Zhuowen. She said, 10,000 godstones. After paying the godstones, you can leave." Zhuowen did not take the smallest bottle of heaven and earth aura. Instead, he looked at the tall woman indifferently and said, "Everything has a first come, first served rule. When did I say that I wanted the smallest bottle of heaven and earth aura?" The tall woman slightly frowned, turned her head, and coldly stared at Zhuowen, then sneered and said, "The largest bottle of black and yellow gas costs 200,000 godstones. How can a person like you have so many godstones?" At this moment, the handsome man who had originally ignored Zhuowen also turned his head to look at Zhuowen and frowned slightly. He did not expect that a mere demigod in front of him would want to buy the largest bottle of heaven and earth aura. A cultivator with such a cultivation level would not even be able to take out 10,000 godstones, let alone 200,000 godstones. Therefore, he thought that this guy was causing trouble. Although he did not like Zhuowen to steal the show, the handsome man still said in a gentlemanly manner, "Brother, I urgently need this heaven and earth aura. Please do not fight with me for it." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The handsome man's words were polite, but his tone was unquestionable, as if his words could not be disobeyed. Moreover, after the handsome man finished speaking, the 2 people standing behind him coldly stared at him. Their eyes filled with warning. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. The handsome man in front of him said it nicely, but his actions were a blatant threat. "My young master is a member of the Pan family in the Golden Sun Galaxy. I think you should know what I mean. Whether or not you have 200,000 godstones, you'd better know your place and get lost." At the same time, a cold voice echoed in Zhuowen's mind. He knew that it was the old man who had sent the voice transmission. This was no longer gentlemanly. It was an unceremonious threat. The tall woman at the counter also realized that the situation was not right. She immediately smiled and said, "Young Master Pan, don't bother with a nobody like him. I'll sell you the heaven and earth aura." The handsome man said politely, "That won't do. After all, this brother proposed to buy it first. I have to wait for this brother to part with his treasures before I plan to buy it. Otherwise, others will think that I'm taking advantage of my position to bully others." The tall woman giggled and said, "Young Master Pan is too polite. This guest must have been joking just now." Jouin looked at the elegant and handsome man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. This man with the surname Pan was really a whore, and he still wanted to set up a monument to his chastity. Jouin almost couldn't stand it anymore. The handsome man looked at Jouin with a smile. Just now, the old man had already sent a voice transmission to this demigod guy. He knew that anyone who had heard of the Golden Sun Galaxy would make concessions. Unfortunately, Jouin turned his head around and didn't pay any attention to the handsome man. Instead, he looked at the tall woman and said, "Since young Master Pan is so modest, then I'll accept your offer. I'll take the largest bottle of Sky Earth energy." As soon as Jouin said this, the handsome man's face froze and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. He wanted to say something, but he found that he had nothing to say. The modest words from before were indeed from his mouth. If he wanted to fight for the heaven and earth aura from Jouin now, it would be no different from slapping himself in the face. The middle-aged man and the old man standing behind the handsome man had cold looks in their eyes, but Jouin turned a blind eye to them. The tall woman looked at Jouin strangely. She didn't expect that this guy would dare to fight for something in Panda's hands. Wasn't he tired of living? However, seeing that Panda didn't say anything, she also knew that if she pushed the heaven and earth aura to Panda now, it would be self-defeating. "Young Master Pan is magnanimous. Since you want it, take out 200,000 divine stones," the tall woman said coldly. Jouin handed the storage bag that he had prepared earlier to the tall woman and said, "There are 200,000 divine stones inside. You can count them yourself." The tall woman took the storage pouch and counted it carefully. When she found that there were indeed 200,000 god stones inside, her eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. This mere demigod fellow actually had so many god stones. After taking the heaven and earth aura, Jouin left the Long River shop. However, as soon as Jouin left the shop, Panda, the middle-aged man, and the old man followed behind him. Chapter 1925. Presumptuous Request Pan aggressively led the middle-aged man and old man out of the Long River store. However, he was dumbfounded because he actually couldn't find any trace of that despicable demigod ant. "Euron, where did that kid hide?" Pan looked at the old man beside him. The old man's divine sense was the strongest amongst the three of them. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm, his divine sense was close to the late stage of the heavenly god realm. The old man's expression was slightly awkward as he said, "Young master, my divine sense couldn't find that fellow either." Panda was shocked, and his gaze was gloomy as he said, "Looks like we underestimated that fellow. He's a mere demigod, yet he was able to take out 200,000 divine stones. He's not simple. He probably possesses some sort of concealment technique that allowed him to escape from your divine sense." The old man and the middle-aged man nodded in deep agreement. The middle-aged man said, "Young master, what should we do?" "There's no need to care about him. It's merely heaven and earth energy. However, if we're lucky enough to encounter that little bastard next time, we'll kill him on the spot." As he spoke, a trace of killing intent flashed through Panda's eyes. "It's almost time. Let's enter the Imperial Pavilion." Panda led the old man and the middle-aged man into the Imperial Pavilion. Not far away from the Imperial Pavilion, Jouin silently watched Panda's group of three enter the pavilion under the warm reception of a maid at the entrance. At this moment, Jouin's appearance had completely changed. At this moment, he was a young man with a sickly pale complexion. His expression was gloomy, and it was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Jouin arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion, the green-clothed woman he'd met the first time was standing not far away from the entrance. "Where's Miss Wushang's performance?" Zhuowen asked ambiguously. The green-clothed woman frowned slightly as she glanced at Zhuowen. Then she pointed behind her and said, "Go straight ahead, then turn right. Walk all the way to the end, and that's where Miss Wushang's performance is. However, you'll have to pay 5 divine stones first." Now that Zhuowen had a sufficient amount of divine stones, he naturally didn't care about the 5 divine stones. After paying, Zhuowen entered the imperial pavilion. Zhuowen followed the green-robed woman's instructions and arrived at the end of the left turn. This was an open-air arena. The area was quite large, and a white jade platform was built in the center of the arena. At this moment, a veiled woman was sitting cross-legged on the high platform. There was a guqin placed in front of her, and there were 2 maidservants standing on either side of her. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the veiled woman. He could tell at a glance that this woman was Moyin Wushang. Below the white jade platform there were many seats. At this moment, most of the seats were occupied. However, there were many people here. Although there were some empty seats, most of the cultivators actually stood below the platform and did not occupy those seats. As for Panda's group of 3 that entered first, Zhuowen noticed that they were seated at the most conspicuous seats below. There were many young geniuses seated near Panda as well. The group of people were chatting and laughing, and it was rather lively. Zhuowen stopped a cultivator who was passing by and asked, "Brother, there are many seats here. Why do so many people prefer to stand?" This cultivator was also a demigod. He looked up and down at Zhuowen and said strangely, "I say, brother, don't you know the rules here? The seats here all need to be paid with godstones. The worst of these seats cost 500 godstones, and the better ones cost thousands. Most people are not willing to spend this kind of money." Hearing this, Zhuowen was relieved. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother, I feel like an old friend at first sight. I plan to buy a seat. Do you want to come with me?" When the cultivator heard this, he knew that Zhuowen was going to treat him. He patted his chest and showed an excited expression. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are so generous." The 2 of them chose a slightly worse seat. After Zhuowen paid 500 godstones, the 2 of them sat on the ground. "May I ask your name, brother?" With a sucker like Zhuo, when treating him to a meal, the cultivator appeared to be rather happy, and his words were filled with enthusiasm. "Long Win." Zhuowen answered casually, but his eyes were looking at Panda, who was sitting in a conspicuous position. The moment he entered this place, Zhuowen felt that Panda's gaze towards Mo Yen was very different. In particular, there was a burning desire and deep possessiveness in his eyes, which made Zhuowen feel a chill in his heart. "So it is, Brother Long. I am Himu. There are not many people as hospitable as Brother Long. It is my fortune to be able to meet Brother Long," Himu said enthusiastically. Zhuowen waved his hand, but pointed at the conspicuous seats of Panda and the others and said, "Brother He, that should be the best seat, right? What kind of people can sit in those seats?" Himu smiled and said, "Brother Long, you asked the right person. I know all of them." Then Himu pointed at Panda and said, "This person is called Panda. He is a member of the Pan family in the Gold Sun Galaxy, near the Long River Galaxy. This Pan family is not simple. The ruler of the Gold Sun Galaxy, Pan Tian, is a member of the Pan family. In the Gold Sun Galaxy, the Pan family is very powerful. No one dares to provoke them." "Oh, this person's background is so big? Is this Panda a descendant of Pan Tian?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. "No, but Panda's background in the Pan family is not low. His status is quite high. Even if he is an insignificant member of the Pan family, he is much more honorable than us rogue cultivators." At this point, Himu's eyes dimmed. He was a loose cultivator, and he had to rely on himself to cultivate. He even had to save as many godstones as he could. Compared to Panda, a rich kid who could enjoy countless resources, the gap was too big. Zhuowen nodded. Then, under Zhuowen's indirect questioning, Zhuowen learned the identities of the people sitting next to Panda from Himu. However, it was worth mentioning that there was a young man in brocade clothes sitting closest to Panda. This young man was called Chi Wei. He was a descendant of Chi Chi. In the ruler's hall of the Long River Galaxy, he was a famous genius. He had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already a middle-stage heavenly god. Brother Long, Miss Wu Shang is about to perform. This should be your first time listening to Miss Wu Shang's song, right? Let me tell you, Miss Wu Shang's song is indeed worth listening to. Any cultivator who listens to Miss Wu Shang's song will have all the distracting thoughts in their hearts vanish. You can even feel a little from the rhythm of the song. It can be said that Miss Wu Shang's song is very magical. Speaking of Mo Yen Wu Shang's song, Himu's face turned red. He seemed very excited. Hearing Himu's endless praise, Zhuowen was surprised. He had heard Wu Shang's music before, but it didn't seem to be as magical as Himu said. Miss Wu Shang is about to start playing, Himu suddenly said. Zhuowen's attention was also on the high platform. Not only him, but all the cultivators around the high platform were staring at Mo Yen Wu Shang. Dong! Mo Yen Wu Shang's slender fingers were slowly strumming the surface of the guqin. The strings of the guqin were whispering softly, like the water in a ditch murmuring to the crops on the shore. It was also like a trickle of water that slowly flowed in the hearts of the cultivators. The moment the sound of the guqin rang out, the noisy surroundings of the high platform quieted down. Most of the cultivators closed their eyes and quietly listened to the sound of the guqin. The moment the sound of the guqin rang out, Zhuowen was suddenly shocked. He could hear a trace of Taoist rhyme from the sound of the guqin. This trace of Taoist rhyme and Taoist rhyme were somewhat similar, but completely different. Zhuowen quietly listened to the Taoist rhyme in the sound of the guqin. He suddenly thought of the Taoist rhyme that he had comprehended in the past. He realized that under the effect of this music, his Taoist rhyme actually surged. At this moment, Zhuowen was quite shocked. He was sure that Wu Shang's guqin music did not have this trace of Taoist rhyme at all. He knew that this Taoist rhyme was probably comprehended by Wu Shang later on. Although he did not know what kind of power it was, he could guess that this Taoist rhyme was definitely an extremely mysterious power like Taoist rhyme. When did Wu Shang comprehend such a mysterious power? Zhuowen stared at the woman on the high platform. His eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Almost everyone present closed their eyes in the sound of the guqin. They carefully listened to the artistic conception and comprehension brought by the music. Only Zhuowen and another person were not affected by the sound of the guqin at all. Zhuowen himself possessed the power of Taoist rhyme. The power of the guqin music and Zhuowen's Taoist rhyme should have come from the same source. Therefore, it was unable to affect Zhuowen. Not far from Zhuowen, in another remote corner, a black figure was wrapped in a thick black robe. It was difficult to see his face clearly. He was hidden in the darkness and silently observed Mo Yen Wu Shang. This child is actually not affected at all by the power of the music. The mysterious black-robed person also noticed that Zhuowen was not affected and muttered in a low voice. This mysterious black-robed person was like the darkness. Even Zhuowen was not aware of him at all. It was clear that this black-robed person was not simple. The sound of the guqin slowly faded away. It brought a sense of loss to everyone present. Obviously, no one wanted to wake up from the sound of the guqin so early. Miss Wu Shang's guqin music is still so enchanting. I really want to listen to it again. Himu said with some melancholy. After Mo Yen Wu Shang finished the song, he slowly stood up. He picked up the guqin and planned to leave the high platform. Miss Wu Shang, please wait for a moment. Suddenly, Panda, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly shouted out. Panda's voice was quite loud and clear. It instantly broke the silence and caused many cultivators to frown. However, when they saw that the owner of the voice was Panda, although they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show it. They knew that Panda's background was not small. Moy and Wushang stopped and looked at Panda indifferently. What is it? Panda cupped his hands and said with a smile, Miss Wushang, I promised you last time. Please fulfill it. Panda's words caused an uproar in the audience. The people present were not fools. How could they not know what it meant to play Phoenix Seeks Phoenix for Phoenix? Moyen Wushang's beautiful face changed slightly. He said in a low voice, Young Master Pan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did Wushang promise you that? Chapter 1926. Farce. It's actually a Douyu token. Only the owner of the Douyu Pavilion has this. When Panda took out the token, there was an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Even Moyen Wushang, who was on the high platform, froze. Zhuowen frowned. He didn't know about the Douyu token. He asked in a low voice, Brother He, what's the origin of this token? He Mu said, This is the token of the owner of the Douyu Pavilion. In the Douyu Pavilion, only the owner has it. Generally, the owner of this token is like the owner himself. As long as the request isn't too excessive, the employees of the Douyu Pavilion must agree to the owner's request. He Mu said helplessly, Miss Wushang is an employee of the Douyu Pavilion. Since Panda has this token, Miss Wushang has to agree to Panda's request. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he coldly looked at Panda. He naturally knew the meaning of this song. Speaking of which, when Moyen Wushang parted with him, he had played this song. He also understood Wushang's feelings, but he didn't think too much about it when he parted with him. Now that he thought about it, it took a lot of courage for a woman to put aside her reservations and play this song for him. He could imagine the disappointment in Moyen Wushang's heart. Now, Panda was asking Moyen Wushang to play this song in front of everyone. Everyone could see his intentions. Miss Wushang, it's not too much to play this song for me, right? Panda held the token and said with a smile. Moyen Wushang's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Panda coldly. Just as she was about to refuse, a voice that was neither feminine nor masculine suddenly sounded. Moyen Wushang is an otherworldly fairy. How can an ordinary person be worthy of her? And how can an ordinary person be qualified to listen to this song? This young master is making things difficult for Miss Wushang. That's a loss of grace. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. They immediately looked at the source of the voice. They saw a man with a pale face slowly stand up. His eyes were full of passion. This passion was obviously directed at Moyen Wushang. Seeing the pale man's appearance, many cultivators secretly shook their heads. They knew that this guy was also an admirer of Moyen Wushang. However, did this person not know about Panda's background? He actually dared to speak sarcastically. His courage was not ordinary. Panda's eyes were cold. He stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said, mockingly, he said, Wushang, Lord, do you think you are worthy of Wushang? Zhuowen said Wushang, Wushang, at least I won't be Lord Pan, or at least I won't use force, or force. Wushang. Zhuowen's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The others were also very displeased with Panda's actions. However, due to the power behind Panda, they didn't dare to speak up. Moyen Wushang is. Moyen Wushang is Wushang. Wushang studio is a studio. He Mu complained in his heart. He didn't expect Long Wen to be so daring. He actually dared to refute Panda. In order to not be implicated, He Mu quietly left his seat and left this place. He didn't want to have anything to do with Zhuowen right now. Panda's eyes were cold. He stood on his seat and looked down at Zhuowen. He said, You are a little better than me. Today, I want to see how you will do it. You Rong, slap him 100 times. Don't kill him. The old man standing beside Panda grinned. His eyes were full of brutality. He slowly walked towards Zhuowen. Lord Pan, don't you know the rules of the Elegance Pavilion? Fighting is not allowed here. Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes were cold. Panda didn't care. He said, Miss Wushang, don't you know that the holder of the Pavilion Master token can teach the offender a lesson? This person spoke frivolously. I should teach him a lesson on behalf of Miss Wushang. Seeing Panda's careless appearance, Moyen Wushang was angry. However, she didn't make a move. She knew very well that with her strength, it was difficult to stop Yurong. After all, Yurong was a middle-stage divine realm cultivator. He was extremely powerful. I don't need to know your name. I don't want to know your origin. Offending the young master today is the biggest mistake of your life. Yurong came in front of Zhouwen. He sneered and raised his right hand. He wanted to slap Zhouwen's mouth. However, Yurong's raised right hand quickly froze. He stared blankly at Zhouwen's eyes. If someone were to look carefully, they would be able to see that the depths of Zhouwen's pupils were emitting a 7-colored light. At this moment, Zhouwen performed the shapeless all-life illusion. His spirit was extremely powerful. Yurong was only a middle-stage divine realm cultivator. How could his spirit be comparable to Zhouwen's? He was instantly tricked. Panda frowned when he saw that Yurong had stopped in place and had not made a move. He slowly walked to Yurong's side. Just as he was about to speak, Yurong's frozen hand suddenly whistled over and slapped Panda's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was heard. Panda covered his red cheek and looked at Yurong in a daze. He couldn't imagine that Yurong dared to slap him in return. The audience fell into silence because of this sudden change. No one expected that Yurong, who was supposed to teach Zhouwen a lesson, would suddenly hit Panda. Little bastard, you offended my young master. You don't put our Pan family in your eyes. Today, I'll slap you 100 times to teach you a lesson. You'll remember it in the future. Pan didn't even have time to react. Yurong's mouth was full of a sneer. He slapped Panda's face again. Yurong's slap was merciless. This slap almost caused Panda to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Yurong, you're crazy. Panda roared in anger. Unfortunately, Yurong's terrifying aura suppressed Panda's body, making it difficult for him to move. In the next moment, Yurong's palm slaps landed on Panda's face like a storm. Soon, Panda's face was swollen and blood spurted out. There were also many broken teeth, mixed in with blood. Yurong, stop! Panda's other subordinate, Zhouwen, shouted angrily and rushed towards Yurong. He wanted to stop Yurong, who had suddenly gone crazy. Zhouwen turned to look at Zhouwen, who was rushing over, and cast another illusion. Zhouwen immediately fell for it. Zhouwen, Yurong has gone crazy. Stop him quickly. Seeing Zhouwen rushing over, a glimmer of hope appeared in Panda's eyes. He vaguely begged for help. Bang! However, as soon as Panda finished speaking, Zhouwen kicked him fiercely, directly trampling him to the ground. Little bastard! I am trying to save my young master. How dare you block my way? Get out of my way! Zhouwen's eyes were tyrannical. He stepped on Panda's chest and directly stepped on him. Panda spat out a mouthful of blood and then screamed like a pig being slaughtered. This scene shocked everyone present. They did not expect that Yurong and Zhouwen, who originally wanted to teach Zhouwen a lesson, would suddenly go crazy and attack their young master. Zhouwen lightly landed on the white jade platform. He gently bowed to Moyen Wushang and said, Miss Wushang, this person brought this upon himself. Now, he has received his retribution. I wonder if Miss Wushang would like to invite me in for a chat? Moyen Wushang looked deeply at the young man in front of him. He knew that Yurong and Zhouwen's sudden madness had something to do with this young man. Everyone present also sensed that something was amiss. Fear surged in their eyes as they looked at Zhouwen. Stop! When Zhouwen rushed onto the platform, Chi-Wei, who had been watching the show, suddenly rushed out from his seat. His hands were unknowingly holding 2 swords. He rushed to the middle of Yurong and Zhou Wen and then fiercely swung his swords. Bang bang! Zhou Wen and Yurong, who were originally jointly beating up Panda, groaned and retreated dozens of steps. Then they completely recovered. This young master. Only then did Yurong and Zhou Wen come to their senses. Looking at Panda, who was on the verge of death, they instantly understood what they had done. On the platform, Zhou Wen looked at Qi Wei in surprise. Although Qi Wei was a middle-stage divine realm expert, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary middle-stage divine realm expert. No wonder he was a genius of the Hall of Gods. At this moment, Moyan Wushang was still somewhat hesitant. Although the young man in front of her had helped her, she did not know this young man. She was not in the mood to chat with him. However, a voice transmission made Moyan Wushang's delicate body tremble. "Wushang, I am Zhou Wen." Moyan Wushang stared at the young man in front of her in disbelief. She did not see any similarities between this young man and Zhou Wen. However, she knew that the voice transmission was indeed Zhou Wen's voice. After calming himself down, Moyan Wushang opened his mouth and said, "This young master is very capable. It is Wushang's honor to be able to chat with young master." After saying that, Moyan Wushang stepped forward and grabbed the young man's arm. Then, she walked into the inner room below the platform. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? The pure Miss Wushang actually took the initiative to hold the hand of a strange man? There was an uproar around the platform. Panda, who had been beaten very badly, naturally saw this scene. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Qi Wei, who was standing not far away, looked at Zhou Wen's back. His eyes were full of fear. He knew very well that this young man was definitely not simple to be able to make Yurong and Zhou Wen unconscious without anyone noticing. Although Zhou Wen's aura was only that of a demigod, Qi Wei had already determined that this person was a powerful divine realm expert who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The mysterious black-robed man, who had been hiding in the dark, frowned and whispered, "It seems that Moyan Wushang and this young man know each other. I just don't know what their relationship is." Chapter 1927. Fire Spirit. Juice Moyan Wushang turned her head and looked at the young man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She asked with uncertainty, "Are you really Zhou Wen?" Zhou Wen smiled and returned to his original appearance. Seeing Zhou Wen's true appearance, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes turned red. She threw herself into Zhou Wen's arms. Zhou Wen was caught off guard, but he didn't dodge. He gently stroked Moyan Wushang's back. He could feel the grievance in Moyan Wushang's heart. For 60 years, Moyan Wushang supported the entire heavenly armor planet. She also had to face the pressure of Huang Danqing. She even had to come to the main planet to perform. Zhou Wen knew that Moyan Wushang was under a lot of pressure. This pressure should have been Zhou Wen's, but it was transferred to Moyan Wushang. Zhou Wen felt a little guilty. "Wushang, you've worked hard for the past 60 years. Zhou Wen sighed. Moyan Wushang calmed down and left Zhou Wen's arms. Her face was flushed. In the eyes of outsiders, Moyan Wushang had always been very strong, not to mention crying. But in front of Zhou Wen, Moyan Wushang's strength always turned into nothingness. She revealed her grievance and weakness because she could find a sense of security in Zhou Wen. "It's not hard. By the way, Brother Zhou, what happened to you in the past 60 years? Why didn't you come back? And your cultivation?" Moyan Wushang just noticed that Zhou Wen's cultivation was only a demigod, but she had seen Zhou Wen's power with her own eyes. She knew that Zhou Wen's strength was not simple. Zhou Wen told her what had happened in the past few years. This time, he planned to take Moyan Wushang and the people of Heavenly Armor Planet away. He didn't hide the matter of the infant devourer. When Moyan Wushang heard that Zhou Wen had possessed the infant devourer, she couldn't help but be shocked. "By the way, Wushang, you've been in the Long River Galaxy for 60 years. Do you know where most of the stars in the galaxy are located?" Zhuo Wen wanted to become a heavenly god, so he needed 9 stars. Previously, when he rushed to Long River Star, he did not investigate the stars in Long River Star system. Moreover, he did not see many stars along the way. Clearly, there were not many stars in this star system. There aren't many stars in the long galaxy, but I know that there is a place, Fire Cloud Domain, in the south. It is a dangerous place, where stars are gathered. The distance between each star and the stars a star, and the distance between star and star is the distance between star and God. Is. Moyen Wushang looked at Zhuo Wen strangely and said, Brother Zhuo, why are you asking this? Do you need a star? Stars? Zhuo Wen smiled and said, You're right. I do need a star. It's very troublesome for an infant devourer to become a sky god. Ordinary life planets have too little star power. They can't combine with the infant devourer's soul to form star god power. I need a star, and I need 9 of them. Moyen Wushang was shocked. He thought that devourer was crazy. Ordinary sky gods only needed 1 life planet to become a sky god. Devourer not only needed a star, but he also needed 9 stars. This was crazy. This is the star map of the Blazing Cloud region. Big Brother Zhuo, if you want to go there, just follow the star map. However, the temperature there is too high. I suggest you buy some ice-type pills. Ink Words of War suggested. You'd better buy some ice-type pills. Ink Words of War suggested. Zhuo Wen nodded. He had a lot of godstones on him. He could go to the Long River store and buy some ice pills or artifacts just in case. After all, if he went to the Fire Cloud Domain with his body, it would be too ostentatious. Zhuo Wen put away the star map and took out 200,000 godstones from his spirit ring. He gave them to Moyen Wushang and said, Wushang, I have a lot of godstones. You don't have to perform in the Grace Pavilion anymore. When I become a sky god, I'll take you and leave China. 200,000? That's a lot. Moyen Wushang took the storage pouch and found that there were indeed 200,000 godstones. He couldn't help but exclaim, but soon he calmed down. Zhuo Wen had taken over Devourer's body. 200,000 godstones was nothing to Zhuo Wen. But soon, Moyen Wushang looked hesitant. Zhuo Wen saw it and asked, Wushang, what's wrong? Moyen Wushang sighed and said, Brother Zhuo, the reason why I'm allowed to perform here without being coveted is because I signed an agreement with the owner of the Grace Pavilion. I have to perform here for 50 years before I can leave. I've only been here for 20 years. There are still 30 years left. Zhuo Wen frowned. He didn't expect Wushang to sign such an agreement. How strong is the owner of the Grace Pavilion? Zhuo Wen frowned and asked. Moyen Wushang sighed and said, The owner should be at the peak of the sky god realm. He's at the peak of the main star. His position is very high, so, although Moyen Wushang knew that Zhuo Wen wasn't simple, Zhuo Wen hadn't reached the divine transformation realm. There was still a big gap between him and the peak of the sky god realm. Zhuo Wen frowned. If he was at the divine transformation realm, he wouldn't care about the peak of the sky god realm. But now he might have to expose Devourer's body to fight against the peak of the sky god realm. This wasn't the result that Zhuo Wen wanted. Who is it? Zhuo Wen's eyes suddenly turned cold as he asked in a deep voice. Sure enough, your divine sense is very powerful. A coquettish voice came from outside the pavilion. Then the door opened automatically, and a woman with limpid eyes came in. This woman's appearance could only be considered top-notch, but the faintly discernible charm that flowed from her eyes gave her an indescribable charm. Owner! Moyen Wushang exclaimed. You're the owner of the Grace Pavilion? Zhuo Wen looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. His divine sense was very powerful. He had noticed this woman as soon as she arrived. Moreover, the important conversation between him and Moyen Wushang had been told by Zhuo Wen after he had set up a shielding array. So, he wasn't worried that this woman would hear it. The woman smiled sweetly and sat down on a seat not far away. She looked at Zhuo-wen with a sweet smile and said, I am indeed the pavilion master of the Do-Yu Pavilion. When you were outside earlier, you should have cast an illusion on Yurong and Zhou-wen, right? You were there at that time? Zhuo-wen frowned and asked. The woman shook her head and said, I guessed it from my subordinate's description. To be able to make two intermediate divine realm warriors fall into an illusion. Your divine sense is very powerful. Zhuo-wen was silent. He really couldn't guess why the owner of the Grace Pavilion had come uninvited. The woman didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed because of Zhuo-wen's silence. She looked at Moyan Wushang and said, Wushang and I signed a 50-year agreement. It is reasonable to say that I have to fulfill it. However, I am in a good mood this time, so I canceled the agreement. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. However, Zhuo-wen's eyes narrowed slightly. He said indifferently, Owner is really generous. I wonder how I can repay you? The woman smiled and said, Smart. In fact, I came here to invite you to go to the Burning Cloud territory. I need your powerful illusion. Zhuo-wen was surprised. He didn't expect that the owner of the Grace Pavilion would also want to go to the Burning Cloud territory. But what was the purpose of the owner of the Grace Pavilion going to the Burning Cloud territory? You will know when you see this. Seeing that Zhuo-wen was still silent, the woman handed a jade slip to Zhuo-wen. After receiving the jade slip, Zhuo-wen looked at the contents and was moved. The contents of the jade slip roughly said that the fire spirit juice had appeared in the Burning Cloud territory. Although Zhuo-wen didn't know about it, the jade slip clearly stated that this divine item could increase the chances of becoming a true god. Just this characteristic of increasing the chances of becoming a true god was enough to make countless divine realm warriors go crazy. After Zhuo-wen returned the jade slip to the woman, he said, Are you so sure that I will cooperate with you? The woman smiled charmingly and said, My sixth sense tells me that you will definitely cooperate with me. What if I don't cooperate? What will you do? Zhuo-wen sneered and said. The woman said calmly, Of course I won't do anything to you. However, other than me, the 4 Vice-Star Lords also know about this. If they know that you know about this and don't cooperate, I can't guarantee that they will be as calm as I am. Zhuo-wen squinted his eyes. The woman in front of him wasn't simple. Although her words sounded casual, there was actually a hidden threat. However, Zhuo-wen naturally wouldn't fall for it. However, he was going to the Burning Cloud territory anyway. It was on the way to go with the owner of the Grace Pavilion. If he could get the fire spirit juice in the Burning Cloud territory, it couldn't be better. Although he hadn't become a divine realm warrior, he knew that the fire spirit juice was very valuable. Even if he didn't need it now, he would definitely need it in the future. When do we depart? Zhuo-wen asked faintly. The woman revealed a sweet smile and said, 3 months later. This time, I am cooperating with the 4 Dark Star Lords. Therefore, each of us is allowed to bring 1 person. Originally, I didn't care about you too much. However, since you were able to discover me so quickly, it shows that your divine soul is very powerful. On top of that, you know illusions. That's why I decided to cooperate with you. Zhuo-wen nodded and continued, I am merely a demigod. Entering a dangerous place like the Burning Cloud territory is definitely extremely risky. I believe that Lord Pavilion Master should have a pretty good compensation for me. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed. She continued to smile and said, Is it not enough to waive Wu Shang's agreement? 1 million divine stones, and I also need 10 spirit congealing pills. Moreover, I don't have any divine artifacts on me. Forge a sword-shaped divine artifact for me. Furthermore, it must be a mid-level divine artifact or above. Zhuo-wen demanded an exorbitant price. The woman was silent for a moment. Then she continued to smile and said, Sure, I can satisfy all of these things. I haven't asked for your name yet. I am the owner of the Grace Pavilion, Xiang Mengchen. Little brother, what about you? Longwen. Zhuowen said concisely, "In these 3 months, I will arrange a place for you to stay. Also, I will help you take care of that panda's problem. You only need to be at ease and wait until 3 months later. This is the Pavilion Master's token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the Grace Pavilion. You can even come to the Pavilion Master's building to find me." Chapter 1928. Dark stare in the dim room. A rather strong figure sat cross-legged quietly. Around this figure, a golden gas lingered. The golden-yellow gas was continuously pouring into the body of the silhouette. As the golden qi poured into the figure's naked body became dazzling, as if it was gilded. The effect of the mysterious yellow qi is really good. It only took me 10 days to cultivate the mysterious yellow immortal to the Hotian level. Zhuowen stood up and put on his clothes. His eyes flickered as he looked at the dim golden qi. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "It's just that I underestimated Devour's body. Just the first level of the mysterious yellow immortal used up such a large bottle of mysterious yellow qi. Generally speaking, with so much black and yellow qi, it should be easy to cultivate the indestructible black and yellow indestructible art to the Hotian realm. However, Zhuo Wen's body was different. It was Devour's body, which was much stronger than a cultivator's body. Relying on the mysterious yellow immortal to improve his body was much more difficult than a cultivator's. This was also the reason why Zhuowen used so much mysterious yellow qi to reach the first level. Zhuowen knew very well that if he wanted to advance to the second stage of the Xiantian realm, he would need 10 times the amount of Xianhuang qi. In other words, he would need 10 of the largest bottles of Xianhuang qi, which would be worth 2 million. Currently, Zhuowen couldn't take out so much mysterious yellow qi. However, Zhuowen knew that the pavilion could definitely take it out. When he opened the door, he saw that the sky was already bright. In the courtyard, Moyen Wushang sat quietly in the pavilion. A zither was placed in front of the table. His slender, jade-like hands were plucking the strings. The melodious music was like flowing water, floating in the courtyard. Zhuowen stood in the courtyard, quietly listening to the music. When the music stopped, Moyen Wushang looked at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "Brother Zhuowen, you've come out of seclusion." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Wushang, I need to go find Xiang Mengchen." In the hall, Zhuowen sat casually on a chair. Then a charming woman walked in from outside the hall. It was Xiang Mengchen. "Little brother Long, it's only been 10 days and you've come to find me. Why are you in such a hurry to ask for those things?" Xiang Mengchen smiled. Zhuowen Moyen Wushang Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If you haven't, I can wait. Bye. This time, I have another matter to attend to. What? Xiang Mengchen asked. Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 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 Xiang Mengchen. Zhuowen. Xiang Mingchuan's beautiful eyes narrowed. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I'll send someone to deliver it to you when the time comes. Also, I've already prepared the things you wanted. I wanted to send them over later, but I didn't expect you to come in person." Xiang translation, Xiang translation, translation was Xiang translation was Xiang Zhuowen took the storage pouch and checked it. Other than the 1 million godstones, there was also a palm-sized jade bottle and a black iron sword. Zhuowen took out the jade bottle, opened the cork, and found that there were 10 dark red pills in the jade bottle. He knew that this should be the spirit congealing pill he wanted. The spirit congealing pill was a kind of pill that could help people reach the soul formation stage. Demigod cultivators who ate the spirit congealing pill had a great chance of reaching the soul formation stage. These 10 spirit congealing pills, Zhuowen did not keep them for himself. His soul was extremely powerful, and what he refined was not a life planet, but a star. The spirit congealing pill did not have much effect on him. He wanted the spirit congealing pill, mainly for Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, Yuan Hongwen, and others. Then, Zhuowen held the black iron sword. The sword was simple and unadorned, but he could feel that it contained an extraordinary sharpness. High-quality heavenly divine artifact. Iron Dew Sword. Zhuowen looked at the name on the sword, muttered in a low voice, waved it casually, and then cupped his fist to Xiang Mengchen. No matter what purpose Xiang Mengchen had for inviting him to the Fire Cloud territory, to be able to agree to his request unconditionally, it was enough to show Xiang Mengchuan's sincerity. Little brother Longwen, I am very sincere to you. When you go to the Fire Cloud territory, you have to show enough sincerity. Xiang Mengchen chuckled. Pavilion Master Xiang, don't worry. Since Pavilion Master Xiang treats me with sincerity, I will not be ungrateful. Zhuowen said. Xiang Mengchen nodded with satisfaction and said, You can go back first. The mysterious yellow qi will be delivered later. After bidding farewell to Xiang Mengchen, Zhuowen left Xiang Mengchuan's pavilion. Xiang Mengchen was extremely efficient. On the night Zhuowen returned, 10 bottles of mysterious yellow qi were delivered. Zhuowen spent 20 days to completely absorb the 10 bottles of mysterious yellow qi into his body, and his mysterious yellow immortal also reached the second level of the Xiantian realm as scheduled. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was much stronger than before. Perhaps even a peak heavenly god would find it difficult to injure Zhuowen. Once Zhuowen became a heavenly god, he would be an invincible existence among heavenly gods. No matter how powerful a heavenly god was, or even a fake true god like the 4 Vice-Star Lords, they would not necessarily be a match for Zhuowen. After becoming a heavenly god, Zhuowen would be able to absorb the adult Devourer's power in the eye of Heaven Devourer. He estimated that absorbing the adult Devourer's power would allow Zhuowen's cultivation to soar to the late heavenly god realm in a short time. With Devourer's talent and body, the late heavenly god realm Zhuowen would be extremely terrifying. A true god like Qi, the ruler of the Long River Galaxy, who had not even passed a single calamity, would not be a match for Zhuowen. Even Jinghai of the 9th Heaven Palace in the Taiqing Immortal Realm might not necessarily be a match for Zhuowen. After cultivating the mysterious yellow immortal to the innate realm, Zhuowen summoned Yan Tianwei from the spirit ring. When she came out, Yan Tianwei was still a little absent-minded. She had stayed in the spirit ring for more than 60 years. She thought that Zhuowen had long forgotten about her, and she no longer had any expectations for Zhuowen. Now that she was released, Yan Tianwei felt like she was dreaming. Tianwei, now that I have the ability to help you change your physique, are you willing to do it? Zhuowen asked. Yan Tianwei's eyes were filled with excitement. She hastily said, I am willing. Over the next 5 days, Zhuowen used the indestructible profound yellow immortal cultivation method to cleanse Yan Tianwei's marrow and meridians, forcing out many of the impurities in Yan Tianwei's body. Zhuowen also used his divine power to reconstruct Yan Tianwei's meridians and used his divine soul to change Yan Tianwei's talent. 5 days later, when Yan Tianwei woke up, she found that Zhuowen was no longer in the room. Only Zhuowen's voice remained in her mind. I have something to do. Your physique and meridians have been completely transformed. You now have the potential to cultivate. Moreover, I have used the divine stones to raise your cultivation to the earth immortal realm. From now on, you can only rely on yourself to cultivate. Yan Tianwei's face flushed red, and she was so excited that her whole body trembled. She could finally cultivate. Zhuowen had really helped her transform her physique. Thank you, Zhuowen. Yan Tianwei murmured in a low voice. Outside the heavenly armor planet, Zhuowen hovered in the starry sky with Moyin Wushang beside him. Brother Zhuo, are you really going to let Yan Tianwei go? Moyin Wushang asked softly. After transforming Yan Tianwei's physique, Zhuowen brought her back to the heavenly armor planet. The home planet was not suitable for Yen Tianwei to live on, and Yen Tianwei was originally a part of Celestial Armor Planet. That was why Zhuwen decided to bring Yen Tianwei back. Yen Tianwei would have to depend on herself in the future. She is just a pitiful creature who lives with an obsession. That is why she was used by Yang Yi. Now that her obsession is complete and she has lost the divination's sacred symbol, she will not be a threat to the heavenly armor continent. Zhuowen smiled. Moyan Wushang nodded gently and said, Brother Zhua, are you really going to follow Pavilion Master Xiang to burn the cloud region? Can I go with you? No. It is too dangerous there. It is not suitable for you. Go back to the heavenly armor planet and wait for me. Don't talk about me for now. When I return, I will explain everything to them. Zhuowen said in a low voice. Moyan Wushang did not say much and only nodded. She understood Zhuowen's character. Once he had made up his mind, he would not change his mind easily. After giving Moyan Wushang some more instructions, Zhuowen stepped on the astrolabe and left the heavenly armor planet. He was going to use the remaining time to go to the Dark Star. From Tan Yu's memory, he knew that the Dark Star had left a scabbard 60 years ago. Zhuowen suspected that it was Xiao He, so he had to go. Not long after Zhuowen left, a mysterious black-robed man appeared in the darkness far away from the heavenly armor planet. His dark eyes stared at Moyan Wushang, who had just returned to the heavenly armor planet. The Dark Star, as its name suggested, was a planet that was mostly covered in black fog. Every day, the weather was gloomy and dark. It was extremely strange. The moment he entered the Dark Star, Zhuowen's eyes became excited. He realized that the vague connection between him and Xiao He had become clear at this moment. Landing on a dark rock, Zhuowen closed his eyes and quietly sensed the connection between him and Xiao He. The moment Zhuowen opened his eyes, he rushed towards a direction. The moment he rushed out, Zhuowen's appearance had completely changed. This was the territory of the Dark Star Lord. Xiang Mengchen had cooperated with the Dark Star Lord. In order not to attract the Dark Star Lord's attention, Zhuowen had chosen to change his appearance. About 1,000,000 feet away from Zhuowen, there was a huge black gully. In this black gully, black flames burned fiercely. If one looked carefully, one could see that in the black flames burning in the gully, there were many long swords. However, most of these long swords were broken, as if they could break at any time under the burning of the black flames. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered around the gully. Some of the more powerful cultivators had already rushed into the black flames, as if they were looking for something. However, the black flames here were very terrifying. Not long after a middle-stage heavenly god rushed into the gully, he retreated in an extremely sorry state. He stared at the black flames in the gully in horror. Chapter 1929. Gully. It said that 60 years ago, a scabbard rushed into the Dark Star. Later on, many heavenly gods searched for it, but there were no clues at all. I've heard of this before. Legend has it that the scabbard might be an extremely powerful divine object. Back then, many heavenly gods who searched for it died an unnatural death. I'm afraid it was the scabbard that killed them. Furthermore, according to the Dark Star Lord's recent speculation, the scabbard might very well be in this gully. Unfortunately, the black flames in this gully are too terrifying. Those below the late stage of the heavenly god realm won't be able to last long inside. Even late-stage heavenly gods won't be able to enter this gully. Can't you see that everyone in this gully is the Dark Star Lord's men? Although they didn't say anything, this place is actually equivalent to being sealed. Other late-stage heavenly gods don't dare to enter at all. Around the gully, the cultivators were discussing spiritedly. They were all cultivators below the late stage of the heavenly god realm. They didn't have the ability to enter the black flames, so they could only watch. Some discerning people could tell at a glance that the cultivators searching in the gully were basically people sent by the Dark Star Lord. In order to search for the scabbard, the Dark Star Lord had even sent out Wu Sha. Wu Sha was a peak heavenly god. His strength was extremely terrifying. He was one of the few peak heavenly god experts in the Dark Star Palace. Even in the entire Dark Star, Wu Sha's battle strength could be ranked in the top 10. He was an existence that no one dared to provoke. Zhuowen quickly arrived at the gully. When he saw that there were thousands of cultivators surrounding the gully, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had been following Xiao Hei's aura all this time. He didn't expect so many cultivators to be gathered here. However, Zhuowen didn't care why these cultivators were gathered here. He could sense that his connection with Xiao Hei was getting closer and closer. Xiao Hei was in this gully. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and immediately rushed into the gully. Zhuowen's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators around the ravine. However, after discovering that Zhuowen was only a demigod, they did not pay much attention to him. However, the moment Zhuowen rushed into the gully, the crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone looked at Zhuowen, who had suddenly rushed into the gully, as if they were looking at a fool. Is this guy courting death? He dived into the gully the moment he arrived. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. There is no need for the people from the Dark Star Palace to do anything. This person will be burned to death by the black flames here. Everyone who came back to their senses sneered, thinking that this fellow who had suddenly barged in was dead meat. Within the gully, the cultivators of the Dark Star Palace who were still searching also raised their heads and noticed Zhuowen, who had entered. "Who is this person?" asked a man with a cold expression. He was wearing dark armor and carrying a large spear on his back. He pointed at Zhuowen, who had plunged into the gully. "Lord Wu Sha, I don't know him either. Perhaps he is a guy who has just arrived and doesn't understand the situation. A mere demigod dares to enter this place. He is simply courting death," said a cultivator of the Dark Star Palace indifferently. Wu Sha glanced at Zhuowen and ignored him. However, he quickly turned his head again and stared at the young man who had fallen into the black flames and was completely unharmed. "This guy is actually fine." Wu Sha frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice in surprise. Not only Wu Sha, but the surrounding cultivators of the Dark Star Palace also noticed the strangeness of the demigod cultivator who had fallen. The cultivators around the gully who had been waiting to watch a good show were all stunned, especially when they saw Zhuowen strolling leisurely in the black flames. They could not figure out how a mere demigod like Zhuowen could withstand the terrifying black flames. After entering the black flames, Zhuowen also felt the terror of the surrounding black flames. However, his physical body was strong and he had cultivated the indestructible heaven and earth. Although the black flames were strong, Zhuowen's physical body was even stronger. It did not affect Zhuowen at all. "Xiao Hei should be here." Zhuowen walked slowly and finally arrived at the center of the gully. At this moment, there was a broken sword standing in the middle of the gully. The broken sword was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any time if it was held in one's hand. No one would notice such a broken sword. Wu Sha of the Dark Star Palace had naturally been here before. However, he did not even look at the broken sword. After all, the broken sword was too broken. Who would care about such a broken sword? Zhuowen silently stared at the broken sword in front of him and revealed a thoughtful expression. He realized that Xiao Hei's aura was in this broken sword. Just as Zhuowen was about to make a move, the cultivators of the Dark Star Palace, who were originally scattered around, gathered around Zhuowen and stared coldly at Zhuowen. There were a total of 20 cultivators of the Dark Star Palace who had entered the gully to search. Other than the man with the great spear, who was a peak heavenly god, the other 19 cultivators of the Dark Star Palace were all late heavenly gods. Although Zhuowen did not know the origins of these people, he could guess from their uniform that they should be from the same faction. "Everyone, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. Wu Sha slowly walked out and stared indifferently at Zhuowen. He said, "You are very bold. Our Dark Star Palace is conducting business here, and you dare to barge in so openly. Are you looking down on our Dark Star Palace? I am just a newcomer and do not know the rules." Just as Zhuowen was about to say something, Wu Sha immediately interrupted him. "Destroy your dantian and get out of here." After Wu Sha said that, the surrounding cultivators of the Dark Star Palace all roared with laughter. They looked at Zhuowen with ridicule. "I don't think I have offended you at all. I just accidentally barged in here, and you want me to destroy my dantian?" Zhuowen said with a cold gaze, "Lord Wu Sha is already showing you the greatest tolerance by saying this. Since you don't want to listen, then die." A cultivator of the Dark Star Palace behind Zhuowen sneered. He formed a palm with his right hand and chopped at Zhuowen's head. This person did not hold back at all. His palm was enough to explode Zhuowen's head and destroy his divine soul. However, before this person's palm could land on Zhuowen's head, a purplish-black lightning suddenly shot out. It was extremely fast and instantly drilled into the center of this person's brows. Bang! Then this person fell to the ground and lost his life. The surroundings fell into silence. The expressions of the other cultivators of the Dark Star Palace, who had ridicule in their eyes, froze as they stared blankly at their dead companion. They really could not understand. This demigod in front of them actually had the strength to kill a cultivator in the late heavenly god realm. It was really unbelievable. "You killed him." Wu Sha's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pulled out the great spear on his back with his right hand. With a shake of his right hand, the spear in Wu Sha's hand shot toward Zhuowen like a shuttle. At the same time, the surrounding 18 cultivators of the Dark Star Palace all took out their respective heavenly god artifacts and attacked Zhuowen. However, at the moment when Wu Sha attacked, Zhuowen immediately used the illusory technique from the shapeless all beings. Moreover, the illusory technique was much more terrifying than before with the support of the 4th level Tao intent. Wu Sha, who was swinging his spear, was instantly confused by the illusory technique. However, Wu Sha was a peak heavenly god after all. His divine soul was much stronger than other heavenly gods. Therefore, he came back to his senses in an instant. At the moment when Wu Sha was in a daze, Zhuowen did not hold back at all. He immediately used the 4th level Tao intent and pulled out the Iron Dew sword. He used the 3rd sword move of the Tao of Destruction, sword technique, Sun at Noon. At this moment, Zhuowen swung his sword. The powerful sword, Qi, condensed into 17 terrifying blazing suns. They spun continuously and swept toward the 17 late heavenly gods of the Dark Star Palace. At the same time, Zhuowen opened the eye of Heaven's Devourer and released 17 purplish-black lightning bolts. They were hidden in the 17 blazing suns, silently. When the 17 cultivators of the Dark Star Palace blocked their respective blazing suns, the purplish-black lightning bolts hidden in the blazing suns shot out. They entered the 17 cultivators' foreheads at an extremely fast speed. With the power of the purplish-black lightning, their divine souls were instantly annihilated. All of this happened in an instant. Using the eye of Heaven's Devourer, Sun at Noon, and the illusory technique at the same time was an extremely heavy burden for the current Zhuowen. His face instantly turned pale. Die. Just as Zhuowen was in a weakened state after killing the 17 cultivators of the Dark Star Palace in an instant, Wu Sha charged over with a terrifying spear aura. The spear struck Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen avoided a vital point. The spear pierced between his ribs. However, to Wu Sha's horror, the spear only pierced about 3 inches between Zhuowen's ribs before it was blocked by the contracted muscles between his ribs. Your physical body, before Wu Sha could react, Zhuowen held the Iron Dew sword in his hand. He streaked across the air and instantly slashed at Wu Sha's neck. Wu Sha was a peak heavenly god expert, after all. He kicked off with his right foot and immediately abandoned the spear that was clamped between Zhuowen's muscles. He then dodged to the side to avoid Zhuowen's Iron Dew sword. However, the moment Wu Sha dodged the Iron Dew sword, Zhuowen immediately used his powerful divine soul to activate the soul-absorbing god needle. The needle had always existed in his divine soul. At this moment, it turned into a golden light that shot out from between his eyebrows and instantly blasted into Wu Sha's forehead. Wu Sha had never imagined that such a needle would suddenly shoot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. The moment the needle shot out, he could only watch helplessly as it pierced through his forehead, destroying his divine soul and turning it into mush. You're not a demigod expert at all. Wu Sha could not rest in peace. Zhuowen's soul-absorbing god needle was too fast and too unexpected. He had died too unjustly. Plop! Wu Sha fell to the ground. The soul-absorbing god needle shot back into between his eyebrows. His gaze was extremely cold as he looked at Wu Sha, who had died with his eyes wide open. Hiss! Suddenly, everyone around the gully was dumbfounded. Then there was a series of gasps. Among the 20 experts of the Dark Star Palace, there was Wu Sha, who was a peak heavenly god, and 19 cultivators who were in the late heavenly god stage. Such a lineup had been instantly killed. Everyone was guessing who this guy who only had the aura of a demigod on the surface was. After swiftly putting away the spirit rings of Wu Sha and the others, Zhuowen came in front of the broken sword and casually kicked it. He then realized that his kick had missed. Chapter 1930. Dark Cultivation Orchid. Brat, you've improved a lot, haven't you? You haven't even become a heaven god yet, but you're already able to kill a peak stage heaven god. Looks like you've successfully possessed Devour. The instant the broken sword dodged Zhuowen's right foot, Xiao Hei's voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen withdrew his right foot, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that Xiao Hei should be inside this broken sword. However, what puzzled Zhuowen was that this broken sword was extremely broken. So how did Xiao Hei enter this broken sword? And what about blood splatter 5 steps? Perhaps Xiao Hei understood Zhuowen's doubts, so he explained, Brat, don't underestimate this broken sword. If I'm not wrong, this sword is probably a powerful virtual sky realm cultivator's divine object. It's just that it's a bit broken now, but it's still much stronger than ordinary heavenly god tools. Zhuowen was startled, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. How could a virtual sky realm cultivator's divine object exist on this insignificant dark star? Moreover, this broken sword didn't have any aura at all. It was simply a broken sword. What about blood splatter 5 steps? Zhuowen asked. Xiao Hei said somewhat awkwardly, Blood splatter 5 steps has already been refined and integrated into this broken sword. Brat, if you pull this broken sword out, I can help you completely refine this broken sword and make it yours. Zhuowen sighed softly. Blood splatter 5 steps had helped him a lot in the past. Thinking about how it had already been integrated into this broken sword, Zhuowen couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. Let me try. Zhuowen didn't doubt Xiao Hei's words. He had gone through thick and thin with Xiao Hei for many years, so he knew very well that Xiao Hei wouldn't harm him. Holding the sword hilt, Zhuowen suddenly exerted force. Immediately after, he was shocked to find that the broken sword was stuck in the ground and didn't move at all. Brat, this sword is very heavy. If you use all your strength, Devour Larva's strength shouldn't be so little, right? Xiao Hei suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen no longer held back. Blue veins bulged on his right hand as a vast and terrifying aura gushed out from Zhuowen's body. He had used all of Devour's power. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire gully began to tremble violently. The black flames within the gully continued to wreak havoc, turning into a black firestorm. With Zhuowen as the center, the storm continued to spread out in all directions. What's going on? Let's leave quickly. These black flames aren't something we can resist. That cultivator must have found something in the gully. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the black flames in the gully to become so violent. The pupils of the cultivators who were originally surrounding the ravine shrank as they flew up and scattered in all directions. Cultivators below the late heavenly god stage would basically be unable to escape from these black flames. Therefore, these cultivators naturally fled without a trace. Zhuowen lifted the broken sword with great difficulty. Soon after, he found a line of blood flowing out from the hilt of the broken sword. It flowed through his palm and entered his body. Then he felt that he and the broken sword were connected by blood. Moreover, he really did feel the aura of blood splashing 5 steps from the broken sword. Xiao He was right. Blood splashing 5 steps had merged with the broken sword. After the line of blood entered his body, he found that the originally unbearably heavy broken sword was as light as a feather. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the countless long swords stuck in the ground in the gully all flew out. As the black firestorm soared into the sky, they all scattered, causing the black firestorm to become even more violent. Zhuowen, leave this place immediately. That dark star lord has probably already sensed us. That guy is a false true god. He's much stronger than a peak heavenly god. Xiao He suddenly said anxiously. Zhuowen didn't even think about it. He followed the eye of the black firestorm and flew up into the sky. The black firestorm was too intense. Looking from the outside, it was as black as ink. It was impossible to see Zhuowen's figure clearly inside. Whoosh! A terrifying, wind-breaking sound suddenly swept over from afar. Wherever it passed, wind and thunder intertwined and space cracked. An unimaginably powerful aura followed the wind-breaking sound. The cultivators who were hiding from the black firestorm were shocked. It's Dark Star Lord and Xiulan. I didn't expect that even he would personally take action. Although the wind-breaking sound was still far away, when the terrifying aura spread over, someone immediately recognized the owner of the aura. Zhuowen continued to rise within the storm of black flames. His powerful consciousness immediately sensed the terrifying aura that was rushing over from afar. So powerful. Is this a false true god? Zhuowen was shocked. After killing Wu Sha, who was at the peak of the divine realm, Zhuowen didn't think much of the so-called false true gods. But now, when Xiulan rushed over aggressively, Zhuowen felt the terrifying aura. He immediately knew that there was still a certain gap between him and a false true god. Go! Zhuowen kicked with his right foot. His whole body was covered in purple light, and his speed increased sharply. With his current speed, he could quickly sweep out of the eye of the black firestorm and leave the dark star. No matter how fast Xiulan was, he couldn't catch up with Zhuowen. In the distance, Xiulan, who was dressed in armor, stared coldly at Zhuowen, who was escaping in the black firestorm. The corner of his mouth was full of coldness. He clenched his right hand and muttered something. Boom! Suddenly, the ravine where the black firestorm was located collapsed. Then the cultivators around the ravine were shocked to find that there were countless primordial spirits emerging from the ravine. They also found that these primordial spirits all had the aura of a half-god. In other words, these primordial spirits were all half-gods when they were alive. But now these primordial spirits' eyes were red and they had no consciousness to speak of. They all fearlessly rushed towards the black firestorm. This is the myriad god Soul Lock. Some of the surrounding cultivators recognized the strange formation that had suddenly appeared in the ravine. The myriad god Soul Lock was an extremely vicious formation. This formation required a half-god primordial spirit to activate. Through the accumulation of tens of thousands of primordial spirits, the myriad god Soul Lock would become extremely terrifying. It could lock the soul of any divine realm expert. Even a peak divine realm expert would find it difficult to escape. This myriad god Soul Lock is still lacking a few primordial spirits. It's not complete, but even a peak divine realm expert could be frozen by it. It's a vicious and terrifying formation. A cultivator sighed softly. He knew that after the myriad god Soul Lock formation was activated, that cultivator would not be able to escape. Sure enough, The originally terrifying black firestorm stopped spinning after being surrounded by countless primordial spirits. The eye of the storm was also blocked by countless primordial spirits, blocking Zhuowen's path of ascension. They're all half-god primordial spirits. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He quickly thought of Tanyu from the Dark Star. He knew that the half-gods that Tanyu had taken away probably had their primordial spirits extracted and placed in the formation below the ravine. Kid, this is the myriad god soul lock. That old bastard, the Dark Star Lord, specially set it up for this Lord Dragon. He wants to find this Lord Dragon. Fortunately, this Lord Dragon hid in this broken sword and concealed all of my aura. Otherwise, that old bastard might have found me. Xiaohei could not help but curse. However, it's not that easy to trap this Lord Dragon. Kid, I'll let you see the power of this broken sword. Swing it. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Although the broken sword's appearance was ugly, he could feel the powerful aura contained within the broken sword. In an instant, Zhuowen slashed out with the sword. Then he realized that the black firestorm that had stopped around him began to explode. Countless amounts of black firestorm overflowed. The countless primordial spirits that were attached to the black firestorm were all destroyed by this terrifying explosion. The black firestorm that reached the sky also completely collapsed, revealing Zhuowen's figure. After destroying the myriad god soul lock, Zhuowen did not stay any longer. He stomped his right foot and did not reduce his speed, intending to leave the Dark Star. Unfortunately, when Zhuowen rushed out of the Dark Star, he realized that an invisible force had appeared between the Dark Star and the starry sky, preventing him from leaving the planet. Break for me! Zhuowen slashed out with his right hand, and black flames surged out of the broken sword. The black flames spread from the sword to the broken sword and used the black flames as a medium to restore the broken sword into a complete black sword. However, the tip of the sword was just a ball of black flames and not the real sword tip. With one slash, the black flames spread and the transparent energy in front of him completely shattered. However, with Zhuowen's delay, and Xiulan had already caught up to him. With a flick of her finger, and Xiulan took out a 3-foot-long pair of black scissors and slashed at Zhuowen's waist in an attempt to cut him in half. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had already sensed it. He used the sword to pierce through the thorns and surrounded himself, forming countless thorns as a defense. Gotcha! The thistles and thorns simply couldn't withstand the dark cultivation orchid scissors and immediately crumbled inch by inch, turning into dust. Zhuowen stomped his right foot and dodged Xiulan's attack. He stared at Xiulan with fear, and Xiulan's black eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen and muttered in surprise, "Demigod? A mere demigod can dodge my attack?" At this moment, Zhuowen did not retreat. This dark cultivator orchid's spiritual sense had already locked onto him. Moreover, this dark cultivator orchid's speed was not slow. Zhuowen knew that it was too late to escape now. Hand over the broken sword in your hand, and I will let bygones be bygones for killing my Dark Star Palace. And Xiulan's eyes flashed as he spoke again. He could sense that Zhuowen was not a simple person. He even suspected that Zhuowen had an extremely powerful concealment technique on him, so much so that even he couldn't see through Zhuowen's cultivation base. She knew very well that people like him usually had a powerful background. Hence, she did not want to offend him. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "This broken sword was originally obtained by my weapon spirit. Now that I have refined it, it is impossible for you to take it away." And Xiulan frowned but quickly regained her composure and said, "If that is the case, then friend, you can leave. I will not make things difficult for you." Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect the dark cultivation orchid to be so easy to talk to. Moreover, after the dark cultivation orchid said those words, the divine sense that had locked onto him also disappeared. Clearly, the dark cultivation orchid really intended to let him go. Thank you very much. Chapter 1931. Dark Moon. Sometimes these four figures had powerful auras. They were all peak heavenly gods. Moreover, the four of them moved in a mysterious footwork with swords in their hands. They formed a four-man sword formation and instantly sealed off Zhuowen's surroundings. At the same time, Zhuowen realized that in Xiulan's divine sense, which he had retracted, was once again locked onto him. At the same time, an air-piercing sound came from behind him. Zhuowen immediately knew that Xiulan had no intention of letting him go. She was probably just stalling for time. At the thought of this, Zhuowen immediately used the three sword techniques: sword-piercing brambles, first appearance of sword radiance and sun in the sky. Countless sword shadows flew out and attacked the four-man sword formation. It had to be said that although the broken sword in Zhuowen's hand did not look like much, the Tao of Destruction sword technique was much stronger than the Iron Lu sword. Clearly, this sword was much stronger than the Iron Lu sword. Bang, bang, bang. Using the three sword moves at the same time, he managed to block the combined sword formation of the four peak heavenly gods. At the same time, Zhuowen turned around to face Xiulan. At this moment, Xiulan took out the extreme scissors again. The scissors cut through the space around Zhuowen, and the space around him collapsed. A black fog spread out and formed a black net, trapping Zhuowen in it. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and used the Eye of Heaven's Devourer again. The purplish-black lightning exploded into countless strands and spread out, destroying the black net around him. At this moment, Xiulan's attack was about to land. Zhuowen raised his sword, and a terrifying black flame burst out from the blade. Bang! Zhuowen groaned and retreated a dozen steps. On the other hand, Xiulan only retreated a single step and continued to charge at Zhuowen. This despicable Xiulan. This dragon lord has not completely merged with the broken sword and cannot fully unleash the sword's power. Otherwise, this dragon lord would have tortured him to death. The instant Zhuowen retreated, Xiao Hei's scolding voice rang out, boasting shamelessly. As the dark Azura flew over, Zhuowen silently calculated the distance between him and the dark Azura. When the dark cultivation orchid was only 20 meters away from him, and the giant scissors were just inches away, Zhuowen shot out another soul-absorbing god needle from between his eyebrows. This time, Zhuowen directly gave up on defense. Facing the attack of the scissors, he forcibly took out the soul-absorbing god needle. He was very clear that the dark cultivation orchid was not simple, and that was the only way to achieve an unexpected effect, and the dark cultivation orchid would fall for it. Bang! The black scissors landed on Zhuowen's waist and cut. A metallic sound was heard, and Xiulan was surprised to find that the scissors were unable to cut through Zhuowen's waist. Whoosh! While Xiulan was in a daze, the soul-absorbing godly needle pierced through the air and pierced into her forehead. Pucci! A bloody hole appeared between Xiulan's eyebrows. However, Xiulan's reaction speed was shocking. The moment the soul-absorbing godly needle pierced her forehead, she used her right hand to clamp down on the soul-absorbing godly needle. Even so, the soul-absorbing godly needle was already halfway into her forehead. The terrifying power invaded her soul, causing Xiulan to let out a low growl, her face filled with pain. Xiulan threw away the soul-absorbing godly needle and immediately retreated with the black scissors. At this moment, her soul had suffered quite a bit of damage. Pucci! At the same time, Zhuowen was also heavily injured by the black scissors. That cut made him feel as if his organs were in a mess, and it was very uncomfortable. After retrieving the soul-absorbing godly needle, Zhuowen immediately left the Dark Star. Kill! At the same time, Zhuowen's three sword moves were broken by the four peak heavenly god cultivators. Seeing that Zhuowen was about to escape, the four of them instantly surrounded Zhuowen. Scram! Zhuowen was too weak at the moment and did not want to be entangled with the four of them. Furthermore, and Xiulan's soul had been injured by him, making it difficult for her divine sense to lock onto him. This was the best time for him to escape. With a swing of the sword, the terrifying black flames in the form of a ring-shaped wave of qi hit the 4 people around him, causing them to lose their balance. The 4 of them were shocked, but the killing intent in their eyes was even stronger. The person in front of them was so powerful that he had to die. Therefore, they looked at each other and detonated their respective divine swords. At the cost of the explosion of their divine swords, they formed a trapping array around them. The dark moon appears. Suddenly, a low murmur came from the trapping array. Then, the 4 people outside the trapping array realized that a crescent moon had risen from within the trapping array. Bang! The moment the crescent moon rose, the trapping array was instantly destroyed. A figure suddenly rushed out, and with a swing of his sword, the moon's shadow flickered. One of the cultivators was caught off guard and was confused by the flickering moon's shadow. Then, the sharp blade of the sword pierced through his forehead. After killing this cultivator, Zhuowen did not care about the other 3 peak heavenly god cultivators who were retreating in shock. He immediately took out his astrolabe and quickly left the Dark Star. By the time the 3 cultivators reacted, Zhuowen's figure had already disappeared from their line of sight. This battle was very short, but it was very exciting. Many cultivators around the ravine watched this scene in a daze. In the beginning, after Zhuowen killed 19 peak heavenly god cultivators in an instant, they had already overestimated Zhuowen's strength. But now, and Xiulan had led 4 peak heavenly god cultivators to intercept Zhuowen. Not only was 1 peak heavenly god cultivator killed, even in Xiulan's soul was severely injured. Everyone was secretly guessing who the young man who left was. Star-Lord, are you all right? The 3 peak heavenly god cultivators immediately rushed to Xiulan's side and asked worriedly. At this moment, the bloody hole between Xiulan's eyebrows had slowly healed. However, Xiulan knew that the soul-assimilating divine needle was not simple. There was an extremely strange power within it that specialized in destroying the soul. Only half of the needle had penetrated into his soul and had already severely injured his soul. He could not imagine what would happen if the needle completely penetrated his soul. Even if he did not die, he would become an idiot. Let's go. And Xiulan said hatefully and immediately left the place. He had to go back and recover his soul. There was only a month and a half left before he went to the burning cloud region. He had to fully recover his soul before he went to the burning cloud region. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage when he went there. After leaving the Dark Star, Zhuowen directly returned to the pavilion in Long River Star capital. Little brother Longwen, what happened to you? Xiang Mengchen happened to see the pale Zhuowen and could not help but ask in surprise. Zhuowen wanted to speak, but he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When Xiang Mengchen saw this, she immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into Zhuowen's mouth. She said, "This is a level 3 divine pill, snow ginseng pill. Quickly consume it. It can completely suppress the injuries in your body." Zhuowen hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still consumed the snow ginseng pill. Xiang Mengchen needed him to go to the burning cloud region. She would not harm him at this time. After consuming the snow ginseng pill, Zhuowen's injuries were slightly better. At least, it was not difficult for him to speak. Zhuowen knew that the snow ginseng pill was so effective that it must be valuable. He could not help but cup his fists at Xiang Mengchen. "Pavilion Master Xiang, thank you." Xiang Mengchen waved her hand and asked curiously, "Little brother Longwen, what happened to you? Why are you in such a sorry state?" Zhuowen smiled and said casually, "I met an enemy on the way and fought with him. After that, I killed him with great difficulty. However, I also suffered some injuries." "I see." Xiang Mengchen nodded, but did not ask any more questions. After all, Zhuowen was only a demigod. His enemy was probably a demigod as well. She was not very interested in a battle between demigods. Little brother Longwen, there is not much time left before we go to the burning cloud region. You should recuperate in the pavilion for a while, Xiang Mengchen suggested. Zhuowen nodded. His injuries were not light now. Moreover, he had found Xiao He. Naturally, he would not walk around casually. After entering the room arranged by Xiang Mengchen, Zhuowen entered seclusion training. At the same time, he also wanted to ask about the origin of this broken sword. Within the room, the broken sword was floating in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen said solemnly, Xiao He, tell me about your experiences in these past few years. How did you manage to cross the starry sky with the blood splashing 5 steps and arrive at the dark star? Xiao He sat on the broken sword's hilt. She sighed and said, Actually, I found a stone tablet on the floating rocks near the heavenly armor star. That stone tablet actually contained the cultivation method of the divine sword. I immediately knew that the person who left behind the words on the stone tablet was definitely an almighty person. I trained on the rocks for 20 years and raised the blood-splashing 5 steps to a low-level heavenly divine artifact. Furthermore, I also learned the soaring sky technique. Even without an astrolabe, I was able to cross the starry sky with the soaring sky technique. After I mastered the soaring sky technique, the stone tablet shattered and only a few words were left behind. The general idea was for me to go to the dark star and find the thunder fire sword. It was said that the thunder fire sword contained the remaining inheritance. Thus, I entered the dark star and found the thunder fire sword. However, all of this was a trap set up by the thunder fire sword. The thunder fire sword's artifact spirit actually wanted to devour me in order to strengthen itself. Fortunately, the thunder fire sword's artifact spirit was too weak. We fought for several tens of years. Finally, half a month ago, I defeated the thunder fire sword. However, because of that, the thunder fire sword's artifact spirit disappeared. The concealment formation around the thunder fire sword was broken, and the location of the ravine was exposed. You should be able to guess what happened next. Many cultivators from the Dark Star came to search for the treasure. Even the people from the Dark Star Palace came. If it wasn't for the fact that this master dragon learned the secret technique to conceal his aura from the thunder fire sword, I might not have been able to deceive them. Hearing Xiao He's narration, Zhuowen also roughly understood what Xiao He had experienced. However, he was surprised by the fact that this so-called thunder fire sword's artifact spirit was actually able to cultivate on its own. Furthermore, it even knew how to deceive others to devour other artifact spirits. It was truly inconceivable. However, at the same time, he was also happy for Xiao He. He knew that Xiao He had obtained the thunder fire sword's inheritance and was able to cultivate it. Her future prospects would definitely be limitless. Chapter 1932, Thunder Fire Sword the Divine Sword Cultivation Method Xiao He talked about was very magical. It was said that after the weapon spirit cultivated, not only could it increase the level of the divine sword, but it could also have its own divine skills. In other words, Xiao He did not need Zhuowen to control it. It could control the thunder fire sword and use all kinds of powerful divine skills. With the current level of the thunder fire sword, if Xiao He completely absorbed and controlled the thunder fire sword, it could unleash the power of a peak heavenly god. When the time came, if he teamed up with the thunder fire sword, it would not be so difficult to face dark cultivation orchid again. Xiao He, how long will it take for you to completely merge with the thunder fire sword? Zhuowen suddenly asked Xiao He. Xiao He pondered for a while and said, more than a month. When the time comes, even a peak heavenly god would not be a match for me. Zhuowen nodded and put the thunder fire sword into the spirit ring. This time, with Xiao He's help, he had more confidence in going to the burning cloud region in a month and a half. If he could find 9 stars in the burning cloud region, he could completely become a heavenly god. When the 4 vice star lords worked together, Zhuowen did not need to worry about them. Even if it was a true god, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. While Zhuowen was in seclusion to heal, Panda sat in the hall with an ugly expression. Yu Rong and Zhou Wen knelt in front of Panda, not daring to even breathe. Young master, this has nothing to do with us. Last time, that guy at the Doya Pavilion was not simple. He had an extremely powerful illusion skill. The two of us fell for it and became confused, so... Yu Rong and Zhou Wen trembled as they spoke. Panda's expression was still ugly. He waved his hand and said, "Get up. Since the two of you fell for it so easily, I'm afraid that guy was not a demigod, but a wolf in sheep's clothing." Before Panda could finish his words, a black shadow silently landed in the hall. This was a middle-aged man with cold eyes. He was dressed in brown leather clothes and had a long saber on his back. He looked at Panda indifferently and did not have the slightest intention of saluting. "Young Master Panda, Lord Pantheon is going back in a few months. Are you going back to the Golden Sun Galaxy as well?" the middle-aged man asked. Panda furrowed his brows and shook his head. "I have to kill the bastard who humiliated me first. Also, Pan Hua, have you investigated the matter I asked you to do?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I've investigated. That person is called Longwen. Right now, he's being protected by Xiang Mengchen. It's very difficult to kill him." Panda was displeased, and he said, "Xiang Mengchen is just a peak heavenly deity, right? Could it be that a fake true deity like you is afraid of her?" The middle-aged man sneered. "Xiang Mengchen is not simple. Although she is only at the peak of the heavenly god realm, she is very powerful. Otherwise, do you think she would be able to establish such a large force in the main city?" Panda was startled. Soon after, he gritted his teeth and took out a jade strip from his bosom. He said, "This jade strip contains information about the fire spirit juice. If you can help me kill Longwen, I will give you the information about the fire spirit juice." "What? Fire spirit juice?" Pan Hua instantly lost his calm. It was said that the fire spirit juice could increase the chances of advancing to the true god realm. It had unimaginable benefits for peak heavenly deities and fake true gods. Moreover, this item was extremely rare. It was a divine item that was priceless in the market. Once it was put on sale, it would basically be snatched up. Now, this panda actually knew where to find the fire spirit juice. "Young Master Panda, give me the jade strip. I will think of a way to kill Longwen." Pan Hua asked with a blazing gaze. Panda smiled and threw the jade strip to Pan Hua, saying, "Take a look. This time, the fire spirit juice is related to Longwen. It is said that Xiang Mengchen from the Great Accord invited the 4 Vice-Star Lords to Blazing Cloud region to retrieve the fire spirit juice. I'm afraid that the reason why Xiang Mengchen is protecting Longwen is related to the fire spirit juice. I'm afraid that she might even bring Longwen to Blazing Cloud region." Pan Hua took the jade strip and glanced at the contents. He was getting more and more excited. He said, "Since Xiang Mengchen needs to use Longwen, it's not easy to kill him now. However, after Longwen is used up, Xiang Mengchen won't meddle in other people's business." Panda nodded and waved his hand. Pan Hua left. Obviously, he planned to stay in the Long River Galaxy to look for the fire spirit juice. 1.5 months later, Zhouwen's injuries were almost healed. It was actually thanks to the effect of the snow ginseng pill that Xiang Mengchen gave him. Moreover, Xiaohe had completely merged with the Thunder Fire Sword. Although he wasn't sure how strong Xiaohe could be, from Xiaohe's proud expression, he could tell that it wasn't weak. At the same time, Zhouwen had also mastered the 4th move of the Destruction Dao sword art. The power of this sword move was stronger than it was a month ago. Zhouwen took out the Iron Lu sword and carried it on his back. Then he walked out of the room. Outside the courtyard, Xiang Mengchen was looking at him with a smile. In the starry sky outside the Long River Galaxy, a slender rainbow flew over and stopped outside the Long River Galaxy. Upon closer inspection, the rainbow was an extremely luxurious flying ship, a divine artifact. 8 figures stood on the deck of the flying ship. 4 of the figures stood proudly at the bow of the ship, while the other 4 stood behind. They should be the subordinates of the 4 figures in front. An old man with a red face looked at the man in black armor beside him and said, "And Xiolon, I heard that 1.5 months ago your soul was severely injured by a demigod? How could you be so careless?" The black-armored and Xiolon looked at the old man with a gloomy gaze and said, "Huashang, since when did you care so much? What does it have to do with you whether my soul is injured or not?" Huashang smiled faintly and said, "Of course it doesn't matter. I'm just curious. As the Dark Star's Star Lord, how could you be injured by a mere demigod? I always thought that it was just a rumor. Looks like it isn't. That guy isn't simple. If I'm not wrong, he should have a very powerful aura concealment technique. His true strength is above the peak of the Sky God stage, close to the pseudo-true God stage," and Xiolon said faintly. The white-haired woman looked at Xiolon and said, "This is the first time I've heard someone like Xiolon praise someone." And Xiolon said coldly, "I'll find that person and kill him with my own hands. Stop arguing. Xiang Mengchen is here." The tall man who had been silent suddenly spoke. Huashang, the white-haired woman, and Xiolon all fell silent and looked at the tall man with fear. At this moment, Xiang Mengchen landed on the deck with Zhuowen and said with a smile, "I've made the 4-star lords wait. Mengchen has sinned." Zhuowen, who was standing beside Xiang Mengchen, looked at the 4 people in front of him. He naturally knew Xiolon, and Xiang Mengchen had already introduced the other 3 to him. The red-faced old man was Mars Star Lord Huashang. The white-haired woman was Lunar Star Lord Taishang Shui, and the taciturn tall man was King Star Lord Hanwang. It has to be mentioned that King Star Master Hanwang is the most powerful of the 4 Vice Star Masters. The other 3 Vice Star Masters are extremely wary of him. Demigod, Pavilion Lord Xiang, can the person you brought really come in handy? Hanwang noticed Zhuowen beside Xiang Mengchen and frowned. Xiang Mengchen waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. Although Long Wen's cultivation is weak, his divine sense is extremely powerful. He's also very good at illusions. In the Grace Pavilion, he used illusions to confuse 2 mid-sky God stage cultivators." Zhuowen sighed in relief. Fortunately, he didn't use illusions on the Dark Star. Otherwise, and Xiolon would definitely be suspicious. Confuse 2 mid-sky God stage cultivators? Not bad. Hanwang looked at Zhuowen and didn't say anything else. And Xiolon, on the other hand, kept looking at Zhuowen as if she was trying to find something special about him. And Xiolon, could it be that the one who injured your divine sense is this little demigod? Huashang suddenly said in a strange tone, and Xiolon snorted and said, "This person's aura is completely different. It's not him. Last time, that person wasn't good at illusions either. No need to argue. This time, we're going to the Burning Cloud region for the Fire Spirit Juice. Everyone needs to work together. Otherwise, no one will be able to enter the Burning Cloud region." Hanwang said solemnly. With Hanwang's words, no one said anything else. Then, the ship started and left the Long River Star. Not long after the ship left, Pan, who stood on his astrolabe and silently followed behind the ship. Pan, who was very careful. The distance between him and the ship was very large. Even with the powerful divine sense of a false true god, it was difficult to detect him following behind. Half a month later, the ship arrived at the Burning Cloud region in the southern part of the Long River Star system. "So this is the Burning Cloud region." Zhuowen stood on the deck and looked at the huge region in front of him that looked like the Burning Cloud region. This region was very large, and it was filled with stars. Moreover, magma flowed around these stars as if they were on fire. It looked very strange. The Burning Cloud region is an extremely dangerous place. This region is made up of terrifying stars. The deeper you go, the more stars there are. The stars are also very powerful. Ordinary, heavenly gods will die if they enter. A cold voice sounded. Zhuowen turned around and saw an ordinary-looking woman walk to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen had some impression of this woman. She was following behind Tai Shuai. She must have been brought here by Tai Shuai, although she was only an early-stage heavenly god. Zhuowen could feel that her soul was much stronger than ordinary heavenly gods. In other words, the cultivators brought by the 4-star lords all had powerful souls and knew how to use illusions. Perhaps they would need to use illusions to enter the burning cloud region. You're only a demigod. The chances of you dying in the burning cloud region are too high. You still dare to come. I don't know what to say. The woman looked at Zhuowen indifferently and left. Clearly, she didn't want to say anything to Zhuowen. What's your name? Although the woman's attitude wasn't very good, Zhuowen knew that she was reminding him. However, she didn't seem to be good at expressing herself, so she looked a little cold. Chapter 1933. Jiang Yanzhua went silently glanced at the back of the woman who had left. Then he shook his head and ignored her. With his current strength, if entering the fiery cloud region was courting death, then wouldn't the other cultivators below the true god realm be dead for sure? However, Zhuowen did not explain. This time he planned to refine the 9 stars in the fiery cloud region. After advancing to the heavenly god realm, he planned to leave the long river galaxy and bring the heavenly armor star to the great Brahma domain. Near the fiery cloud region, there were many floating meteorite continents. These continents were filled with many cultivators, and there were simple tents set up as simple shops to sell all kinds of things. Little brother Longwen, these meteorite continents are the temporary gathering places of the fiery cloud region. Many cultivators will sell the useless things they obtain in the fiery cloud region here. At the same time, many cultivators will rest on the meteorite continents or prepare materials to enter the fiery cloud region. Xiang Mengchun said with a smile. At this moment, the spaceship had already landed on the nearest meteorite continent. Then, a group of people walked out of the spaceship. The temperature of the fiery cloud region is too terrifying. If you want to go deep, ordinary ice attribute, pills won't have much effect. You have to buy the deep freeze ice jade here. After King Han finished speaking, he led everyone to the center of the continent. Here, there stood a tall, cylindrical tower. King Han entered the tower alone and negotiated for a while, then came out again with 8 pieces of white jade in his hand and distributed them to everyone. Zhuowen took the white jade and discovered that it was actually emitting a dense, cold qi. This cold qi was extremely unusual. After coming into contact with his skin, it actually penetrated deep into his meridians and adhered to the surface of his meridians. Let's go in. After distributing the deep freeze ice jades, Han Wang said, then led the 7 of them and rushed towards the burning cloud region ahead. There were many passages around the fiery cloud region. People were coming in and out of these passages, and it was quite lively. Bang! Suddenly, a cultivator who came out of the passage fell to the ground. This person's face was extremely red, and his eyes were bloodshot. His expression was extremely painful. Ah! The person got up and walked a few steps. Suddenly he screamed. Flames emerged from his body, and he was burned to ashes. The fire poison in this person's body was too strong, and he burned himself to death. Han Wang coldly glanced at the cultivator who burned himself to death. There was no pity in his eyes, and Xiulan, Tai Shuai, and Huashang were also used to it. Little brother Longwen, you're weaker than me. Later, when we enter the fiery cloud domain, follow me closely. Also, when we enter the fiery cloud domain, don't use the deep freeze ice jade yet. First, use the ice soul pill I gave you. After you finish the ice soul pill, use the deep freeze ice jade. Zhuowen nodded and silently followed behind Xiang Mengchun. From the expressions of King Han and the others, he could tell that they were extremely familiar with this place. It was probably not their first time in the fiery cloud region, since they had been here before, but did not obtain the fire spirit juice. It should have something to do with the illusion they needed. Go in. Han Wang skillfully chose a passage, and then the group of 10 people entered the passage. As soon as they entered the passage, a terrifying heat wave hit them in the face. The unbearably high temperature instantly spread to everyone's hearts. Han Wang, the 4-star lords, and Xiang Mengchen were fine, but the few people they brought were not as good. They all blushed. Although this heat wave did not affect Zhuowen, Zhuowen did not want to attract attention. Naturally, he acted even more unbearably. He even took out the ice soul pill and consumed it. The woman behind Tai Shangxue was also resisting the heat wave. However, when she saw Zhuowen immediately taking the ice soul pill, she secretly shook her head. She knew that this time Longwen would definitely die in the fiery cloud region. After walking out of the passage, a terrifying sea of fire spread over. Moreover, this sea of fire was accompanied by rolling magma. In just an instant, the surrounding temperature increased by hundreds and thousands. The rest of the people also took the ice soul pill and began to move forward in the sea of fire. Xiang Mengchen took good care of Zhuowen. While walking in the sea of fire, she would often take care of Zhuowen and resist most of the fire waves. Zhuowen passed through the sea of fire and found that they were actually walking between stars. Therefore, the sea of fire and magma accompanied this passage. This fiery cloud region was extremely strange. Not only were there stars, but the distance between stars was also extremely small. This also made it extremely difficult to walk in this fiery cloud region. The temperature of one star was already very terrifying. If 2 or even 3 stars were separated in the surroundings, the temperature released would be really terrifying. Ordinary divine realm experts would not be able to withstand it. No wonder there were people who were burned to death by fire poison. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that as they went deeper into the fiery cloud region, the quality of the stars became higher and higher, and the temperature became more and more terrifying. In the beginning, the stars were still somewhat dark red. However, as they went deeper, the stars began to glow golden and became pure. Zhuowen knew that stars were also divided into strong and weak. Since he wanted to refine 9 stars, he naturally had to choose the 9 stars with the highest quality and the largest energy in this fiery cloud region. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After walking for about half a day, a sea of fire appeared in front of them. The sea of fire rolled. Pairs of fiery red eyes actually appeared in the sea of fire. Everyone be careful. There are fiery eyes Swanee in this sea of fire. They are extremely fast. Be careful not to be caught and dragged into the sea. King Han reminded. After that, he waved his sleeve and took out a scepter. He used his star divine energy to activate the scepter's power. A light blue light barrier surrounded King Han and the people he brought. The rest of the people also took out their divine artifacts to protect the cultivators they brought. Xiang Mengchen took out a green pearl. This pearl was overflowing with green. As soon as it was taken out, there was a cool breeze that hit him in the face. It was as if he was under the shade of a towering tree at this moment. This is a true God artifact. Zhuowen looked up and down at the pearl that Xiang Mengchen took out. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He had seen a true God artifact before. This green pearl's aura was much stronger than a divine artifact. It was definitely a true God artifact. After Xiang Mengchen took out the pearl, King Han and Xiulan Huashan and Taishang Shui all looked at Xiang Mengchen with fear in their eyes. Zhuowen finally knew the main reason why Xiang Mengchen, a mere peak heavenly god, had the right to speak in front of the 4-star lords. It was probably related to the true god weapon. Pass through this sea of fire quickly. You must follow me closely. It will be troublesome if you lose me, King Han said in a deep voice. Then he waved his sleeve and quickly rushed into the sky above the sea of fire. After that, Xiulan Huashan and the others followed closely behind. Xiang Mengchen was the last to depart. The moment the group appeared above the sea of fire, The pairs of eyes hidden in the sea of fire suddenly burst out with blazing light. Then vigorous figures broke out of the water and charged towards the 10 of them. The strange beasts that came out of the sea of fire looked like lions. Their eyes were filled with fire. They were the fiery-eyed Swanee that King Han mentioned. The fiery-eyed Swanee strength was around the mid-divine stage. However, the number of fiery-eyed Swanee that came out of the sea of fire was terrifying. They were densely packed like clouds of fire. When King Han and the others saw the terrifying number of fiery-eyed Swanee, their faces became more serious. As for the people that they brought, their faces were even paler. They weren't strong and were much weaker than King Han and the others. If they were surrounded by the fiery-eyed Swanee, they would definitely die. The 10 of them were extremely fast. They instantly passed through the sea of fire. However, when they reached the second half of the sea of fire, the number of fiery-eyed Swanee increased. Their speed suddenly decreased. King Han and Xiulan and the others used all their skills. However, the fiery-eyed Swanee fell from the sky like raindrops. Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the light barrier around Taishang Shui. A fiery-eyed Swanee reached out with its right hand and pulled the woman out of Taishang Shui's light barrier. The woman's eyes were filled with fear. She quickly took out a flying sword and slashed at the fiery-eyed Swanee. Unfortunately, her strength was weaker than the fiery-eyed Swanee. The flying sword didn't cause much damage to the fiery-eyed Swanee. Instead, it angered the fiery-eyed Swanee. "Save me!" the woman shouted at Taishang Shui. Unfortunately, Taishang Shui couldn't even take care of herself right now. She simply couldn't spare any time to save this woman. Seeing that Taishang Shui was indifferent, the woman's eyes were filled with despair. However, just as the woman was about to be pulled out by the fiery-eyed Swanee, a sword light suddenly swept over and cut off the fiery-eyed Swanee's right hand. The woman reacted quickly and immediately went back into the light barrier. At this moment, Taishang Shui also healed the light barrier in time. When the woman saw Zhuowen put away the Tielu sword, her eyes were filled with shock and gratitude. Never did she expect that the moment when she was in the most despair, it was the demigod cultivator that she thought to possess the weakest strength that saved her. Zhuowen's attack naturally attracted the attention of the others. When they saw that the Tielu sword in Zhuowen's hand was actually a high-quality, heavenly divine artifact, they all revealed astonished expressions. However, that was all there was to it. A high-quality, heavenly divine artifact was extremely powerful. Cutting off the arm of the fiery-eyed Swanee, who was only a mid-heavenly deity, could not be considered to be a difficult matter. It was instead a dark cultivator Randolph who took a glance at Zhuowen. Although it was the first time he saw the Tielu sword in Zhuowen's hand, he discovered a trace of familiarity from the way Zhuowen attacked with the sword. After blocking this wave of attacks, the group of people finally arrived at the other side of the Sea of Flames. At this moment, there was no sea of flames on the other side. Instead, there were fiery red colored rocks on the ground, and before them was an enormous rock gate. This rock gate was undecorated and full of bumps and hollows. Evidently, it was formed naturally. At this moment, Han Wang and the others all stopped. Zhuowen was able to see that Han Wang, a dark cultivator Randolph, and the others had serious expressions on their faces. In fact, within their serious expressions, there was even a trace of fear. "My name is Jiang Yan. Thank you for saving me earlier." The woman with an ordinary appearance suddenly arrived beside Zhuowen and said in a soft voice, "I just so happened to see you. I couldn't just leave you to die. If it wasn't for the high-quality, heavenly divine artifact that I gifted to the Pavilion Master, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to help you." Chapter 1934. Undercurrent, after passing through the stone door, will reach the deepest part of the fiery cloud region. However, there's a true god-level giant beast behind the stone door. Even if we join hands, we can only barely stop it. Han Wang suddenly spoke. He turned around and looked at the 5 cultivators he brought with him. However, this giant beast only has brute force, but its divine soul isn't that strong. The 5 of you are proficient in illusion techniques, so I hope that the 5 of you can help us restrain this giant beast. After Han Wang said that, Jiang Yan and the others' faces turned ugly. They didn't think that Han Wang invited them here to confuse a true god-level giant beast. Such a terrifying existence only needed to wave its claws to kill any one of them. Lord Han Wang, you didn't say that before. This true god-level giant beast isn't something we can provoke. I want to withdraw now. A man with a crooked nose cupped his hands at King Han with a gloomy gaze, then retreated. Zhuowen knew this man. He was the one Han Wang brought with him. His name was Ji Chao, and his cultivation base wasn't bad. He's a mid-heavenly god. As soon as Ji Chao finished speaking, Jiang Yan and the others also showed signs of retreating. Han Wang's eyes were calm. He didn't care about the retreating Ji Chao. His right hand clawed, and a terrifying energy exploded in the air. Ji Chao groaned and fell to the ground, his body trembling. Since you've come here, do you think you can still leave? You can rest assured. We're not sending you to your deaths. We're giving you a good fortune. Once you help us restrain that giant beast, when we come out, we'll give you a portion of the fire spirit juice. Han Wang continued. The other 3 people who originally had thoughts of retreating all revealed fervent expressions. The man with the sharp nose stood up and stood to the side with a gloomy expression. He didn't say anything. All right, we're going to open the stone door now. If any of you try to escape while we're dealing with the behemoth, you'll be hunted by the 4-star lords in the future. You'd better think about the severity of the consequences. Han Wang added as he signaled to Insholan and the others. Then the 5 of them arrived in front of the stone door. Zhuowen stood there silently. Ever since he came to the other side, Xiang Mengchen, who was originally polite to him, had become a stranger and a little indifferent. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen transmitted his voice to Xiang Mengchen. Pavilion Master Xiang, can I have a share of the fire essence juice as well? Xiang Mengchen glanced at Zhuowen and replied, If you perform well, I can give you a share. But if you want to run away, you'd better think about the consequences. After all, you're not alone. After that, Xiang Mengchen ignored Zhuowen and opened the gate with King Han and the other Star Lords. Zhuowen was silent, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiang Mengchen dared to threaten him with the people of the heavenly armor planet. This had touched Zhuowen's bottom line. It had to be said that Xiang Mengchen was extremely scheming. Zhuowen couldn't tell that Xiang Mengchen was faking her previous attitude. But now that they were in the fiery cloud territory, she probably felt that Zhuowen couldn't run away, so she didn't bother to smile at him. The good impression he originally had towards Xiang Mengchen in his heart had already vanished into thin air at this moment. Long Wen, you don't have to worry about Pavilion Master Xiang's attitude. When Taishang Shui invited me, she was very enthusiastic and even promised a lot. Now that we're here, she doesn't even bother to pay attention to me. Her attitude is even colder. Jiang Yan came to Zhuowen's side. He guessed that Zhuowen had transmitted his voice to Xiang Mengchen, so he softly advised. Zhuowen smiled and said, Miss Jiang, don't worry. This Long's words don't carry much weight, so I won't act rashly. It's just that I feel that King Han's words aren't that simple, so it's best to be careful when we meet that giant beast later. Jiang Yan nodded. She also felt that the following things wouldn't be so simple, so she was secretly vigilant. Rumble. With a rumbling sound, the stone gate in front of them slowly opened. Then, a heat wave more terrifying than the one here roared. There were even blazing flames in this heat wave, which looked extremely strange and terrifying. When the heat wave hit them, Jiang Yan's face turned red, and she quickly took out the deep freeze ice jade. Not only Jiang Yan, Ji Chao and the other 3 also took out their deep freeze ice jades and Zhuowen was no exception. Roar! What followed was a terrifying roar, and then a terrifying giant hand that covered the sky reached out from the stone gate, grabbing at King Han and the other four who opened the stone gate. The hand was surrounded by raging flames, and these flames weren't dark red, but golden, looking extremely dazzling. Block it! King Han roared and took out the scepter in his hand. The light blue light screen was like the sharpest blade, fiercely slamming into the flaming giant hand. Dark Cultivation Lawn took out a giant pair of scissors. Huashang took out a long spear that spewed out dark blue flames. Taishang Xue took out a long sword with snowflakes dancing in the air, and Xiang Mengchen took out the true god tool Green Pearl. With the five of them working together, their power wasn't any weaker than the flaming giant hand. With a rumble, the flaming giant hand was blocked by the five of them. Rumble! Suddenly, the sound of 4 hooves stomping on the ground came from behind the stone gate, and this sound was getting louder and louder. Then a giant shadow suddenly broke open the space behind the stone gate and appeared on the shore of the Sea of Fire. Zhuowen then saw clearly that the flaming giant beast that appeared in front of the stone gate was 1,000 feet tall, with 2 pairs of horns on its head, and its appearance was similar to a water buffalo. With every step it took, the entire ground shook 3 times, and the aura on its body was as terrifying as the ocean. However, this flaming giant beast was bound by chains, and after the beast rushed out of the stone gate, it was immediately forced to stop. Obviously, the chains imprisoned it in place, and it couldn't move forward. Use illusion techniques to confuse it. King Han immediately shouted to the 5 people behind him, and then brought Dark Cultivation Lawn, Huashang, Taishang Xue, and Xiang Mengchen to retreat. King Han, remember your promise. The hook-nosed man, Ji Chao, coldly snorted and immediately opened his eyes, immediately using illusion techniques. With Ji Chao taking the lead, Jiang Yan and the other 2 also used their illusion techniques. Zhuowen didn't fall behind, but he only suppressed his divine sense to mid-heavenly god level to release illusion techniques. 5 illusion techniques instantly swept out and bombarded the flaming giant beast. King Han wasn't wrong. This flaming giant beast divine sense wasn't very strong, and after the 5 illusion techniques bombarded it, the flaming giant beast immediately fell into a sluggish state. King Han's eyes flashed, and with a kick of his right foot, like a stream of light, he instantly rushed through the gap between the flaming giant beast and the stone gate. Dark Cultivation Lawn, Huashang, Taishang Xue, and Xiang Mengchen followed closely behind, all of them taking out their divine tools, and quickly rushed through the gap between the flaming giant beast and the stone gate. The hook-nosed man, Ji Chao, hesitated, gritted his teeth, and decisively gave up on continuing to use illusion techniques, and then with a kick of his right foot, he rushed towards the gap between the flaming giant beast. Ji Chao you! Jiang Yan immediately guessed Ji Chao's intention and couldn't help but shout in shock and anger. The 5 of them joined forces to use illusion techniques and barely managed to control the flaming giant beast. Once Ji Chao left, it would be difficult for the rest of them to control the flaming giant beast. Sure enough, the moment Ji Chao rushed towards the gap, the flaming giant beast that was originally trapped in illusion roared, and its originally confused eyes gradually became clear. Boom! The flaming giant beast looked at the incoming Ji Chao in confusion, and casually slapped out with its right palm. Ji Chao was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect the flaming giant beast to wake up so quickly, and hurriedly stopped and turned around to escape. Pung! Unfortunately, the difference between Ji Chao and the flaming giant beast was too big, and the flaming giant beast's palm smashed Ji Chao into pieces, and he couldn't be more dead. With Ji Chao's death, the flaming giant beast immediately woke up and then roared towards the sky, and a strong sound wave spread out, causing Jiang Yan and the other 2 to spit out a mouthful of blood, their faces pale. So, at the same time, the flaming giant beast's right foot stomped, and actually jumped out of the stone gate, rushing towards the shore. What's going on? This flaming giant beast is clearly bound by chains. How can it jump out of the stone gate? Jian Yan's face was pale, and she couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice, "Pucci!" The flaming giant beast's speed was too fast, and in an instant it was in front of the four of them, and with a palm strike, monstrous flames surged out, magnificent and magnificent. "It's over." Jian Yan closed her beautiful eyes. She knew that this flaming giant beast was too terrifying and she couldn't escape. She was dead for sure. But soon she found that her waist was hugged by a thick and strong arm, and then suddenly rose into the air. Boom! The flaming giant beast's palm strike came down, and the other two were instantly smashed into powder, while Zhuowen carried Jian Yan and flew to the other side. His eyes became extremely serious. "Long Wen Yu!" Jian Yan opened her eyes and immediately saw that the one hugging her was Long Wen, and her beautiful face blushed. But soon she knew that Long Wen was saving her. "This fiery cloud region is not suitable for you. I'll bring you out of here first." Zhuowen's gaze fell on the flaming giant beast. He was very clear that the chains of the flaming giant beast were most likely broken by one of the five who entered, or maybe all five of them broke it together, and their goal was to borrow the flaming giant beast's hand to kill them. If the five of them died here, when Han Wang and the rest got the flaming spirit juice, there would be no need to give them an extra share. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Han Wang and the rest were too despicable. The five of them had already done a lot to hold back the flaming giant beast, and now they wanted to take their lives. "You want to bring me out of here? That sea of fire is too terrifying." Jian Yan couldn't react, but the flaming giant beast had already rushed over again. Zhuowen's right leg kicked, and immediately took out the Thunderfire sword, and with his right leg stepped on it. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he shot into the sea of fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sea of fire, countless flaming eyes stared at Zhuowen and Jian Yan like tigers watching their prey.